I'd like to call this meeting to order. The meeting of the Santa Clara City Council and Stadium Authority concurrent meeting. Could you please stand for the Pledge of Allegiance and remain standing for our statement of values? I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
As we gather, we humbly seek blessings upon this meeting. May we act with strength, courage, and will to perform our obligations and duties to our people with justice to all. Let us seek wisdom so that we may act in the best interest of our people, our neighbors, and our country. All this we ask so that we may serve our community with fairness and respect, putting their needs before all.
Thank you. Please be seated. Roll call, City Clerk.
Councilmember Board Member Watanabe. Here. Councilmember Board Member Shahal.
Present.
Councilmember Board Member Hardy.
Present.
Vice Mayor Vice Chair Park.
Here. Councilmember
Board Member Jane.
Here.
Councilmember Board Member Becker.
Present.
Mayor and Chair Gilmore.
Here.
Thank you. The AB 23 announcement. Members of the Santa Clara Stadium Authority, Sports and Open Space Authority, and Housing Authority are entitled to receive $30 for each attended meeting. Statement of behavioral standards. The City of Santa Clara has adopted a code of ethics and values and behavioral standards for public meetings to promote and maintain the highest levels of conduct. This includes mutual respect, robust discussion, and allowing city business to be done in an efficient and consistent manner. Please note that as a presiding officer, the mayor's and chair's direction in matters of process and decorum should be followed, and that use of the gavel indicates all conversations must conclude and everyone in attendance should come to order and attention. Welcome and thank you for your participation. For registered lobbyists joining us this evening, we ask you to please identify yourself as well as those that you represent, and this is pursuant to City Code Section 2.155.110. Thank you.
Thank you. Good evening, everyone, and welcome to our City Council meeting. For today's meeting, the Council's back in person and is conducting its meeting in a hybrid manner. The public is welcome to attend in person, and the City Council continues to use a Zoom feature to allow participation from the safety of your home or office. Members of the public can still join via the link or call into the Zoom meeting phone number shown on the screen now. If you'd like to speak on an agenda item or during public presentations, please raise your hand on the Zoom application or press *9 on your phone. Please only raise your hand while the item you're seeking to speak on is presented. Staff will enter your name or the last 4 digits of your phone number, and I will call on you to speak. As a friendly reminder, members of the public have 2 minutes to speak on an agenda item and 3 minutes on public presentations, and those are reserved for topics that are not on the agenda. Prior to each agenda item, staff will lower your hand to ensure members of the public are seeking to speak on the appropriate agenda item. So we'll move on to the council agenda now. So next we have continuances, exceptions, and reconsiderations. I have been asked to move up one item, and it's item number 9, and that is an item from the public, action on a written petition requesting to place an agenda item on a future council meeting to discuss the Santa Clara Civic Center relocation study flaw. So that item will be moved up after item number 5, which is an item from the police department that is a timely item and has to be heard first. So that will be right after that item. Is there any other exceptions, reconsiderations, or continuances? City manager? None? Okay. Staff? No? All right. So thank you. So we are going to move on now to our first special order of business. So today we officially claim May as Asian American Pacific Islander Heritage Month in the city of Santa Clara. Santa Clara is home to many diverse AAPI communities. This month is observed to celebrate the contributions that generations of Asian Americans, Native Hawaiian, and Pacific Islanders have made to our history and our culture. We have already begun to celebrate all month all month and issued a proclamation for the Taiwanese American Cultural Festival, which kicked off Taiwanese American Heritage Week on May 8th. We also proclaimed May 10th as Asian American, Native Hawaiian, and Pacific Islander Mental Health Day. Together, we continue to stand against and condemn all acts of racism, Hinduphobia, and hate crimes against all. This evening, my council colleagues and I have brought forth wonderful members of our Asian American community to accept proclamations. First up, we have Mr. Joel Wong from the National Asian American United, a nonprofit which works to educate Asian Americans in public affairs and encourage civic engagement. As part of the Stop the Hate campaign in Silicon Valley, National Asian American United and Ding Ding TV launched the music video, All of Us Belong Right Here. The video gathered community organizations and elected officials, and Joel, who is joining us this evening, composed the lyrics and the music, and he's rapping in the video. So I want to start us off this evening by playing the video, All of Us Belong Right Here, and then I'll invite Mr. Wong to the podium after to speak. All right, staff, hit it.
Because we're diverse, we hail from all corners of our universe. Some are native with origins here. European arrived to breathe the free air. Some were uprooted from Africa, still urging us to be more fair. Some came here looking for gold, but ended up working on the railroad.
You belong, I belong. You and I belong right here. He belongs, she belongs. All of us belong right here.
Some came as laborers on the farm. Others defended our country bearing arms. From every direction, it seems, each one seeking their own dream. Together we'll build our industries and establish great university. We live and preach free enterprises. Our financial system is the finest.
You belong, I belong. You and I belong right here. He belongs, she belongs. All of us belong right here.
We promote prosperity and good health, but squabble over sharing our wealth. We preach democracy in earnest, falling short but crying out darndest. Our country will not be united until we learn to share the credit, to be fair and equitable, respecting everyone as our equal.
You belong, I belong. You and I belong right here. He belongs, she belongs. All of us belong right here.
White, black, yellow, red or brown, we all share our human background. We try hard, but we won't get there until we treat everybody equally and fair. America can lead the world. We look like every part of our world. So let's stay united and be of good cheer. All of us belong right here.
You belong, I belong. You and I belong right here. He belongs, she belongs. All of us belong right here. You belong, I belong. You and I belong right here. He belongs, she belongs. All of us belong right here.
Now let's go to work, folks.
Yay! That was tremendous. What a great way to kick off our city council meeting. So, Mr. Joel Wong, I'd like to invite you to the podium. You can speak to us or you can rap to us, whatever you want to do, okay?
You might have noticed the mayor can dance.
That was not good.
Actually, this is quite an honor, not for me, but for diversity in this country. I think America is great because we're diverse. We come from every corner of the universe. Some people say that, China has 1.4 billion people that it can draw talents from. But in the United States, you can draw talent from all around the world. That's close to 8 billion people. So America is a great country. We came here, we enjoy, being educated here, and we contribute to the society. And now we are very happy to give back to America. So let's keep this spirit going and recognize America is great because we have people from all around the world. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Joel. We're going to call you up very shortly. We have 2 other groups to introduce, and then we're going to take some pictures with you. So if you wouldn't mind having a seat for a moment, and we'll be back shortly to you. Thank you for that. So next, we would like to recognize Eunice Chun of the Korean American Community Services. Eunice leads the group with the mission to improve the quality of life for all Korean Americans, particularly seniors and low-income individuals, by providing access to community resources. Over the past 3 years, the organization provided over 40,000 meals to seniors in the community. It's amazing. I invite Eunice to tell us more about the Korean American Community Services. So, Eunice, if you'd like to come forward, please. Welcome.
Good evening. Thank you for this tremendous honor. On behalf of the Korean American Community Services, I'm deeply grateful to receive this award. I want to express my heartfelt gratitude to Mayor Lisa Gilmore, Vice Mayor Kevin Park, and the entire City Council for proclaiming Asian American Pacific Islander Heritage Month for May and recognizing AAPI leaders and organizations. Since 1979, Korean American Community Service has been the sole nonprofit organization dedicated to improving the quality of life for all Korean Americans, especially seniors and low-income individuals. Even during the pandemic, our organization always kept our office open and provided essential services, including serving hot meals to our seniors, providing social services, mental health support, and hosting various community and cultural events. Additionally, we distributed COVID PPE items, personal alarms, and guidebooks for AAPI hate crime prevention to ensure the safety of our community members and uplift the lives of some of the most vulnerable individuals in our community. I extend my sincere appreciation to all the council members of Santa Clara City for your ongoing support for Korean Americans and AAPI residents and business owners. Your commitment to improving the lives of all residents is invaluable to our community. Once again, thank you for this recognition. This award inspires us to continue our mission. Together, we will foster a harmonious multicultural environment and enhance the quality of life for all residents. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Eunice. We're going to call you back up in just a minute, Eunice. So our last group we're recognizing AAPI Heritage Month is the Santa Clara Cricket Club. The Santa Clara Cricket Club provided opportunities to participate in the sport of cricket, which is one of the most popular sports in the world, and fosters relationships with the Asian American community. I invite President Umar Ali to the podium to share a brief presentation. Welcome.
Thank you, Lisa.
Yes.
And everybody else. My name is Umar. I'm the vice president, so Jayesh, president, is not able to attend.
I just made you president. So.
Yes, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you for the right. Yeah, so we are Santa Clara Cricket Club. You know, we play in the local area. So next slide. So my name is Umar. We are in Santa Clara. We have a lot of youth Okay, we were established in 1987. We're 501c nonprofit. We call Wilson Adult School our home ground. You know, that's where we develop all of our skills. We play with our youth. We give them, you know, the expertise that we have played in our community back home, and we want to bring it here. And that is what we do, and that's what we want to bring out in our community. And our purpose is to bring the heritage that we have. We want to bring it to the youth that is here. Sorry, I should speak here. And it's a significant aspect of our life that we, you know, developed here. And we have a big family here that we want to play cricket with, outdoor sports, teach them sportsmanship, and life learning skills in cricket. As you can see, we have over 100,000 cricket followers here locally who came, played, lived here, and moved on. That's something that we would like to get more involved with our schools. We have been participating in Santa Clara Unified School District to go do demo meetings with the schools so they can learn and develop and play with us. We do have our president is a coach, a certified coach from Cricket Australia. We have a few others as well that we teach the young ones from the very, very intermediate levels to seniors and as women as well. We have a really good youth program, a development program that we partner with other academies as well. And we have our Wilson ground that we maintain, all by volunteers. And we try to give the best of what's given to us by the city to make it available to our youth and our community members. So we can all come together as family, play together, have fun together, and, you know, become more social and available. And all of our programs to youth and seniors and women are free of cost. So anybody who wants to learn cricket, please come on down. We do need a good area, good space to foster what we have. We want to give it out to youth and our community members. So we do request put an open space to a good use where we can develop. We need quite a bit of land, 4 to 5 acres. We have a lot of backing of our local sponsorships who can help us out. Of course, with the help of the city, we can make it available to everybody else. We do require a proper field, which is on the screen. You can see it. It's not that big, but it does require its own field to be played at. It cannot be shared because it requires quite a bit of work, quite a bit of maintenance, so it cannot be destroyed with other sports. I think the next slide. So why are we saying that we need this? Because ICC's International Cricket Council, which is coming to the U.S., so having a good ground will enable us to have this area to be utilized properly with the help of the city, of course. We can get our young generation off electronics and get them out on the field, get them to be more social, not on social media, but social, so they can play and learn how to do, day-to-day activities, play together and have fun together. So that is what we are asking. If there is something that we can have, sure, that we can, bring our heritage out, especially as the Heritage Month. So why not? I think that's pretty much it. And one of the major things, we have a lot of youth that come from high schools. Like I said, we do free membership for them. From San Jose State comes a lot of members come. And we have 150 members who are paid members, and majority of them are non-paid because of their student membership, and some cannot afford it, but we provide the opportunity for them to play and come have fun. And that is pretty much what Santa Clara Cricket Club is, and that is what we would like to see what we can get from Santa Clara City.
Thank you. I like how you put your ask in there as well. That's great.
We're
See?
asking, we need
Other
it.
groups, this is what you do. No, thank you, Umar. That was wonderful, and thank you for giving us the information about the cricket club. So I'm going to ask you just to take a seat for a moment. We're going to take pictures with each group and the entire city council, and then I'm going to ask the council members if they'd like to make any comments. So we're going to start with Mr. Joel Wong and the group. Come up and meet us down here in front for photos. Up front here, we're going to let you walk through the gates there. All right.
Okay, looking good. Hold that. Couple more, 1, 2. Great. I'm losing Karen. Don't want to lose you, Karen. All right. Okay, looking good. Hold that. Everybody's at. Kevin, can I have you step to your left a little bit? You're fine. Thank you. That's great. Hold that. 1. Kathy, a little closer. 1, 2. Thank you.
I got a full team.
Okay, yeah, so don't worry about me. Got everybody in. Great. Okay, one more. Sorry. Okay, got it.
All right, are there council members that would like to make any comments? Vice Mayor Park.
Yes. First of all, I'd like to thank everyone who remained. I'd like to thank everyone for coming. I think that it's important to know that with diversity comes unity. Like from lots of different things comes one, and I think that nothing exemplifies that than the minority community working very hard to integrate with the larger communities. We talk about the minority community, and I used to go to events, and I used to say, for all the minorities out there, I'd like to say, welcome global majority. But I think that the fact that they've come from faraway places, from different places, from cultural differences to be in America, to be part where there was no culture. I mean, it's a culture of people brought things from other places. It's kind of amazing. I'd like to thank Joel. I'd like to thank KACS. I know KACS very well. I know CACS very well, because when my wife came from Korea, one of the first resources that she had, because of language barriers and because of culture, meaning that even when people look for schools, they look for schools that remind them of schools from where they came from. And our daughter was enrolled in a KACS program, in a CACS program, we call it Yuchiwan. Actually, we don't call it that. I pronounced it incorrectly, but that's what we did, and I'm very grateful for that. And the other community service that are here, again, making people who don't speak the language, who don't understand the culture, give them a piece of something they do understand so that they can use it to grab onto and grow. I think that's very important. I'd like to thank everyone here for being a part of that.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Councilmember Jane?
Yeah, the Bay Area is just amazing. If you look at how many startup and big companies are run and started by immigrants, it's amazing. You go down El Camino Real, you see Korean restaurants, Indian restaurants, Mexican restaurants, Italian restaurants, Thai restaurants. I mean, I love all of that food. And so it really adds to the diversity. It's unfortunate that the cricket folks left already, but the number of hours that they have spent maintaining that field and that pitch, that is the best cricket pitch in the whole Bay Area. And it's all done by volunteers. They pay the school district for those grounds. They don't charge fees for the students to come. And, you know, there's billions of people around the world that are fanatical about cricket, and Americans don't know anything about cricket. When my cousin was getting married in India, they had to bring TVs to have the cricket match at their wedding reception because no one would come if they didn't have the TVs there. So that's how fanatical people are about cricket, and it would be great if all of you came out to experience, to watch them play there at Wilson Field. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Chahal?
Thank you, Mayor. So unity in diversity is such a nice thing I've been reading and practicing in my real life since my school days. So this is actually happening over here in the United States. We have a rapper, we have a philanthropist, we have a sports person who contribute towards all the sport diplomacy and sport bringing youth to have some physical exercise. So what else we can ask, like so many diverse groups helping the community in such a diverse way and raising everybody, basically, their level of happiness and stature and success, basically. And my involvement with Sister City, learning within the Asia, learning about different cultures like Japanese culture, Japanese customs, and other, it has been very valuable to me all by myself. And these are the things which we can share with other cultures, other communities, and we all can do much better. And as a first Asian American Indian council member ever in Santa Clara, I'm so proud to have two more Asian council members on the council. This council also looks really diverse right now. So thank you very much, everybody contributing for that. Thank you.
Councilmember Watanabe?
Thank you, Mayor. Congratulations to everybody on this Heritage Month. What I'd like to say, and just call out Joel and Diana Ding, is just what I've experienced through being involved with, your organization and how you promote unity and diversity. And any event that I ever go to, there is somebody, a representative from each member of the community. Every culture is represented, and I think it's a real testament to, what you stand for and your video. And I just hope you keep doing what you're doing and make more videos. Thank you.
Councilmember Hardy?
I will just say I teach at the high school, and we have 52 native languages at the local high school, and that tells you what a mix of cultures it is. And I always joke it's like teaching at the United Nations, which makes it really fun, interesting, and amazing. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Becker?
Thank you. Just have to say, I'm proud to be here to be celebrating this with you today, because it is such a privilege to be, honestly, it's such a privilege to be living here in a place with so much diversity. I grew up in this community, and I witnessed that diversity by going to school with people of different backgrounds. And so if you look around the country, there's not many places that are like that. And this is the perfect place for that. So I'm glad to celebrate this, and I hope to spread the word.
Thank you, and I'm honored to have all of you here this evening. I feel like we should all sing on the way out. This is a very special order of business, and could we end on a musical note? No, Joel. Okay, we'll save that for next year. But thank you all for coming this evening. You've really made it special for all of us. We appreciate it. So let's give everyone a round of applause. Thank you. All right, that one's going to be a hard one to follow up with. All right, but next we have, for our next special order of business, we have the City Council is here to, and honored to, goodbye, well, let's let them walk out the door. Bye, everyone. The City Council is honored to recognize Silicon Valley Power Sustainable Futures Program, as well as 3 outstanding Santa Clara University Fellows. The new SVP Sustainable Futures Program strives to develop a pipeline of strong, diverse future leaders in sustainability and clean energy sectors. So I invite Manuel Pineda, our SVP Chief Electric Utility Officer, to the podium to introduce the program. Welcome, Manuel.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Mayor. Good evening, Mayor, members of the council. Pleasure to be here today. As you know, when I get to do the scholarship program, it's always one of my favorite things to do at the city council meetings. And of course, today we have a brand new program that Silicon Valley Power and the city have started in partnership with Santa Clara University. And certainly I don't want to talk too long, and we'll hand it over to the students. But before I do that, I do want to acknowledge that, well, I get to come up here and say some kind words. I just want to thank the 2 people from the city who really made this happen from our end. It's Kathleen Hughes, who's Assistant Director for Silicon Valley Power, and Michelle Templeton, our Sustainability Officer for the city. And when we started this new program, they work in partnership with the university, and they're the 2 people from the city who really made it happen. So with that, I'm very excited about this new program. I know we got to speak in front of the university and get to spend some time with all the students, and we're looking forward to continuing in the future years as well. So with that, I would like to introduce Lindsay Kalkbrenner, who's Director of the Center for Sustainability for Santa Clara University, to introduce the program and introduce the students as well.
Wonderful.
Welcome.
Thank you. Welcome, Lindsay.
Hi, it's a pleasure to be here. I have the honor of directing the Center for Sustainability at Santa Clara University, and in that role, I get to engage with our 3 fellows on a weekly basis to check in on their work, and I'm very excited to introduce them tonight so that you can hear from them directly about what they're doing. So in no particular order, you'll hear from Ayla Flanagan, from Declan Bernal, and from Connor Grady, who are all seniors.
Thank you. Welcome.
Hi, thank you. My name is Ayla Flanagan. Thank you so much for having us. I feel super grateful for this opportunity to speak to you, and of course the opportunity for this fellowship overall. Over the past 8 months, I have been researching the city of Santa Clara's food system, specifically looking into issues of food insecurity, food waste, and of course, sustainability. Throughout my research, I interviewed 10 food system stakeholders in the area, including food pantry managers, food recovery directors, urban gardeners, and policy and advocacy directors to discuss food insecurity, SB 1383, which I'm sure you all know is California's Organic Waste Reduction Bill, and food system resiliency. I also utilized GIS with the help of the other 2 fellows to map and analyze the emergency food system in the city. I examined models of sustainable food solutions in surrounding cities, as well as analyzed food policies in the larger Bay Area. So my main findings include, first, because COVID-19 emergency allotments are ending, food pantries and food banks are experiencing a huge increase in demand that they're unsure how they can continue to meet. So one broad recommendation that I have is to target the root causes of hunger overall. Of course, promoting economic stability, investing in affordable housing initiatives, strengthening support systems, fostering local food production through urban gardens, and supporting social entrepreneurship. More specifically, with the new implementation of SB 1383, nonprofit organizations like food pantry partner agencies are required to do retail pickups of recovered food without compensation, so they rely heavily on their volunteers to do them. There are many food generators around the city that have to comply and donate food, but there aren't enough nonprofits to keep up with the food pickups. So funding for these pickups has come in the form of scattered grants, so I recommend the implementation of a more sustainable funding system in order for grocery rescue to continue sustainably reducing food waste and increasing food security. I've also found that several groups that experience food insecurity in the city are not utilizing or are unaware of the resources available. I found the main barriers to access to be a lack of knowledge, as well as a sense of shame or a stigma around needing to ask for help. So I recommend expanding outreach efforts to raise awareness about available food assistance programs and eligibility criteria. So some suggestions that I have for this are to target outreach campaigns through social media and other venues, as well as promote collaborations between community stakeholders and volunteers in order to foster partnerships that enhance the capacity of existing food distribution networks, as well as create a more coordinated approach to serving our city. Thank you so much for your time. Again, I feel very grateful for this opportunity. Thank you so much, and I'm looking forward to sharing my final policy brief with you all.
Great, wonderful. Thank you for sharing that with us. Yes, welcome.
Thanks, Ayla, and thank you all. My name is Declan Bernal, and I'm a fourth-year environmental studies and political science double major at Santa Clara University. I've been researching the current state of sustainable forms of transportation in the city of Santa Clara, with a focus on using geographic information systems as a unit of analysis to identify spatial gaps in that transportation network. And I've been particularly looking at analyzing how that relates to equity in terms of who is currently being served and where there are areas of improvement. Part of my inspiration for that was the fact that the city's climate action plan calls for a transit gap and improvement study with a component focused on demographics and proximity to transit stops. And given that framework, my main approach has been trying to map out and analyze the transportation network of the city, as well as trying to determine a way to measure social vulnerability in a manner that's both accurate and pertains to the city of Santa Clara, but can also be effectively compared against the transportation network. And long story short, I've found that transportation access is highest in the downtown area west of SCU, as well as the area near Levi Stadium and Mission College in the north of the city. And both of these areas are not especially high in terms of social vulnerability, and generally most of the areas that were in fact high in social vulnerability don't have great access to transit. It's not a perfect correlation though, because there are certainly a number of wealthier, wider suburban areas that are quite car dependent and have little other transportation infrastructure. But I'm currently in the process of highlighting a few specific areas of concern in my analysis and developing some recommendations on how to move forward and ensure that we as a city can reduce transportation emissions while simultaneously advancing equity and ensuring that everybody's needs are met. And I look forward to sharing those final results, and I'm also, of course, immensely grateful for this opportunity, so I'll hand it off to Connor, and yeah, thank you.
Thank you for that. We look forward to those results as well. Very good. Thank you. Welcome.
Thank you. Hi, all. I'm Connor Grady, a senior engineer at Santa Clara University, and also one of the inaugural Sustainable Futures Fellows for this year. And as many of you know, the city of Santa Clara has a goal of achieving 100% carbon neutral electricity by 2035, while also trying to reduce the energy burden for income qualified communities in our area. And so for my research to kind of tackle these two goals, I've worked to help the city develop a new program for implementing rooftop solar on multifamily housing that specifically serves these income qualified residents. So I began with the literature review. I looked at all sorts of policy recommendations for these kind of programs around the country as well as locally. And then I also performed a GIS analysis where I determined exactly where these multifamily housing units are within our city, and then which of these units actually serve low-income and income-qualified communities. And then once I identified those areas, I used some pretty high-quality imagery data, and I determined the exact annual solar potential of every single one of those rooftops. And so we could know exactly how much solar energy we could get from every single one of those buildings. And ultimately what I found is that there is adequate solar potential to both reduce the emissions of our city and then also reduce the energy burdens for these residents. And so ultimately I'll be providing a portfolio of these sites to the city, and hopefully some of these sites could be used as pilot projects in the future, but regardless, they could help inform policy. And then I will also be providing a policy brief to the city that outlines some of these strategies that could help a program like this really succeed. Some key strategies there involve addressing split incentives to ensure that landlords are incentivized to implement these projects and that the benefits also actually reach the tenants, and then also leveraging things like net metering and having robust finance mechanisms are really important. Overall, all of that will be in the policy brief, but I just want to say that I'm really grateful for this opportunity. It's been a joy to be able to provide hopefully some real benefit to this community that has benefited me for 4 years. And on a personal level, I'll be able to publish this research, so that helps me out a lot with my career ambitions. So I'm very grateful. And lastly, and I'm really excited for the students that get to do this in the future. I hope this partnership continues to grow. So thank you.
Thank you so much. Let's give him a round of applause. If you stay close, stay close, stay close. Manuel?
Thank you, Mayor, and thanks again to Santa Clara University. I did want to note that the university did put a wonderful video together today, and I think we crossed our wires here as to who was going to present it and show it, so I don't know if there's still time for the video. And just once again, thanks to the university and the students for their great work.
Okay. Is there the video? Okay, yeah, and then we have these after, so stay close.
I don't think I could sleep at night if I wasn't working on something related to protecting the environment. I feel a responsibility for it.
I've always just felt very connected to the earth and this idea of reciprocity, of giving back what it gives us.
I really found that using my abilities and natural talent and innovation, I can help make the world a better place through sustainability.
I knew that this problem was bigger than me, right? And I was like, how can I make a change, especially to people like me who are being impacted by these issues?
The Silicon Valley Power Sustainable Futures Program is an innovative new project, a partnership between the City of Santa Clara, Silicon Valley Power, and Santa Clara University to provide opportunities for students to get engaged in climate solution.
It allows us to attract community college students, many of whom are first generation, into our Santa Clara community.
It takes a green village to solve the most pressing issues facing our communities, our country, and the world. And to make sure that we have perspectives, backgrounds, and ideas reflected from every member of our community in these solutions is paramount for us to reach the best outcomes.
The city and its electric utility, Silicon Valley Power, are uniquely poised to partner with the university and to support Santa Clara University students in connecting to the real-world learning opportunities that can also lead on to ground sustainable solutions for the community of Santa Clara.
We know there's some top talent out there that we have just not been able to find, and we want to create those opportunities and pathways for that untapped talent to really find a way to grow.
Students could have an opportunity not only to do independent research, but I think what's most neat about this project is that they can use this city as a living laboratory and actually see the research that they do be applied to help advance what the city is trying to work on to develop sustainable solutions.
Urban planning was something that really struck my interest. and the specific ways that that applies to sustainability, especially when it comes to climate change. Being able to do research that's actually like applied research rather than just academic research, where there's a stakeholder that I have to deliver something towards. That sort of experience, I think, will give me a lot of skills that will be very useful for me in the future.
I'm really excited about the opportunities that I'll be able to access, as well as learn more about sustainability and how I can tie that with my major. I'm really into like environmental racism, environmental justice, that social justice aspect. And I feel like it's really important for me to be able to understand like how the city works and how it's intertwined with everything else.
We have really a great place where students can thrive, where they can learn, where they can explore, where they can research, and really just grow in their academic and personal pursuits.
It is so important that we embrace our responsibility to contribute to the social and economic mobility in this country. And in so doing, we must ensure that all talented low and middle income students who want to benefit from the fabulous education we provide here have the resources and the support to do so.
We then will help meet that gap or that need for financial aid and scholarships, because again, they are really important voices to this conversation and to the problem solving.
Climate problem is everyone's problem. And so if you can find the niche inside of it that you're interested in and passionate about and follow that passion, you end up making a change.
We have so much more to do to solve some of these global problems. So it's going to take everybody's help.
I know all of you feel as I do, that the future is very bright with these young students here, and I'm so proud of all of you, and I'm proud of our partnership with Santa Clara University, Silicon Valley Power, and the City of Santa Clara. So I have recognitions for all three of you, but also in this recognition is an employment application for the City of Santa Clara and Silicon Valley Power. That does come with the recognition, okay? So if the three of you would join us up here, and Manuel and all the team here, if you come forward, please.
See everyone. Great. Thanks.
Get used to it, all of you. Congratulations. All right, that was nice. We've had a feel-good meeting so far, everyone. All right, for our last special order of business, we would like to recognize May 21st through 27th as National Public Works Week in the city of Santa Clara. The city has dedicated staff that helps maintain and improve the city every day through public works services, from fixing a pothole to ensuring our streets are safe, to delivering high-quality public works projects that provide critical infrastructure. In honor of National Public Works Week, the City Council would like to present this proclamation to Craig Mobeck, Director of Public Works, and all the teams. I would like to invite Craig forward to the podium to speak about National Public Works Week. Welcome, and I see you have the team here today.
Yes, a portion of the team. Thank you very much, Mayor and Council. Craig Mobeck, Director of Public Works. Yes, very excited that it's Public Works Week. This year's theme is connecting the world through public works. And certainly on a local level, the Public Works Department helps connect our city through public works. We do that in partnership with all the different departments, working on a large variety of projects. But I did want to introduce you to some of the team, because these members do a great job. Their teams do excellent work, and I wanted to let you see some of the faces behind Public Works and get to know a little bit more about what they do. And so, of course, you know Dave Staub. You see him regularly. He oversees our largest division in the streets. Obviously, they handle a number of things, from the potholes, the roadways, the sidewalks, the environmental issues, garbage contracts, and the fleet. He is a great asset for the city. Been here a long time and knows a lot of the details. We have Brian Lee. He's part of the Land and Property Development team. So they're part of all the big developments, the small developments, the local projects that go on here. They work with the utility companies and help move those projects forward and make sure all the assets in the public right-of-way are built the way that they need to. Mike Liu, Assistant Director of Public Works. Mike does a great job helping our department on a wide variety of levels. And most recently, you know, we've been very short-staffed in our transportation group. We've been out without a transportation manager, and Mike has jumped in, helped fill the gap, and seamlessly moved along a large amount of projects to keep things moving. So we thank Mike for that. Ken Winland, who is the Facilities Manager and the Building Maintenance Manager. And, you know, we talk about Santa Clara and the great assets that we have, and a lot of them are old, right? And he has a very talented group of, you know, HVAC technicians, electricians, carpenters. You know, it takes a lot to keep the buildings moving, but he does a great job. And they do a lot of work at the historic houses, and recently APWA honored them with the Project of the Year award for a project that was completed to restore that. So I definitely want to recognize them. Kaveh Farui, he oversees our field services group. They do all the inspection, construction management for utility projects, capital projects, all the development. He's part of a team that overseed the construction of our Laurelwood Pump Station project, and that too was recognized APWA, so that won a Structures Award for Project of the Year. So I want to congratulate him and his team. And then hiding here behind me, Falguni Amin, who is our engineer overseeing our design group. And they work with a lot of the different departments, helping to design all the parks, the roadway projects, the bikeway projects. And she was part of those groups that won those awards for Harris Lass and the Laurelwood Pump Station project. So I just want to acknowledge them, just a piece of the team, a very large group that makes it happen. So thank you for recognizing us here tonight.
And thank you for doing all that you do. There's so many connections we have with the community involved Public Works. And all of your projects are such front-facing to the community that we can't be who we are without you. So thank you so much for all of that all you do for us. We're so grateful on behalf of the community. I'd like to present you with this proclamation. So if you'd all join us up here for a quick photo, we would be honored.
So if you get a little bit on, if you have your words, Anthony. Yeah, there we go. I'm losing you, Anthony. All right, that looks good. All right. I see faces, that's great. Thanks.
And we heard you talking about the cleanup campaign. Thank you for that. One more day, is that what you said? But who's counting, right? Community very much appreciates that. Thank you. Oh, Councilmember Jane.
Yeah, I was just commenting, we're in the middle of a cleanup campaign. I'm surprised you guys are here and awake. But I'm on VTA, and there's all these cities on VTA that give out these grants for cities that have PCI, pavement condition indexes, below 70, and Santa Clara's always been 73, 74. And so we're doing so much better than the other cities around there. And I just thank you for keeping our city in top shape. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Chahal.
Thank you, Mayor. I also want to convey a bunch of thanks from myself and from the residents for keeping the city clean and up to date. I know there are some shortcomings, but we are much better than our neighboring cities on several aspects. And with some of you, I have personally, they have helped me in my duties as a VTA PAC and other duties. So I personally thank you all. Appreciate all what you all do. And I know sometimes it's behind the scene, you can't see the people who are doing it, but it's having such gatherings and recognition helps. Thank you.
Councilmember Becker.
I want to say thank you guys for all your dedication and your hard work, and also thank you for keeping our city in tip-top shape.
Councilmember Vice Mayor Park.
Yeah, I just want to say that a lot of people think that these are the faces in front, but these are also the faces in back, which is we get a lot of support even from council on different committees, different in our responsibilities. We get a lot of support from the people right there. So thank you very much for that as well.
All right, thank you. So I'm going to move on to the consent calendar. All items are approved with one motion. I want to make a couple of notes. We have 2E comments, one on 2L and 2Q for the council and the public to see if you'd like to see those. I'll be abstaining on item 2H, which is let me just read it out what it is. 2H. Which is authorize the city manager to negotiate and execute lease extensions for 1000 Lafayette Street, Peddlers Plaza to May 31st, 2024. My office is in the Franklin Mall, and it's within a shorter distance to that Peddlers Plaza, so I will be abstaining for that reason. And I wanted to register a no vote on the Stadium Authority item 4A and 4B. Does anyone else have anything to say? If not, a motion? Vice Mayor Park.
Yeah, I'd like to pull item 2D, which is action on the Santa Clara Convention Center fiscal year 2022-23 third quarter financial status report.
Okay, thank you. So that item's pulled. Councilmember Becker.
I'd like to pull item 2P, and I would like to make a motion for the remaining balance.
Can you say which item did you pull?
2P is boards and commissions, action reappointment of boards and commissions.
Okay. Second the motion. Councilmember Watanabe.
Thank you, Mayor. I would like to also register no votes for items 4A and 4B. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there any member of the public that would like to pull an item for discussion? Okay, seeing none, we have a motion to approve the balance of the consent calendar. All right, please register your vote. And that passes unanimously. Thank you. All right, our next item is public presentations, and those are for items that are not on the agenda. Do we have any public presentations, City Clerk?
Yes, just a moment. Curtis Fisher.
Welcome.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. I'm Curtis Fisher from the Santa Clara Lawn Bowls Club. That's actually the last slide. Curtis Fisher from the Santa Clara Lawn Bowls Club. Our club is directly behind the City Hall, or excuse me, the City Library in Central Park, between the pool and City Hall. It's a beautiful green, as you can see. It's well maintained by our City Parks group. It was dedicated in 1978 by the mayor and the Parks Director Commission. Lawn bowls have been around for 7,000 years. It started in England, became popular in England in the 1600s. It was favored by the royals, and they denied the commoners. However, lawn bowls did come to the United States in the 1600s. George Washington had his own course at Mount Vernon. There's hundreds of clubs in the Bay Area. We have 9 clubs in the Bay Area, and we compete against other cities. In 1981, Santa Clara hosted the U.S. Nationals. That's like winning the Super Bowl, folks. In 1984, we had our first national champion. And in 1985, Mike Coyner was the state champion from Santa Clara. Lawn bowls have a bias, so they turn back toward the center. So if your opponent's playing on the right, you can bowl your ball to the left. The object is to get close to that little white jack down there. On this particular screen, you see that there's 5 rinks in play. So we can accommodate 8 rinks and about 60 bowlers at any one time. It's a very social game. There's lots of activities. There's strategy, there's walking, there's bending, there's exercise, there's fresh air. There's a beautiful green and lots of good company. And on this bowler, you see our young Mr. Jerry Patrigini, our 85-year-old, having a good time out on the course. We have special events. This is Halloween last year. We just completed our seniors tournament this last weekend. Lawn bowls is great exercise. You develop skills, you meet friends. It's fun. It's very, very low cost, about 10 cents a game if you play regularly. We have free equipment and free lessons. We bowl 4 times a week, Wednesday, Friday, Saturday, and Sunday afternoon. So this is our URL web address. If you have any questions, just look us up. But otherwise, just come down and bowl a game with us. We bowl every day at 10 o'clock, Wednesday, Friday, and Saturday. So come on down and bowl a game with us. Thank you.
Thank you very much. All right, number 6795. 6795. You're muted. I see, but they're muted.
Press star 6 to unmute.
Oh, there you go, star 6. Okay, go ahead, please.
Actually, this was going to be for the an item coming up. I hit star 9 too early. I'm sorry.
Okay. All right. Kurt, go ahead, Kurt. Welcome.
I have,
Oh.
yeah, thanks. So today I'm just here to play some words that were said in this chamber, and I'm going to start with a comment by Councilmember Becker.
On December 8th, 2020, I took an oath of office to basically uphold the city, to uphold the Constitution, and to uphold basically fighting for residents of Santa Clara. I really kind of see that as kind of the anti-corruption clause in taking an oath of office to represent the people.
So that's the oath of office, that's the commitment, and then there was this.
Because we need to set the record straight. I am tired of the lies and the misinformation that is being fed to this community just because some people can't get their way. And by the way, it's not the 49ers trying to control the city council, it's Lisa Gilmore.
That was really uncalled for, honestly.
So then we move on to the next statement where Councilmember Becker responds to a public comment.
Up here, and we're trying to do the right thing, but you and Mr. Shanks over here like to go and tell the public that things are going wrong and that we're doing the wrong thing. And frankly, that's libel.
And then lastly, this was stated in late November, mid-November.
Thing is facts, and when you talk about assumptions, suspicions, concerns, may have, could have, those are not facts. Those are 100% not facts. Facts are substantial in meaning that you have evidence and proof of that actually happening.
So let's talk about facts. Councilmember Becker has admitted to leaking these confidential documents before they were allowed to be public to both the 49ers lobbyist and to the Silicon Valley Voice Santa Clara Weekly. Councilmember Becker lied to the grand jury and is now under an indictment and felony charge. Multiple papers and organizations, including the Silicon Valley Voice and the San Jose Spotlight, that are friendly to this particular council member, have all reported that Councilmember Becker has betrayed the public trust. And I've never stood up here. I've had issues with council members in the past. I've never stood up here and asked for a council member to resign. But that is my request now because of these actions and the betrayal of public trust. And not even to me. There's plenty of issues that I have with this particular council member and how he's treated me in the public. This is objective information and fact. Thank you.
Thank you. I don't see any other public presentations. Okay, so we're going to move on. Oh, is that the last guy, 6795? Is that still the same person? Steve, go ahead, Steve. Steve?
Hello, council members. I wanted to thank everybody that helped me with dealing with the issue with the unsupervised homeless in the creek. And I wanted to thank Councilmember Jane, Hardy, and Park for listening to my concerns. I want to thank Chris Jusilik, from Fire Prevention Specialist from Santa Clara Fire Department. And I want to thank Sergeant Greg Digger, who was very helpful. And I wanted to have it noted that I did chime in via Zoom today to the Valley Water District. Myself and other concerned parents would love to see the joint operation agreement ratified in the near future because of our concerns with what's going on in the creek. And then at that point, hopefully there'll be clarification so we can have an ordinance restricting future homeless encampments a reasonable distance from from Sutter Elementary and from Home Ridge Park Playground. After reviewing the police reports, it is very disconcerting, especially the report with a 4-year-old finding, I believe it was 91 grams of what appeared to be methamphetamine. We need to have reasonable rules and people patrolling this area, and we're not going to get it until we have a joint operations agreement with the Water District. Thank you. That's all I have to say.
Thank you, Steve. We have 6716. You're muted. How do they unmute?
Press star 6 to unmute, please.
Star 6 to unmute. star 6 to unmute, 6716. I can't, you can't unmute them? No, okay. Well, their hands up, 6716? No. Okay. All right. Save them for later if we can't get them on now. Do we have any others? Oh, I thought that was someone else. 6795. There you go.
Hello. So on the 49er issue, honorable mayor and city council members, I believe that Santa Clara is an ethical and legal crossroads that is resulting in national coverage about a city council majority that is putting the needs of the sports team above the needs of the community. One of those council members, Anthony Becker, was indicted by a criminal grand jury and admitted to others that he leaked confidential city information and lied about it to a grand jury and tried to pin the crime on others. The 5 council members involved and named by the grand jury as favoring the sports team over the city are coming to council meetings and acting like business as usual. Santa Clara deserves better than this. Council member Anthony Becker should immediately resign and the other 4 should consider alternate lines of work. Perhaps the 49ers will hire them directly since they have been already serving their needs over the past 2 years. Thank you.
Thank you. And we have 6716.
Hello?
Yes, hello.
Oh, okay, sorry. This is my 5th time star 16. I don't know what was going on.
All right.
Okay, it's this is the 2nd time I've done this, but Anthony, you've got to go. You're embarrassing the city. All of the publicity that's coming to our city now is bad publicity. And if you really cared about Santa Clara, you would resign, vacate your post, take care of your legal issues, and let us move on from this. And I'd also like to find out what's happening to Suds Jane. He knew that Anthony did something illegal. Did he tell anyone, or did he wait for the grand jury to ask him that question? I think he needs to be responsible for his actions as well. Thank you.
Thank you. I don't see anyone else. Okay, next we're going to go to consent items pulled for discussion. And we had, first of all, Councilmember Park, you pulled item 2D regarding the Convention Center. Action on the Santa Clara Convention Center fiscal year 22-23 third quarter financial status report.
Understood.
Vice Mayor Park.
Thank you very much. So I pulled it, and I'm looking at the report. I've been looking at the report and just noting that normally something like this would have come to the council earlier at the Marketing and Economics Subcommittee, but we haven't had that committee for over a year, almost a year and a half, 2 years now. I think that it would, rather than come to us in consent, it would have been really nice, and maybe it's still not too late to do this, but have this kind of report come to us at the committee so that we can give feedback. There have been a number of emails that we've received in the past, half year, talking about events that have been canceled, events that have been missed. And these are the types of things that would have been really nice to have a discussion on, as opposed to simply deal with the fact that those events are gone and not have a chance to comment or see what the issues are and try to address them as they come up. What I'd like to see, I think that getting the financial report is fine, but I guess this is really a call to set up the next marketing subcommittee so that we can talk about things like this before we simply have to accept the reports. So I'm willing to, I guess I'd like to make that comment. I think staff has heard that. We've said this a number of times, and with that, I'm willing to make a motion to accept this report.
All right, there's a motion to accept by Vice Mayor Park, second by Councilmember Hall. Is there any member of the community that would like to speak on this issue? If not, we have a vote when you're ready, City Clerk. Oh, Councilmember Becker, you had, I'm sorry, your hand was up?
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Councilmember Park, for bringing this up. I agree with Councilmember Park on the economic development marketing meetings, that we should be having them pretty soon. And the reason for those is I think the mayor and many others said it on the TV last night where we were talking about the Super Bowl, and we're going to have the Super Bowl. We have World Cup coming. So I think we need to start getting these things going, to start planning events and trying to find ways that we can get things going here for the World Cup and the Super Bowl. So I am fully supportive of that, of what Councilmember Park said, of having those meetings as soon as possible.
Please register your vote. And that passes unanimously. The next item pulled was item 2P by Councilmember Becker, action on reappointment of board and commission members to a second term ending June 30th, 2027.
Yeah, I'd like to request that we take these in partition, specifically that we take 8 of them, and remaining one through partition would be Parks and Rec Commissioner reappointment.
Would you like to tell us why?
Just want to partition it.
I'll second that.
Okay, so you want to take one out. And who would that be?
Parks and Rec Commissioner reappointment.
Is that the only Parks and Rec Commissioner? Is there only one? So
One.
can you please tell us who you'd like to take out?
Yes, Burt Field.
Burt Field, okay. And there's a motion and a second to appoint the remaining 8. City Attorney, are we?
Yes, Madam Mayor, you can certainly take up the matter in the way described. And
okay.
Yeah, as presiding officer, you could entertain such a motion for the other 8.
Okay, so we'll start with the 8. Reappointment for the 8. We have a motion and a second. Is there any discussion on the 8? Or anyone from the public, please come forward. We will then talk about the 1 after that. So, welcome.
Hi. I did not intend to speak tonight. I am the chair of the Parks and Rec Commission. My name is Kelly Cox. Thanks for having me tonight. As a volunteer on a commission, I think we are entering a very slippery slope right now where manipulation of words can be used to pull your volunteer committees off of boards. I know a few years ago, joining the Parks and Rec Commission, it may have been my ambition to be a council member, but I kind of watched the circus going on and say, who really wants to take part in this right now? And it is disheartening to me that a member of our board who in a action of trying to preserve what he felt was the best intention of Santa Clara is now being persecuted in this manner. It makes me think that my volunteer work here can be scrutinized at a level like this when I feel like you guys had better work to do. So I would very much like to discourage the removal of a commission member because you don't like what they say. That's schoolyard play. Okay, and I want to be better than that, and I want to believe that Santa Clara is better than that. And honestly, it would make me rethink my position on the council if our words were used against us to take us out of volunteer positions. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Kelly. Please come forward.
Just a clarification question. Is this 2 motions that are being made?
It's going to be 2 motions, so.
2 motions, so this is the 8.
This is the 8, and then we'll open it again for the 1. Is there anyone else that would like to speak on the 8? All right, we have a motion by Councilmember Becker, second by Councilmember Hardy, to reappoint 8 commissioners. Please register your vote. That passes unanimously. Councilmember Becker?
I'd like to make a motion not to reappoint Burt Field.
Could you please state why? Are you not going to state why? Is that a no? Is there a second to the motion? Motion dies for lack of second. Is there a motion to appoint Burt Field?
Mayor, I had my
I'm
hand
sorry.
raised. No, that's okay.
Councilmember Watanabe.
Yes, I would like to go ahead and make a motion to appoint Parks and Rec Commissioner Burt Field to a second term. Thank you.
Is there a second? I'll second it. So we have a motion and a second to appoint Burt Field. Is there any discussion? Any comment from the public? Please come forward.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. I think it's, and I appreciate the person that spoke at the last motion. It summed it up really well. It's a chilling effect if you kind of highlight somebody and take them out without reason, out cause. You have absolutely the right to appoint or remove anybody. But I think it's really rich that the person that's doing this is the one that used an encrypted app to deliberately circumvent scrutiny and transparency on a public process. And now that person is not willing to say why they want to remove the person and the issues around that, which I think have been debunked. So it's really disturbing. It's a really slippery slope, as was mentioned. And these are volunteers. These are not paid positions. These are people donating their time and their energy to this city. And if you try and find issues with what this particular commissioner or person has done in that role that was inappropriate or did a bad job, from what I can see, he's done a pretty exemplary job. And it's really disappointing to see that that happens here at this. And I appreciate that it wasn't, that no one seconded that motion to remove him. So thank you very much for doing that.
Thank you. Mark, go ahead, Mark. Thank you. Mark, go ahead, Mark.
Thank you very much. Thank you for Mark Kelsey, resident of Santa Clara. I wanted to support the approval of Burt Fields to another term as Parks and Rec Commissioner. I believe the chair of the Parks and Rec Commission spoke very eloquently about this. It is very damaging to other volunteers in the city of Santa Clara to be scrutinized for their free speech rights, to express their opinions, and to be retaliated against in such a manner. So please reapprove Burt Fields as a Parks and Rec Commissioner. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone else? All right. I've seconded the motion. I'm going to be supporting the motion. I agree with the chair of the Parks and Recreation Commission. It's difficult to find people to volunteer in the first place. And when you do, we need to appreciate and be grateful for the service that they're providing to the city of Santa Clara. There's commissioners out there that don't agree with me, that publicly berate me or criticize me for my work as mayor in the city. But all day long, if they come forward and they're spending their time and volunteering for the city, I am forever grateful as mayor that they are being involved in the community. They're stepping up and they're working for the community. Whether they agree with me personally or not doesn't matter. So I think that this is one of those situations that if we start removing people because they don't agree with you, we're not going to have anyone left to serve our city. And it's going to have such a chilling effect on people even applying for commissions. I wouldn't apply for a commission if I knew that I had to live up to a certain standard and support people that I may not support. I mean, we all have free speech, we have free will, and I think that all of our commissioners, no matter who they are, they love Santa Clara, and they love working for Santa Clara and volunteering for Santa Clara, and I want to continue to support that. Councilmember Watanabe?
Thank you, Mayor. Yes, I'd like to just echo what you've just said as well, and just add that so much scrutiny has been focused on this council, particularly 5 members of this council, and this is just another example of why that scrutiny has taken place. You don't remove somebody from a committee just because you don't agree with what they have to say. It's wrong. It's time to move on. Burt Field deserves to be on this commission. Thank you.
Vice Mayor Park?
Yes, I'd just like some clarification. Did I hear you say that you would not apply for a commission if you had to live up to a certain standard? Is that my understanding? I'd just like clarity there.
Would you like me to clarify my words, or is there more that you have to say?
I think I dictated, I wrote out what you said, and I just want to be clear. Is that what you said?
What I said was, if I had to live up to a standard that a council set, that I had to agree with them politically to be on a commission, then I wouldn't apply for the commission, because I believe that I have free speech and free will.
Okay, and I guess, does that include living up to the code of conduct?
Vice Mayor Park, I'm not here to debate you on this. Could you please get to the point on what you would like to say?
I'm just asking for clarification. I'm trying to understand what you said. Thank you.
All right, is there anyone else? All right, City Clerk, roll call vote, please. I mean, not roll call vote. We don't have to do roll call anymore. We're all here. Please register your vote. And that passes 3-3 with 1 abstention. Raj Chahal abstaining. Okay. Could you explain why you're abstaining? Oh, is this, okay, go ahead.
Technically, Mayor, I don't have to explain it.
I thought you did have to explain.
No, I don't think so.
So this is just a game then, to get him not appointed. All right, I get it. So what does that mean, City Attorney?
Madam Mayor, the appointment process under the charter for a member of the Board of Commission requires 4 affirmative votes of the council. There's no specific reappointment process, but this is in effect, an appointment, the reappointment. Without 4 affirmative votes, my understanding is the legal effect of that is that Mr. Field is not reappointed. He would continue to serve until a replacement was solicited and voted on by this council. There's provision for that as well, but in effect, the reappointment fails for lack of 4 affirmative votes.
City Clerk, can you tell me what the vote was again by member?
There were 3 ayes, 3 noes, and 1 abstention.
Who were the 3 ayes? You took it down so fast, I didn't see.
Let's see.
I just want to see for the record.
Let me see if I can pull that up. So, Councilmember Watanabe was a yes. Councilmember Shahal was the abstention. Councilmember Hardy, Vice Mayor Park were noes. Councilmember Jane was a yes. Councilmember Becker was a no. And you, Mayor, were a yes.
Okay, so Burt Field is not reappointed. All right. All right, moving on. We have, let's see, now we're going to, that was the consent calendar items. So now we're going to the public hearing general business. And so we have item number 5, which is approve the annual military equipment report and adopt a resolution making required findings and renewing Santa Clara City Code Section 2.80.080 allowing for the continued use of the military equipment funding, acquisition, and use policy pursuant to Assembly Bill 481. Chief, welcome.
Well, thank you for allowing me to be here today. This is quite a mouthful, but this is something that the legislator put on our table, so that's why I'm here today, to see if we can continue using our, what I use in quotes, military equipment, and I'll explain why in a little bit. Next slide, or can I do that? Oh, all right. All right. So the little history about AB 481, back in 2021, Governor Newsom signed 8 police reform bills, including this one. The means for acquiring military equipment, for the usage of it, and for the reporting of it. The whole goal is to increase some transparency, make sure there's no civil rights violations, and to make sure that we're using the equipment properly and that the community has a voice in what we are using. All right. So some of the requirements are that we have to have a equipment list 30 days prior to the public meeting, and I'm here today because this is the public meeting, and I appreciate you moving me forward in the agenda so that we don't make the people wait till 11 o'clock at night. They also has to have a policy approved by the governing board. You did that last year, and what we have to do now is we have to come back for an annual report. The annual report was included. I believe it's a 68-page annual report. It talks about how the equipment is used, the maintenance costs, any internal audits that we've done, and the community feedback. We also need to seek approval if we want to acquire new military equipment. So equipment, there we go. So this is our inventory. So we have a total of 7 categories. There's a total of 15 categories. We only have items in 7 of them. They are listed here. Probably the biggest, most visible item you see on there is our armored rescued vehicle. You'll see that out on calls for service. And the other stuff is used pretty much on a regular basis. And you'll notice by the date that some of this has been in use for decades. So it's nothing new. We had some comments before that we were arming ourselves, and this is all we're doing is we're continuing to use the equipment that we've always had. So some of the equipment that we did acquire this reporting period were some drones. We did have a couple of drones that were in our policy, so we actually just increased our fleet. Another item we used is some breaching equipment. It's some detonation cord. And we also acquired 3 more rifles for our patrol use. I'm happy to say that we evaluated our usage and there was 0 violations. Anytime we use force, we review our uses of force and we look for any policy violations, and we had none. And more importantly, we had no members of the public come forward with any complaints about our military equipment usage. So the recommendation is to approve the annual military equipment report and adopt a resolution, and I'll let you all read that because I believe you have to read it into the record. But just to let you know, again, the annual report, the 68-page report, is on our website. It is accessible to the public. This meeting itself was advertised several times on our social media network so that anybody that wanted to contribute would be welcome to. And with that, I'm open to any questions.
Any questions for the chief? We have Councilmember Becker.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Chief, for the information and clarifying some things that I think a lot of people got incorrectly out there about this. I'm very glad to see that in this that there have been 0 reported violations of the military equipment used from March 8th to December 31st. So I'm really glad to hear that. And I would like to make a motion to take your recommendation, which is approve the annual military equipment report and adopt a resolution making required findings and renewing Santa Clara City Code Section 2.80.8080, allowing for the continued use of military equipment funding, acquisition, and use policy pursuant to Assembly Bill 481. And again, thank you again, Chief Nicolai.
I'd like to second that.
Councilmember Jane.
I believe the armored vehicle is one of the few in the area, and a number of police departments, neighboring police departments request that vehicle. Is that correct? We share that with other
Yes,
departments?
it's a regional asset. There are several other in our county, and a couple of agencies have actually gotten some recently, including Campbell. So there are multiple vehicles in the county. But when we purchased it through the grant, it was a regional asset. So if someone asked us, we will take it there.
I think it's a very valuable asset. And I'm pleased that we're increasing the number of drones because I'd rather have, issues with people damaging drones than people and dogs. So, and I understand that we may be acquiring some drones that you could like throw through a window that then would be able to survey the premises inside a building. Is that correct?
Well, we did purchase 4 interior drones. My officers better not throw them through the window because they're expensive. But once they are inside, they are able to land and then transmit data back to us. A perfect example is an incident at Kaiser Santa Clara last year when a patient came in, was alleged to have a handgun. We were able to send the interior drone in to verify that yes, indeed, there was a handgun, which dictated our response.
Yeah, I appreciate the fact that we're using some of this technology rather than put our officers in danger. So I'm fully supportive.
Councilmember Watanabe.
Thank you, Mayor. Yes, thank you for the report, Chief. Yeah, I had a similar question about whether or not, we share, the resources with the community that may not be as, have the military equipment that we do. In that case, is mutual aid involved, or is it because it's considered a regional asset, it's just everybody uses it?
It's much more informal than that. And it's not just our armored rescue vehicle. We'll also use that for the drones as well. So if Sunnyvale needed a drone because they were doing a yard-to-yard search, we would assist Sunnyvale. If San Jose, which does have their own drone program, needed help along the border, we would assist them as well. So it's really any tool that we have, we will let another agency borrow. And the same happens where if our drones are down for whatever reason, we can reach out to other agencies and get their help as well.
Councilmember Chahal.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Chief, for the report. I do agree, we have to equip our PD with the latest technology, and drones are way to go for certain things where we can avoid putting our officers in a risk. And that's very valuable. But my question is, why are drones in this list itself? Aren't the drones, the latest technology, should not be out of this list, and they should be the regular equipment which should not fall under this thing?
I'm sorry, I don't know.
Why the drones are being considered under military equipment category?
It's considered military equipment because that's what the legislator said. They declared what the military equipment was. And so I joke about it because I really don't think any military in the world would go to war in a repurposed bookmobile with paintballs, which is what we have. And that is part of our military equipment. So that's why it's listed.
Okay. And my further question on that is, from privacy point of view, do you have a full protocol when you will use a drone equipment on a private property, surveillance or other stuff?
Yes, we do. And another interesting aspect about the drones is every time we fly them, we post where we've flown them, and that's posted on our website as well.
Okay, thank you. And who's the decision maker to take a decision to fly a drone in a particular instance, basically?
It's the officers on the street. We have officers working patrol that are assigned a drone in their vehicle, and depending on the call for service, our officers, our sergeants, our watch commander, they make the call to be able to put the drone up on an emergency situation. Because it would just be, if they're chasing someone through yards, it would be too much delay if they had to, call up the chain of command. So they're able to make those decisions on that.
But there is a set protocol that, okay, you can use the drone in this incident, not in this incident, basically. I want to clarify on the policy matter of that.
That's correct. They can't just take the drone out and decide, I want to fly it over the pool to see what's going on today.
Okay, thank you very much. I'll be supporting the motion.
I don't see any other hands. I'm going to go to the public now. Is there any member of the public that would like to speak on this issue? No public members? All right, Vice Mayor Park.
Thank you very much, Chief Nicolai. I do remember a debate, political debate, back in 2016, I believe, where people were actively talking about drones, against drones. And it took a little bit of time to realize this, but I think that the drones that people were talking about back then were the military drones that you see. They're more like cruise missiles that were used to take out people in war. That was very big at the time. And I think there were a few people trying to explain this, but I think that during a debate is the worst time to kind of educate people on the differences between drones. But if you could just tell people what the drones that you have, that you're using are, they're not the cruise missile type drones that take people out. They are, and how you use them. I think that would, ease the minds of a lot of people that hear the word drone, and in their head, they see or they imagine the type of drone that's being used in war versus the way that the police uses drones to protect the city.
Sure. On our in the report, it actually shows pictures of the drones, but just as a brief overview, the drones you see are the kinds you can buy over the counter. A lot of our drones are from the company DJI. Our patrol drones are about yay big, and they go into the patrol cars and they're launched regularly. The interior drones that are not thrown through windows, they're smaller, they're about this size, and again, they can sit down and then transmit. We also have one larger drone, so if there was a call out or a protracted situation, we have one larger drone that would come out with our SRT and would cover that. And that one is a little bit larger, but again, none of them are armed. They are not military drones, and we will not be calling in airstrikes.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. City Clerk, when you're ready to approve the equipment report and adopt the resolution. Please register your vote. And that passes unanimously. Thank you so much. Thank you, Chief. Appreciate it. Oh, you got a clap. Okay. All right. Very good. So the next item is the item that I moved forward, which is item number 9, action on a written petition, Council Policy 030, submitted by Mary Grizzle, requesting to place an agenda item on a future council meeting for council to discuss Santa Clara Civic Center relocation study flaw, change 2 of the study's focused cities. I will be abstaining on this item because my office is in the downtown area. So I'm going to ask Vice Mayor Park to conduct this part of the meeting.
Okay, and before we start, I just want to say that I've had my hand up for some time through the last 2 items, and I just wanted to make a note to staff on the reappointments that we have a vacancy in the Planning Commission, which actually, that vacancy actually put the, tomorrow's Planning Commission meeting in jeopardy if we can't get a position there because of people who are out of town, or people who could potentially be sick. So I just wanted to make a note of that. Okay, now we have action on a written petition, Council Policy 030, submitted by Mary Grizzle, who is before us, requesting to place an agenda item on a future council meeting for council to discuss Santa Clara Civic Center relocation study flaw. Change 2 of the study's focus cities. And we have Mary Grizzle here. I don't see a report, but.
Thank you, Vice Mayor Park and council members, city manager, and city staff.
Excuse me, Mary.
I'm speaking to you on behalf of Reclaiming Our Downtown Core members about the ongoing Santa Clara Civic Center relocation study. Reclaiming Our Downtown deeply appreciated the fact that the city is spending $353,000 on this study. We want to make sure that we are getting accurate case studies to evaluate at the conclusion of the study. Our group's criteria for this study was to understand the financial impact and value to the citizens of Santa Clara if the City Hall was to be returned to downtown versus either rebuilt in its current location or moved to another part of Santa Clara. Our group spent over 14 months identifying cities across the country who had either returned a city hall back into their downtown or built a new city hall as a unique focal point for the downtown. Our volunteers then spoke to each city's leadership about the impact after City Hall was completed. On March 14, 2023, WRT presented the 6 cities to the DCTF. While Rod agrees with 4 of the 6 cities, we are deeply concerned that the cities of Watsonville and Sonoma were chosen but do not meet the criteria stated above, nor the spirit of the study. Watsonville only moved their city hall across the street from the old city hall. There is little difference between the new and the old city hall. Retail was attempted, but all that has been added was a Subway sandwich shop. The architect designer did little to make it an epicenter of the downtown. The economy is another issue, according to the Data USA. The largest industries in Watsonville are farming, fishing, and hunting. Per Data USA, Santa Clara's largest industries are professional, scientific, and technical services. Winter Garden, Florida, should be used instead. Winter Garden moved their city hall to the very center of the downtown. Per their economic development director, the city hall was not designed for city government, but to create downtown activity. Its lobby is the city's art gallery. They structured the front of the building for entertainment and speaking venues. Chambers are now used for community events, and they even painted it white to show movies and light shows at night. Sonoma. This example should not be used as the building was never built. All the analysis WRT developed, while very detailed, cannot be proven as the building was never built. Why use a non-existing building when you have a perfect recreation of the Santa Clara City Hall story? Sandusky, Ohio, should replace Sonoma. Sandusky, like Santa Clara, had their original city hall downtown. They moved their city hall out of downtown. We did the same 5 years later. Sandusky moved back downtown in 2017 into a restored historical building. Some of the arguments from last meeting against Sandusky are irrelevant and illogical. Sandusky wasn't considered as the population was too small. The population of Watsonville is 50,000. Also, per their city manager, they attract 200,000 over weekend and summer due to their proximity of Cedar Point Amusement Park. This never used to happen until the downtown was revitalized. The second point is that there is a city. That's my 4 minutes. Oh, no. No, I've already taken. Can somebody give me some time? Okay.
I'd like to hear the rest of this presentation. I think that for an item this...
The second point is that there is a city that moved their city hall back. We need to take a look. Oh, no, let me go back. Sandusky wasn't considered as the population was too small. The population of Watsonville is under 50,000. Also, per their city manager, they attract 200,000 over weekend and summer due to the proximity of Cedar Point Amusement Park. This never used to happen until the downtown was revitalized. The second point is that there is a city that moved their city hall back. We need to take a look at the $100 million in private development that followed. They restored an existing building versus building new. Sonoma didn't build at all. The city spent $30 million, which is more like $40 to $50 million today, to restore 3 buildings downtown, avoiding the negative environmental and historical effects of demolition and rebuilding. Sandusky must replace Sonoma. We ask this be put on the council agenda for discussion. Reclaiming our downtown can provide any backup material and would like to do a brief 10-minute presentation prior to this discussion. Furthermore, I want to say that I am extremely tired. I'm tired of fighting some of the staff, city staff. I don't mean the council, but city staff. Delays, interjections that don't belong. And there's only a few people that I have to consistently fight with, but I'm tired. I'm 80 years old. I am not gonna give up the ghost. I am gonna get this downtown if it kills me. And it just may do that. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And I see that we've got a number of people on council. I'm going to start with Councilmember Becker.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Thank you, Mary.
Sorry, Deputy Mayor and just council, just to remind you, and you're probably more familiar with this process than I am, since this is an 030, tonight's really not the night to have a substantive discussion about the item. It really is whether or not you want to consider agendizing it for future consideration.
Sure.
So appreciate that. Just wanted to remind you.
Sure. Well, I'm going to immediately go to you and City Manager, which is, so this is a petition about changing the names of the cities that they're doing in the study. Does this have to go through that long process, or is this something that council's able to say, hey, are you able to do this offline where we don't have to put this on another agenda? Or I just want to make sure we have the right recommendation and the right path.
Sure. Thank you, Councilmember Becker, Javon Grogan, City Manager. You cannot direct staff through this item. You can decide to put it on a future council agenda. That said, staff does have the ability to look at the requests being made, and if it can be accommodated before the item comes back to the city council, and as a city manager, if I feel that that can be done, I will notify the council and proceed appropriately. But I do think the correct action for council for this item is to decide to agendize it for a later meeting or not.
Awesome. Well, thank you for clarifying that. So I will make a motion to put this on a future agenda.
Okay, so we have a motion by Councilmember Becker to put the item on the future agenda, seconded by Councilmember Chahal. We also have a few more council members. So we have Councilmember Hardy.
Thank you. I read through this very carefully, and I wasn't super clear. There was what was declared a flaw in the study, and I don't know that this is the place to do this. This is what's bothering me. So we have paid for a study, and it is staff that is doing the study, and the member of the public would like to tell staff to change it. So I'm confused as to why it's ended up here. If city manager can help with that.
Sure. My understanding is that the city council has authorized funds for a study to be done by an outside party, and the request is essentially to replace two peer or representative cities with two others. And so that may come at a cost that we need to incur. It may be able to be done within existing contingency funds and the amount that has been authorized. And so at this time, because it is a 030 request, staff has not fully analyzed it. And so we're not able to provide that information to you.
So we have outside consultants doing this. I guess I would ask the requester if they have made a request to the group that's doing the study. Am I allowed to do that? Vice Mayor, would that be acceptable to ask
I think we can ask that question. I don't know if there's a discussion going on with the city manager and staff, and I don't know if there's.
So the request was presented at a task force. The task force decided not to move forward at that time, and so that is why you have members of the community making the request to the city council. And so certainly the city council can provide direction if you choose to do so. However, with this item, your only action is to agendize it for a future council meeting or not.
Okay, so just to be clear, they did make this request at a task force meeting, and that request was denied by staff.
Let me have, before I have staff come up, I want to make sure that we're not getting into the content of the request. And so per your policy, you have a request from the public to agendize a matter at a future city council meeting. And it's important that we not discuss the subject matter because it has not been properly agendized for you to discuss tonight.
Okay, I was just trying to clarify what you just said. So, I mean, I don't want a discussion on that. I just would like that repeated if I can get that.
If I could, through the chair, what I'm trying to determine, is this something that we have any jurisdiction to make a request or not? That's what I want clarification on, as to whether we should put it on an agenda. Is this something we have jurisdiction over?
So are you asking if we have jurisdiction to do it even if we put an agenda? We definitely have the jurisdiction to put it on an agenda to discuss, but
City Manager,
an agenda. Sorry. Okay, maybe
just want to add a couple of clarifications because I was at the task force meeting and I know we've got a lot of moving pieces and Rena can help me as well as needed as she attends all the task force meetings. So, CDD is managing the consultant for this process, and they did study multiple sites. I don't have them memorized as you all do, all the ones that were analyzed. The request at the task force meeting there was a discussion from community members about looking at alternative locations. The task force had a discussion. There was no further discussion from the task force associated with that, but there was no formal vote. But there was no further discussion saying, yes, we want to replace locations, we want to add locations or anything like that, but there was no formal vote associated with that. So I just wanted to clarify that piece. Regarding this study, yes, we do have a consultant. We would anticipate, as the city manager stated, that we need to go back and analyze kind of what it would mean to add additional scope. And of course, additional funds might need to be added. And that would be something we'll bring back to you, working with community development and the project manager in community development to determine what the cost would be. So I wanted to do two things: clarify that we did have this full discussion at the task force about the 6 locations, and the consultant presented the full analysis. There was no formal request to do anything else on that, but certainly there's a process to add or change sites that the council could consider. Our concern probably would be the funding associated with that as well, and also adding scope to a council-approved contract.
Thank you.
Understood. We have Councilmember Chahal.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. I would like to make a brief comment. Information I heard from the requester, Mary Grizzle, about her concern and the resident concern, and to me, those are valid concerns. As such, I'm supporting the motion. That's it. Thank you. And it would be appropriate for this council to have much more detailed discussion at that meeting.
Thank you very much. Okay, Kathy. Sorry, Councilmember Watanabe.
City manager, would there, before this came back, would there be additional cost or to determine whether or not a change needs to be made, or can we wait until the report is brought back before any other additional funds are expended? Because it sounds like there's a concern about that.
Based on the request, I do think that staff can have general conversations with the consultant to obtain an understanding on what, if any, additional costs there would be to authorize either a switching of the 2 cities or 2 additional cities. And so I do think we can do that without incurring significant additional costs or any.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much. And seeing no more hands from council, I go to the public. I see Dan Ondrashek.
Thank you, Vice Mayor, Council, City Manager, City Attorney, staff. The only request of this original study was one simple question. Does public intelligent investment in a downtown stimulate private development? We have picked two cities that make no sense. Watsonville, I'm going to restate this, took a sterile city hall and moved it across the street and slapped a sandwich shop in it. That's all they did. Nothing happened. Surprise. We analyzed Watsonville, our group, and we threw it out. We didn't know about Sonoma because it was never built. How do you study something that was never built? Sandusky is a mirror image, and it's a city I didn't know about until Mary and Donna, told me about it. They had a city hall in 1880, moved it out of downtown, 1957. The downtown went into disrepair. Sound familiar? I mean, it was 5 years to the date before Santa Clara did it. And they moved their city hall back to downtown in 2017. Don't we want to know what happened? I mean, do you guys know what happened? We do. You guys don't. And I think it's a disservice. And I really want to know who selected these cities, these two cities, because it's hamstringing a $350,000 taxpayer-paid study. And whoever, I don't think it was WRT, but I want to know on staff, who picked Watsonville and Sonoma? So, thank you.
Okay. Are there any other speakers? I don't see any other speakers in public or on council. If anyone else would like to speak on the motion to put this item on a future agenda, please come up. But seeing none, I think we have a motion by Councilmember Becker and a second by Councilmember Chahal. And we'll go to a vote. The vote passes 6 ayes with 1 abstention by the mayor, who lives too close or has property too close. So it looks like it passes. Thank you very much. And can we maybe get the mayor back? So we're going to take a really short break, a 5-minute break. Looks like the time is 9:06, but maybe come back at 9:10 because I think I will use this for a break as well. Thank you. I'm going to take a 5-minute break. Come back at 9:10.
Here. I just want to note for the record that 4A and B were already voted on with the consent calendar, and both Councilmember Watanabe and I recorded no votes on 4A and B. I need to note that for the record. All right, we're going to move on to public hearing. Adoption, number 6, adoption of a resolution setting rates for overall solid waste services and annual cleanup campaign in the exclusive franchise area. City Manager.
Thank you, Mayor Gilmore, members of the council. Tonight's item is consistent with state constitution, Article 13, and it is a Prop 218 hearing for solid waste rates. As you note and as stated in the staff report, the city issued a Prop 218 notice to all solid waste taxpayers on April 3rd of this year. And should you approve the rates tonight, if there is not a majority protest, it is proposed that the new rates will take effect July 1. Presenting tonight's presentation will be Craig Molbeck, the city's Public Works Director, and I'll turn the presentation over to Mr. Molbeck.
Thank you. Welcome, Director Molbeck.
Yep, thank you. Thank you, Mayor, Council, City Manager. Craig Molbeck, Director of Public Works. Happy to be here tonight to present the solid waste rates for fiscal year 23-24. So we'll go through a little bit about the program, what makes up our rates. We'll talk about some of the cost increases, and then we'll look at the different components of the rates, the bundled rates that customers pay on a monthly basis, and then we'll look at some countywide comparisons before we wrap up with questions. So in terms of solid waste rates, here's a list of the services that the city provides through our contracts. There's garbage, yard trimmings, residential recycling, and cleanup campaign. There are rates that are different components that make up what we call the bundled rate. So based on the services that the customer subscribes to, we take the cost of those components, we put that together, and that is the bundled rate that the customer pays on a monthly basis. In terms of tonight's increases, the main reason, one of the main reasons is the cost of living adjustments in the contracts that the city has. As you recall, several years ago, new contracts were put in place with Recology, Mission Trail Waste Systems, and Green Waste Recovery. We also have an existing contract with Republic for a landfill, and that will be coming to an end here at the end of 2024. But each one of those contracts has annual cost of living adjustments that are already approved along with it. And you can see the list there. There's different measures that are utilized by the companies for the cost of living adjustments that are in the contract. There's the Consumer Price Index for the Bay Area, the Water Sewer Trash Index, and then in the case of Republic, there's a combination of a few different ones, including the Gross National Product Implicit Price Deflator, that's a mouthful, and the Employment Cost Index. So based on those, they all hover around 5%. You can see Recology, that is at 7.4%. The reason why, besides the cost of living adjustment, there's also a route growth factor that's built in with their contract. So this year we'll be looking at that from 2019 through the end of 2022. And then from here on out, we'll just be looking at it annually. So now I'll get into the individual components of the rates, and then we'll go through the bundled rate. So here's a look at the monthly components of the solid waste services. So you'll see on the left-hand side, there's the different garbage carts. So we have a 20, 32, 64, or 96-gallon cart. There's the yard trimmings component, recycling, and the cleanup campaign. In the second column, you'll see the 22-23 rate, so that's what the customers are paying right now. And then in the next column over, you'll see the proposed 23-24 rate. And those are all monthly rates for each component. And then in the last column, you'll see the change in rate. So basically for each of the components on the garbage service, it ranges from $1.18 to about $4 increase. Yard trimmings, 69 cents. recycling 66 cents, and then the cleanup campaign, there's no increase being proposed for that. I do want to point out in the first column in green, I highlighted a couple percentages. So those are the percent of customers who subscribe to that service. And you see that there's about 85% make up the 32 and 64 gallon. So that is the most common in Santa Clara, and you can see the change in rate associated with those. So next, let's take a look at how those components form the bundled rate. So we take what a customer receives from the city. So if they get the yard waste, garbage, recycling, cleanup campaign, they pay for all those services. As we know here in Santa Clara, not everybody receives the cleanup campaign service, so they don't pay for it. And then we have a unique townhome rate here in Santa Clara, and that has to do with yard waste. They do not pay for that, so again, they don't receive it. So you can see the breakdown here of the bundled rates. So it's by garbage cart size. The SF stands for single family, and the TH is the townhouse rates, and you'll see that the townhouse rates are noticeably less. So in the second column over is the 22-23 rate, again, what folks are paying right now. Next to that is the proposed bundled rate, what's being considered tonight. And then on the last two, we see the dollar amount change and the percent change. So if we look at single family, that change is roughly, ranges from $2.53 up to about $5.38. And then looking at the 32 and 64 gallon, you can see the change there on the $2.94 and the $4.13. And then on the townhouse side, the change about $1.84 up to about $4.69. And then 32 and the 64 again, which is 85%, is a $2.25 and $3.44 increase. And really what that means on the right-hand column is that everybody's paying about 5.6 to 5.8% increase. I should say 5.5 to 5.8%. So those are the bundled rates, and that's what a customer would be paying monthly for those services. So now I'll move over to the bins. So those are the larger front load bins that you'll see in commercial areas. So different pay structures for those. And as you recall, last time we talked about how there's been a transition. Some of the commercial properties and customers are compacting solid waste before it goes into bin, and that created quite a bit of difference in terms of volume and weight for disposal. So we set up two rates, one for the loose debris bins, and then the other for the compacted bins. And so you see up there is a rate increases for those two, 8.2 to 8.9 for the loose material, and 8.9% to 9.2% for the compacted material. And we find the compacted material, those bins are about 3 to 4 times heavier in weight than the loose debris. So now what I want to do is go through the countywide rate analysis. So as we do every year, we compare up against what the countywide averages are. And as you recall from years past, we don't know what every agency is doing in terms of rate this year. A lot of them have told us they'll be increasing 4 to 6%. Some have held silent, but we know there's going to be a lot of rate increases. So what we always like to do is just compare what we're proposing up with the countywide average for the current year. You'll still get a sense of where Santa Clara stands. We broke out single family versus townhome as well because we do have the unique townhouse rate. And I do want to point out that we did remove the cleanup campaign from the Santa Clara numbers because that's not a service that you find common in other cities. So you can see from the first two columns where we compare up the 20 gallon and 32 gallon, the single family rate, Santa Clara is a little bit higher than the current countywide average. We know that number will shrink once the other agencies increase their rates. And then you see on the 64 and 96 that we are less than the countywide average, and that number will continue to widen as the countywide agencies increase rates. And then you see the townhouse rates, and obviously we're significantly under the countywide average. I do want to point out that several years ago, we also brought a rate study to City Council, and the purpose of that rate study was to analyze our services to make sure they're being charged fair and equitably amongst all our customers. We did not want any subsidies, no subsidies within residential carts, so we didn't want a 96-gallon cart to be subsidizing the 20 gallons. We wanted it fair and equitable, and the same thing holds true with the bins, and we did not want commercial bins subsidizing residential. You know, everything is in compliance with Prop 218, and that was a big thing that that we presented and that council agreed with and voted on, and that set the basis for all of our rate increases and the methodology that we use. And so here we did the same thing with the garbage bins. And so in the first 3 columns there, it's based on the 1 cubic yard bin. What's changed is the collection. So it's 1, 3, or 5 times per week. And then in the last 3 columns, we did the same thing with the 3 cubic yard bins with the different collection times per week. Again, we compared up against the current countywide average. And you see the differences there. You know, the city of Santa Clara is under in all those scenarios. And we also know that the other jurisdictions will be increasing, most of them will be increasing rates as well. So in terms of tonight, it is a public hearing. The solid waste customers may submit oral or written petitions objecting to the rate increases by the close of the public hearing. And then the clerk will tabulate any protests. And based on the numbers, there would need to be close to 12,000 protests to create a scenario where you wouldn't be allowed to impose the new rates. And if there's not a majority protest, then council can act on a motion to increase the rates tonight. So here is the recommendation before you. It's adopting the resolution. I'm not going to read it all, but to set the overall rates to be charged for the solid waste services, and that would be in effect on or after July 1st, 2023. So that concludes the presentation, and of course I am here for any questions. And I did want to thank Dave Staub and Garth Schultz from R3. They did a lot of the work on the rates. The presentation simplifies things, but a lot goes into it to analyze all the costs and develop the new rates. So I do want to thank them.
Thank you for making it easy for us. Thank you. All right, we're going to start with council questions. Councilmember Hardy.
Thank you. And you do a really good job of breaking it down. I appreciate that. You made a little comment, and that is over our agreement with Newbie Island, I believe, and that's going to come up and is sunsetting. And I do know we have a situation we have set up for Monterey County. I was wondering on the time frame, because that's been a little bit fluid, and also how will that affect our rates? You can't be specific, but just in general. Thank you.
Councilmember Jane.
Yeah, I had 3 questions. One was on the compaction. I think you said that the compaction increases the weight by 3x, but there was almost no difference in the prices for compacted versus non-compacted. And how do you know whether somebody's compacting? Individual households, they have trash compactors, but then businesses, like if you have a multifamily and they have a big bin, if the households are compacting. I just wanted to understand how you know whether there's compaction happening. And then on slide 9, I don't know if staff can go to slide 9. While we're waiting for that, I know we have 1383, which is trying to reduce the organics. And I know we had the Santa Clara University students presenting, and there seems to be an issue of having organizations to collect from the institutions. What are we doing to help that collection? Does the city subsidize that so that we can meet our 1383 targets. And do we have slide 9? Well, it was basically, if you look at the different size bins, the 20-gallon versus 32 versus 48, I think, and 96, comparing the county versus us, their price for the largest, the 96-gallon, was quite a bit higher than ours. And so I was wondering if that's a Prop 218 issue, because I would love to charge the larger garbage users a lot more to encourage them to recycle more and not have so much trash. So I see the county has a huge disparity in price, like a 3x disparity in price between those bins versus us. And I would personally prefer that we could somehow incentivize the 96-gallon people to move to 64 gallons.
Thank you. Councilmember Chahal.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Director Crabtree, for the presentation. I have a couple of questions. First is, are we in compliance with the SB3 for various categories like single family, townhome, and commercial? This first question. Second is, what is the diversion rate from green waste recovery for our services? Diversion rate of organic separation, whatever you call it. How much is the percentage of that? Thank you.
Okay, Director Moback, it looks, Vice Mayor Park.
Hello, thank you very much for the report. I also have a question about the residential cart monthly rate comparisons. It seems that the single-family rate, as we go from, I guess the question is, why does the city of Santa Clara's monthly rates differ more than the countywide rates as you go from the 20-gallon size to the 96-gallon size? I mean, we start at higher for the 20 gallons, at least for the single-family rate, and then we drop below the county rate for the 96 gallons. And I did a couple of quick calculations, and it seems that the price per gallon, I know it doesn't calculate exactly like this, but the price per gallon for the single-family 20-gallon is twice that of the 96 gallons, and almost twice that of the townhomes at 20 gallons. And the townhomes price per gallon is much lower than the single family. I would think that they would scale at some point, linearly or better. I noticed that the countywide also has some it's not linear. I don't expect it to be linear. I expect there to be perhaps some overhead costs, with the pickup, and then you would add the size of the bin on top of that. But I'm just curious why they're so large. The differences are so large where the people at 20 gallons are paying twice as much as the people that have a 96 gallon. I think one of the things would be to encourage people to get larger gallons, if larger carts, if they're thinking about the price per gallon. But the reality is, if we look at the cycle, the first one is reduce. We actually want people to use smaller bins. We actually want people to go to the smaller bins and not have as much waste. If we look at the, reduce, reuse, recycle. Those are my questions. Thank you.
All right, I think that's it for the questions. Director Moback.
Okay, thank you. So I will start at the top with Councilmember Hardy. Had a question with the Republic agreement ending, and I believe the process moving forward with that and how that may affect rates. So we're going to be working on an RFP to go out and solicit proposals for various options and look at what those might be for landfill disposal services. In terms of what those costs are, I know we have some good rates now, and just like we've seen with all the contracts when we start renewing them, more likely than not, things do go up a little bit. But we're going to be going through that process and get proposals and see how that all works out. The next question, there was about the compacted rate. So there is no different rate on the residential side for the compacted. Where we noticed the big difference was on the bins because of that volume. And so that was an issue that was brought to our attention. And so we work with Mission Trail Waste Systems to identify, and then we charge the appropriate fees. Also, as new projects come online, we know what type of garbage they're going to be providing in terms of using compactors and things like that. So then they get charged the appropriate rate. Also asked about, let's see, organizations to collect from locations in 1383. And I assume you were talking about more of the edible food recovery. Yeah, so that's been a big part of it. And so we've been working with a county-wide program to develop edible food recovery, to provide different options. I know there was a first tier that was smaller, restaurant stores, then it's going to be coming to the bigger ones. And so there are a lot of options and a lot of work that goes in there to basically take that edible food and use it instead of throw it in the garbage can and then have to recover it. So that is what is going on right now. You did ask about the 96 gallon, the costs higher than the countywide, or the countywide, I believe, was higher than the 96 gallon. Yeah, and so that is a big thing with equity and being fair. And as we rolled out our rate study several years ago, that was a big component of it, that everybody gets charged their fair share. So you pick up a 20-gallon, 32-gallon, 64, the cost to pick it up is the same. But then as your volume increases, the cost to sort it, the cost to dispose of it, that increases, and that's why you see the difference in rates. Now, I don't know what the other cities do. Unfortunately, there's no one-size-fits-all methodology for saying, here's how you charge for garbage rates. People do it differently. I can look at rates and look at jurisdictions that have really low residential rates and super high commercial rates. I don't know what's going on, but I know here in Santa Clara and working with R3, we went through the process and got into that level of detail to make our rates equitable. And so that we're comfortable. That is typically when we come every year, you do see that disparity amongst the countywide average in the city of Santa Clara. Let's see. Councilmember Chahal asked about the compliance with 1383. Yes, we are complying with SB 1383. And I believe your second question had to do with the, let's see, the rate from, the diversion rate from green waste recovery. Yeah, so we do audits. Right now we're at about, I think, roughly around the 46% range of what we're diverting out of the stream. Councilmember Park asked about residential cart monthly rates differ from the Santa Clara average. I think I addressed that in Councilmember Jane's question about how we went through our rate study and the methodology that we utilized to make sure that we're charging everybody equitably for the pickup service as well as the processing and the disposal of it. There is disparity, amongst the groups. Like I said, I don't know how they all do theirs, but we're very comfortable with the methodology that we chose, that it complies with Prop 218. It's fair and equitable. In terms of, I think another council member brought it up too, in trying to charge more for the higher volumes, and so that you encourage people to use a 20-gallon, that's not fair and equitable, and so unfortunately that's not an approach that we were comfortable doing. And when we did the rate study a few years ago, we did talk about that. And those were questions that I had.
Thank you very much, Director Mobeck. This is a public hearing, so I'm going out to the public. I would ask if there's any member of the public that would like to speak on this issue, please come forward. Welcome.
Thanks, Mayor and Council. Kirk Vartan. I have a local business here in Santa Clara. And this is going to be a recurring comment for this item and the next item, that the policies that this council and staff have are not equitable to small business, especially, and I appreciate that Councilmember Jane brought this up, and noticing the difference between the compact, which I heard, which was shocking, 3 to 4 times the compression and volume that can go into a bin versus, you know, a little pizza shop like us. We break our stuff down, we put our stuff in. We don't have multi-$1,000, $100,000 compactors that large corporations can afford to get. They have large machines that can compact and utilize those bins much more effectively, put much more waste and volume and weight into those. And to see that there's like a 0.5% difference between what a small independent commercial would have versus what a weighted average for a compact doesn't seem equitable or fair at all, especially if that's a priority of staff is to find that out. So I would challenge that particular item and say, you know, we are stuck with whatever we can do. We have a 1-yard bin. We might have to go more on that, but we don't have the infrastructure to compact. And it seems like you're rewarding those larger institutions that can afford to create that infrastructure to do that and frankly take advantage of the volume capacity of those bins. So I would ask that if there's going to be weighted, then it should be 3 to 4 times the price for those compacted things, and take the pressure off some of the small businesses that can't afford to do that, because we're continually paying the load for all these services, and because we don't have the money to invest in large-scale operations to take efficiencies into play or game the system, we get penalized and we're getting crushed from costs, especially some of these increases. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there any other member of the public that would like to speak on this? Do we have anybody online? All right. Now, do I get the vote before we close the public hearing, or is there a city attorney?
Madam Mayor, your first act is to close the public hearing, and then that cuts off the protest period, and then the votes are counted.
All right, very good. May I have a motion to close?
Move. Second.
Motion by Councilmember Becker, second by Councilmember Chahal to close the public hearing.
And while the clerk is tabulating any of those numbers, there was a question that I heard about compacted and uncompacted bins. So those were the percentage increases. The rates are in the Prop 218 notice. On average, the compacted bins are about 65% more than the loose debris bins, because that takes into account the extra tonnage in the compacted bins. So I did want to address that question.
Thank you. Please register your vote to close the public hearing. And that passes unanimously. City Clerk, would you like to read the protest?
Thank you. So, as of the conclusion of the public hearing, the City of Santa Clara received 14 written protests to the proposed rate increase for solid waste services. The number of written protests does not amount to a majority of the identified parcel owners subject to the fee. Consequently, there is an insufficient number of written protests to constitute a majority protest under Proposition 218, and the City Council may proceed with considering the resolution.
Thank you, City Clerk. Vice Mayor Park?
I got a couple of questions based on the response that I heard. So I think what you said was the cost to pick up is the same. It's the size that makes up the difference in costs. And you also said that charging more for larger carts to push people towards smaller carts is not fair or equitable. But if we actually look at the prices, it seems that single families pay, $2 per gallon at 20 gallons and $1 per gallon at 96 gallons. And when we look at behaviors, I think that getting people to reduce their garbage, reduce the amount of garbage that they generate is what we want. I mean, I believe that we talk about recycle, we talk about reuse, but the first R is reduce. I don't know. I see the city manager. I don't know if you have something to say, but I'll continue. And I would think that if that's the case, like we want people to reduce, and we're penalizing them cost per gallon for doing that reduction. That's the first thing. Second thing is, at some point, why not pick a cost and then charge evenly based on volume. Because when I look at the single families costs, I see that they're paying $2 per gallon at 20 gallons. Townhomes only pay $1.3. Countywide is 1.7. But I mean, we start to look going up the scale at 32 gallons, families are paying $1.5 per gallon. Then at 64 gallons, $1.14, and then $1 per gallon at 96. And I think that's exactly the opposite of what we want. I mean, we're kind of giving people a discount for actually generating more garbage, and we're penalizing. I mean, again, it's twice as much at 20 gallons versus 96 gallons, and it's 50% more than the townhouse. The townhouse costs for the same 20 gallons. Like, we look at $2, 1.5, 1.1, $1 versus townhomes at 1.3, 1.1, 90 cents, 91 cents, 85 cents. Like, I guess I'm just trying to understand, if it costs the same to do the pickup, then we should be charging for the volume. Why is there such a disparity between the different bin sizes? And why are we, looks like we are overburdening the people at the bottom of the scale that we really should be supporting for generating less garbage. Thank
City
you.
Manager, did you want to jump in on that, or should I go to Director Mobeck?
Mayor, if I can really quick, I'll just take one part of Councilmember Park's question. And so Councilmember Park, I really think we can break down your question into two components. I think one is questions around the methodology, and there are several, and I'll direct those to the director. The other question or statement was, can we charge a different rate to increase recycling or to incentivize not generating as much waste? Unfortunately for this, we can't. And that's really the premise in the California State Constitution, Article 13D, which is we have to charge the cost reasonably borne. And that's what the director was meaning by fair and equitable. And so the California Constitution actually does not allow the city council to make those policy-based decisions when setting these type of fees. You really have to set the fee based on the cost of providing that specific service versus increasing it. But I do think some of your other questions were inquiring about the exact methodology that we use to calculate that, and I will turn those over to the director.
Okay, but I'm saying that even with that, I mean, we just heard the director say that the cost to pick up is the same, and it's the size that makes the difference in costs. And I wasn't suggesting that we do incentivize either way, but I was suggesting that we don't penalize people for trying to reduce. So my other question was, at some point, why not pick a cost? We know how much we're getting, we know how much garbage, and why not just charge evenly based on volume, right? And that would actually ride out differences, like people decide to change bins because they want a larger bin or a smaller bin. We don't care as long as we know what kind of volume. We can calculate what we expect based on the volume, right?
And that's a methodology question, and I'll
Director
turn that to the
Mobeck.
director.
Yeah, thanks. And this is getting into a lot of the rate study information when we went and built up all the rates. In terms of the garbage collection, so we went through when we did the rate study and looked at, cost, what does it cost to collect? I do want to point out on the Mission Trail Waste Systems contract, we pay a tariff. So those are the actual costs we pay to Mission Trail to service different carts. That number is a little bit different for each cart. In terms of the material and how that material is dealt with, then it's based on volume. So you will see a difference there. And then there's also, costs that the customers pay in terms of, the street sweeping, leaf vac, and those types of issues. So I did want to clarify that with the Mission Trail Waste Systems tariff. But when we did the rate study, that process was to get into all the minutia of all the material, how it's processed, how it's disposed of, to make sure those costs were fair and equitable across the board. And I think the city manager addressed the other issue of changing costs to try and push people to use smaller carts and recycle more.
Thank you. Councilmember Chahal.
Thank you, Mayor. I sent a slide to staff. I would like to have that. So, okay, thank you. So, Council in 2019 decided as a policy matter that we will not go for split bins and basically go for destination sorting of that. And I strongly opposed that at that time and wanted some more time to go for split bin option. And I did raise that the residents of City of Santa Clara will pay millions more, and we are basically the residents are paying roughly $2 million more for the current services we are using. And I did, with the data given by the staff about the Santa Clara County residential card, I picked up 2 cities which basically are doing split bin option. They have split bin option. And if you look at the top one, that's Santa Clara City versus City of Milpitas. And this is apples to apples study, basically, 64-gallon cart, because there are other columns for smaller carts which are not apples to apple, basically. So I picked the one which has exactly the same apple to apple comparison. So City of Santa Clara resident pays 72.74 cents proposed, basically, after the hike. Will pay 72.74. Milpitas, for 2023, which they mentioned they won't be increasing any rate. I didn't see any rate increase on there. They're paying 46.61 with the split bin. And so our residents will be paying $313.56 more annually. And look at the last column. Basically, our residents are paying 56% more in garbage rates than a resident in City of Milpitas. And let me go to another city, which has in our county monthly rate comparison. The second city is City of Sunnyvale. We are paying 72.74 single family, and Sunnyvale with same thing with split bin is paying $49.49 per month. So our residents are paying $279 more, and which is our residents are paying 47% higher than our neighboring city, which implemented split bin. So these are not small numbers. If they were 5% or 7%, I would have agreed, not much difference. But these are tremendously, 56% higher. Our city used to be one of the lowest paying utilities. Leave aside SVP, we always pay low. Even on the garbage and solid waste, we were paying lower than other county averages. But we are now almost there at par with the county average. But if we would have followed the split bin, we would have saved anywhere from 50% to, say, 40 to 50% what our residents are paying. So the previous council, not this council, the previous council made a big blunder, a judgment call, which we will be suffering for next 13 more years probably. And every year residents will be paying $2 million more. And I did had a call with one of the Sunnyvale elected official, basically. And I did confirm how's your split bin program going on. So first discussion was, are you in compliance with SB 1383? And they said, yes, they are fully compliant for residential and for multi-residential housing, fully compliant, and they're working on commercial. So basically, their 31,000 single-family residents and mobile home households are fully compliant with that. And 28,429 units of 1,232 complexes for multi-family units are fully compliant as of that. And the best part is, since implementing the split bin, they have reduced the garbage rates. That's the point. They have reduced the garbage rates in Sunnyvale. Instead of increasing, despite inflation and everything, they have reduced the garbage rates. So the reason for that is, like, they're not paying for the after pickup sorting. And the other reason is their content, like when they weighted content for the garbage being picked up, is not contaminated with the organic water seepage into that, and they're saving on, that's the savings Sunnyvale is making basically. So we are basically paying high rates to pick up, high rates to transport it to for separation at the facility, and then separation itself weight-wise is very high, and I'm not sure what their diversion rate is. I know Director Crabtree told me ours is 46%. I'm not sure what is Sunnyvale's diversion rate, but they're in compliance with SB 1383. So I would request this council that because we have 13 more years left with these contracts, I would request this council to look at our contracts, and if we can do this, like if we can save our resident even 30–40% of the rates by going into the split bin, even at this stage, by renegotiating our contracts, long-term contracts with our vendors, I would say we will save multi-million-dollar to our residents. And as I mentioned, in last year and the year before, we agreed, we know that because of the green waste recovery contract, we are paying almost $2 million more. And if we can have a source separation, we would be saving all this money, and our residents should be happy for that. And from that perspective, I would not be supporting this motion because we made a blunder when we deciding about as a policy matter that we will not go with the split bin. So I will not be supporting this motion. And my other request to staff is, I know we have a organic waste manure distribution. I think the residents are very happy with that distribution, free distribution of that. If we can increase the frequency of that would be good. And my second suggestion is for green waste, like trims and other organic material that we are collecting. So we are collecting it every week. Most households, they don't need to dispose of their trims and lawn grass every week. Can we save money and renegotiate our pickup contract so that we reduce the frequency from every week to every alternate weeks and pass on those benefits to the residents? At least the pickup savings would be there, and if we can save those ratings. So those are my comments, and these are valid factual numbers. So I request the council to either come back with, I know today is not the day for, we are just approving this thing, but come back for looking at all the contracts we signed and then decide whether we should change our direction midstream. It's not even midstream. We only done with 2 or 3 years of those contracts. There are double-digit years of contracts left with us, and we should be looking into those. That's my request. Thank you very much, everyone.
Thank you. I'm going to respond to that because I was on the council when the council decided to not go the split bin. It was because our residents overwhelmingly did not want the split cart option. Councilmember Chahal has brought this up several years, year after year, and I just wanted to say to the public that those numbers that were just on that slide were prepared by a council member, not by our professional staff. So those numbers have, to my knowledge, have not been verified, but that's neither here nor there. We have long-term contracts. The companies that we have contracted with made major investments to fulfill those contracts with us. And Councilmember Chahal has been told year after year, you just don't break contracts when the companies have spent millions of dollars on their trucks and other equipment, that those contracts are not easily opened, and especially for the split bin that our community did not want. So I just want to make sure that that information is out there because the way it was just portrayed is just not correct. So I want to put that on the record. Vice Mayor Park.
Yeah, so I do know about the 2016-2017 meetings about organic waste disposal put on at the Senior Center. Actually, it was sponsored partly by the Citizens Advisory Committee that I was part of at the time. And I know that we had a lot of discussions. In fact, I was there, and there was a trial period. We had a lot of neighbors that had split bins that they were testing. And there were people that had no idea what to expect because they didn't know about the testing that was going on. And it was not an overwhelming no. In fact, I was there and I still have my notes because I take good notes, that we needed more study. And it was surprising to me that when we came to council, there wasn't additional discussions. It was just, we're not going to do it. So I do know a little bit of that history. I was here in council when council made that decision, and I was also, at the meetings that I think staff used to get public input. I'm also curious as to what the tariff costs that Mission Trail charges for different cart sizes are. Like, I don't know where we can find them, because I find it hard to believe that they would be enough to double the cost of 20-gallon carts compared to 96-gallon carts. Like, I don't see how the tariff costs would, have that kind of effect, or that the tariffs would cause single-family 20-gallon carts to cost 50% more than townhome 20-gallon carts, which I would think would be very similar. Like, I don't understand why the tariffs would be different there. But I'm open to disappointment to see what the tariff costs are. I just don't see how they would come up to these kinds of differences in, when we compare single families compared to townhomes, or even single families compared to, single families for different cart sizes. Like, I'm trying to graph this, I'm trying to take a look at it, and I just can't make heads or tails of this. I would think that if we're not trying to incentivize people to use different cart sizes, then I don't know why we would, lower the costs at the high end. Like, I just heard the city manager talk about not trying to lower the cost. We can't do that. We can't lower them for the low end. But I don't know why we would incentivize people to pay less per gallon at the high end. And at that point, it seems like an even fee would be better if we're not trying to penalize people for reducing, their garbage output. But again, is there a place where we can see the tariffs and how they affect? Because I've run several calculations. I just don't see how they overlay when it goes from the single-family graph, or even when we compare the single-family graph to the other graphs.
City Manager, your light is on.
Thank you, Mayor. I didn't want to jump in front of any other council members that may have a question, but I did want to make a comment when at the appropriate time, because I think that we're having a larger discussion on the structure and framework of our solid waste franchise at the same time when we're approving a Prop 218 increase that's consistent with our existing agreements. And so I just want to make some general comments about that, but I don't want to jump in front of.
No, I want to keep us on track too, because I want to see what's before us. And I don't think there is a motion on the floor. Was there a motion on the floor? I don't think so. All right, Councilmember Watanabe.
Thank you, Mayor. Just to add to what you already stated regarding the decisions that were made previously regarding the split bins, I remember there were lengthy discussions, long night meetings regarding that decision, and a lot of work was put into it by our staff and to help us make the right decision. I think we continued the item, through 2 meetings because we wanted to make sure we made the right decision. And yes, I agree about the split bins. It was overwhelmingly turned down by the residents. And when it came down to our ability, the city's ability to be able to meet the mandates, the state mandates in time regarding separation of waste and being able to meet those goals, Mission Trail was not in a position to be able to do that, as I recall, which is why, again, we had to make a very hard decision about the contracts that we eventually agreed to. It wasn't anything to do with Mission Trail. If they were able to provide a building to be able to provide those services, the sorting services, we would have gladly gone with Mission Trail, but they would not be able to be done in time for us to be able to comply. And again, we looked out for the interests of the residents, the interests of the city, but if it wasn't feasible, then it wasn't possible, then we had to make the decision that we made. And that's the way that I recall it. And again, I appreciate all the work that's put into helping us understand, the decisions that we have to make, and also the comment that you made earlier, Director Moback, about how not all of the cities have adjusted their rates right now. So based on that, the county rates will definitely be impacted once that all is resolved. So what we're looking at right now is, for all we know, is perfectly in line with what other cities are doing and the county. We're not out of line. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Chahal.
Thank you, Mayor. So to refer to your comments, Mayor, and to Councilmember Watanabe's comments, I would like to pinpoint the correct some of those things you said. You did mention the resident didn't want the split bin. That is, I don't think that's a correct statement. I'll tell you why. We had 3 surveys done for the split bin. The 2 surveys done were from the residents who were under the pilot program for split bins. And in both those surveys, more than 50% of the respondents have told that the program is good, but we want some changes. More than 50% were satisfied with the program, but they needed to make some changes on the front, that they need to make some improvements. And Mission Trail, who were conducting the pilot program, agreed to those. They knew what problems are being faced, and they were ready to make improvements. They even brought their split bin, revised split bin, in this council chambers, basically. So that survey, I would say, was more scientific in a way that person or households who were using the split bin pilot program, majority of them agreed that this is a good program. They were satisfied. After the council had this discussion that, there was a hue and cry that, residents don't want split bin, residents don't want split bin. Third survey was conducted citywide, among the people who never ever used a split bin program. And they were, I think, if on top of my head, they were 600 some
City Manager, did you want to say something? Because we're going way off topic for an item that was approved, I think, in 2019. So
you said something, Mayor, which I'm trying to put the record straight. You have liberty to say.
Councilmember Chahal, I'd like to stick to the agenda. And you brought up something that is not on the agenda, which is the overall program that was approved in 2019. So I'd like to stick to the agenda. I mean, you bring this up every single year, and we say the same thing every year. It was approved in 2019. So unless we go and try to break contracts or do something, I'd like to stick to the agenda.
Okay, let me give my side of it. I am sticking to the agenda. Agenda is to increase the garbage rates by another roughly 5.5 to 5.8%. And I'm trying to pinpoint why we are in this situation right now. And it's very pertinent to the situation we are in over here. If our policy matters are detrimental to our residents paying much more garbage rates, and I'm trying to solve that problem, that is very much into the agenda point of discussion. I'm not going out of the agenda. I'm not talking about some building up roads or something. I'm just talking about what is related to the garbage rate hike, why we are in this situation, and what we can do to improve this situation for our residents. If I would like some comments from the city attorney, if this is valid point or not, basically, or the city manager.
Sure. Thank you, Councilmember Chahal and Mayor Gilmore. Let me just start by saying you're having a very legitimate discussion about policy. It's important to note that We are here tonight for a Prop 218 process to increase garbage rates that have been duly noticed with regard to the state constitution. I think that the other issues that are being raised are related to our franchise agreement. And it's a legitimate policy debate. I wasn't here, but what I know occurred is several years ago, the city was renegotiating their franchise agreements. There was a policy conversation. There were studies, surveys, and then there was a majority council direction to staff to enter into franchise agreements. That staff executed on that direction, and the city chose a path for the franchise agreements that I recognize that some council members believe that that direction has resulted in increased rates. The way to address that is to direct staff to look into that. That's something that would not be appropriate tonight because that was not agendized. That's something, as your city manager, I would suggest that we handle during priority setting, because this is not an insignificant amount of work that staff would need to undertake. And as I sit here tonight, I totally recognize and understand a council member saying, if we go in a different direction, that may reduce rates. What's also true is that we have been going in a direction, and there may be costs to unwind those contracts and maybe a new capital investment that's needed, because we told the contractor through our agreement, we would like you to do X, and now we may be potentially saying we would like you to do Y. Totally legitimate policy conversation. I think the challenge that we have tonight is that the proposed rates are due to take effect July 1 of this year, and we have complied with Prop 218 to notice them, and it is important that the City Council act on those, because there are costs due to our operators that if we do not recover those through the rates, we may have to subsidize them through the general fund. And so I do think that the appropriate next steps would be for the council to, one, act upon the rates that are proposed before you, but also it would be my recommendation, because I do understand that multiple council members are interested in having this policy conversation, is that we have that discussion during policies or priority setting, when we can talk about the full totality of analysis and programs and work assignments that the council would like staff to undertake. And as your new city manager, I would like to do it in that setting so that I can appropriately support you and the organization to accomplish your directives.
Thank you, City Manager. But I appreciate that, and I do want that staff should know that at least I want these policy decisions to be reviewed down the line. And I'm not making that motion today, but just a comment about that, basically. And on today, I know Mayor Gilmore said that what Councilmember Chahal presented over there are not supported by the staff. They're not from the staff, but by me. I would like the staff to comment on those. I took all the rates from the county study. Can staff verify those numbers are correct or not correct? I would like to see that. At least make Mayor Gilmore know that those were right numbers or wrong numbers.
Sure. Through the mayor. Councilmember Chahal, I'd like to respectfully ask that staff not answer that question on the fly. I fully trust it. You looked on the website, you pulled the right rates.
It's from this sheet, the addendum to our agenda.
I totally
When were they presented, may I ask, Councilmember Chahal? Because in all fairness to staff, when was this presented?
It's a simple.
I'm asking you because I didn't get it till this afternoon. Your slide.
Yeah, I did present. Did
the staff get it at the same time?
I did send it at the same time.
Well, that's not fair.
So let me ask you a question.
My point is, it wasn't fair. We can't ask staff to take something that was presented this afternoon to them and ask them to comment on it. It's not fair.
Madam Mayor, our rate is $72.74. Milpitas rate is 46.61. What is the percentage hike?
Councilmember
56%.
Chahal,
It's so
could you-
simple. If we cannot do this thing on fly.
Councilmember Jahal, can you please listen to the city manager who said that's actually not on the agenda?
It is on the agenda. This is the report I'm discussing from the addendum attached to the report. This is nothing, I'm not talking about anything which is not in the report. This is exactly what it is presented to us. And I think as a council member, I have a right to decipher this report in a way like we are comparing the rates with other cities. And I'm comparing the rates with the two cities. And I'm just saying, I'm not saying a big algorithm where we need to do the math, like we have to run a computer simulation that, oh, this result will be coming in 5 days. No, I'm saying, what is the percentage hike as compared to Milpitas and what's the percentage hike as compared to Sunnyvale? Those are the two simplest calculations. And I picked up everything from the staff. So I'm trying to correct you that when you're saying these are not correct numbers. I
didn't say they weren't correct. I said they came from you and not our professional staff. That's all I said.
And they came from me from the staff report. It's not that I made up any of those numbers, period.
Through the mayor, really quick, just in response to that. Absolutely, we did receive them today. I personally have not done a comparison, and I don't know that staff has done a comparison. But what I can also say is, let's assume that absolutely, Councilmember Jahal, you picked up the numbers that staff presented and ran your analysis. I still don't know, sitting here today, that the reason for the difference is because of the methodology that we use, which is a non-split bin, versus the methodology that Sunnyvale and Milpitas uses. And so even if the math is correct, I do think that there is an analysis that should be done before the conclusion is made that the reason for the financial difference is because of the methodology. And so I totally respect that you compare the analysis and you talk to others, and I know you cited other electeds that you talked to in those cities. It's just, we have not done that analysis. And again, I think that what is before the city council are the rates, and we're having a larger discussion on potentially renegotiating contracts and providing different direction, and that should just happen in a different venue.
With all due respect, city manager, I'm doing the same comparison which has been presented by the staff to us. No, I did not change anything. With this sheet, we all are doing comparison of these cities' various data.
Yes.
And I'm doing the same comparison. Nothing more, nothing less. I didn't even add any premises that, oh, if this happened this way, this happened this way. I did the comparison from the same sheet, basically. That's it. And that's what I wanted to say, that my comparison not exactly from this thing, and it was for 56 and 46.7% that I rounded off to 47%. That's it.
Are you finished?
Yes, I am. Thank you.
Councilmember Becker.
Thank you, Mayor. So I do like how we are able to sit here and we live in a country that we have the ability to have differences of opinion and the ability to disagree with one another and later on respect each other. You know, this is, like I said, it's a robust discussion that we're discussing right now. And I think Councilmember Chahal is all right on a lot of factors. And the reason why I say that is because he has passion. He has major passion for this, and yes, he brings it up every year. In fact, his tagline when he ran for office was Raj for residents. And what I'm seeing here is Raj is actually fighting for residents. And I say that because when I was a resident in 2019, before I ever became a member of the city council, Raj was fighting to stop the increase of garbage rates. And I saw that, and he was a very passionate person about that. The public at the time had a disagreement of, I think, the split bin issue. There was a lot of lack of education, I think, too. But a voting bloc decided to move in a different direction in 2018. All Councilmember Chahal is doing is bringing up every year to remind us that the decision we made years ago is a costly decision. And I agree with him. And that's why we do have our differences of opinions and the way that we can debate this, but we shouldn't be controlling those opinions because we disagree with that. So my thought is, yes, we do need to have a policy review about this. I think the city manager brought that up about a policy debate, about a policy issue. And, you know, myself and I think some other members maybe on the city council, we inherited a policy maybe we don't 100% agree with, maybe we just don't fully understand it, or maybe we just need to know, and my biggest question is how long was that contract and when does that contract expire? At the same time, again, it goes back to these bins that I think was the biggest concern years ago, which scared me and a lot of these members of this council and residents. And the funny thing, when I talk to my neighbors, because I live in an apartment area, I talk to small businesses, just like what Kirk Vartan was just saying moments ago. Everyone's being affected by this, and you're seeing the inflation rates going up around the country. So everyone's basically getting hit in their wallet. The education of split bins, I think, has helped a lot, because now that my neighbors understand it and more of our residents understand what a split bin is, they get it because they're starting to see it hitting them in their wallet. I think the wallet is the biggest factor in this. So I 100% agree with Councilmember Chahal. I am glad he brings this up every year and brings this analysis, because this is the robust discussions that we need to have. And so it's really getting to that point of, yes, we do need to have a policy review, and I 100% agree with the city manager where we need to go, and I agree with Councilmember Chahal. So I just wanted to make sure that we acknowledge Councilmember Chahal for his fight to try to make sure that our residents are taken care of, instead of trying to make him feel bad that he comes every year to defend this and basically go back to the decisions we made in the past are having effects on our future. So I just want to make sure to clarify that and thank Councilmember Chahal for all of his hard work and trying to provide more equity for our residents.
Vice Mayor Park.
So I just want to add to that, which is I was very involved with the organic waste discussions. Some of my friends actually had the organics, the split bins during that time, and I talked to them. I looked at the bins. I did a lot of research to drive around and look at other cities and ask them questions. And so when people tell me, and I was right there with the discussions that the residents had, I was at the meetings where they gave input to staff, and just want to let Councilmember Chahal know that I don't think he's crazy. I think that his take on it is a valid take. And I'm talking to city manager. I'm not disputing the need to increase rates. But I guess the question that I have, it's not something we're going to answer here, but it's something that I want to bring up to staff, is how much input does council have to make costs fair to residents? I mean, we're not trying to subsidize or incentivize people to use one cart size or another, but at some point I'm asking to make the pricing fair. Or at least easier to understand why, even within the single family cart sizing, why there's so much difference, why there's so much disparities between the high end and low end. Unfortunately, this is the meeting that we have to approve rates. Perhaps we need a study session or individual council presentations to help us understand these things on how we set rates in the city, but that's not the meeting that we have here. So that we council members, I mean, this has another effect, like we council members can answer questions from residents when we inevitably get them. So I talk to my residents every so often. I have a lot of older residents that I try to keep in touch with because, I mean, they're affected by rates because they're on fixed incomes. I mean, they're retired, they're on fixed incomes. And so when we say there's a 7% rate increase, well, if it happens to be larger than their COLA increases for the year, then they're losing money. And this is why it's very important to me. And they don't come to council because for years, for a decade, I've been the person that comes to council for them. And we're gonna get these questions. And to be honest, it doesn't matter to me when staff got Councilmember Chahal's charts. Because this is not a meeting where we're given a chance to change anything, right? This is not that meeting. We're voting on rate increases because of, but at the same time, the increases we know we need, but the distribution of how people pay for those, that's a big question. It doesn't make sense to me. And it doesn't really matter to me how much the comparisons between Santa Clara and Milpitas or Santa Clara and Sunnyvale, because I can't make sense of the differences in prices within the city itself. Meaning when I took ratios of family versus county, townhome versus county, and we get a spread just in the ratio between 20 gallons at 1.2 to 96 gallons at 0.86. Whereas the townhome and county, they're in a narrow range between 0.74 and 96 gallons to 0.81, but everything else is pretty much there, 0.77, 0.81, 0.78, 0.74, they're really close. But when I look at the single family rates, it just seems like there's this spread and I can't understand it. Like we're paying double. People who are getting 20-gallon carts are paying double per gallon than the 96 gallon. And they're paying 50% more than the same 20 gallon for townhomes, right? So the difference, it seems, is the tariff costs, and I'm just trying to understand how the tariff costs would result in these kinds of numbers, and I just don't see it.
The only thing I'll
Can I go to the
state,
city manager first?
Sure.
Because hopefully we'll get through this. City manager?
All right, I'll learn how to turn on the mic one of these days. Thank you, Mayor, and thank you, Councilmember Park. And I just want to totally let you know that I understand the concern that you're raising, and it is a valid one. I will tell you that we can change the methodology that we do internally with these hearings. Some cities will have a study session with the council prior to releasing the Prop 218 notice, so we can have these policy methodology questions before we do the notice. I think where we are here today, the notice has been issued, it's been duly issued, and the proposed rates will, if approved, take effect July 1. I do think in subsequent years, we can totally slow down, have a study session, have conversations with the city council before we do that Prop 218 notice, so that there is time for the and for that in-depth Q&A, as well as time for us to come back to the city council with additional information. And we can also have the city's consultant R3 that vets the rates from the haulers present. I know a number of cities do that prior to the Prop 218 notice, and so we can certainly do that, and I think in the future that will provide more time for these type of discussions.
Thank you. Councilmember Jane, followed by Councilmember Watanabe, followed by Director Mobeck.
Yeah, I fully expect that the cost per gallon for a 20-gallon would be double the cost per gallon for a 96, simply because you have a fixed cost of getting to the house and paying the driver and all of that. So if you account for that fixed cost, which might be 50% of the total cost, it could easily be double. And Prop 218 requires us to charge the cost of the service. We can't waver from that. So if the cost for service of picking up a small bin happens to be twice the cost per gallon than a 96, that's what it is. And I fully trust that staff did that analysis. My comparison was simply because comparing with the county, there was a 3X versus almost a 2X. But I would like to make a motion to adopt staff's recommendation.
So you have a motion. Is there a second?
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second for staff recommendation. Councilmember Watanabe.
Thank you, Mayor. I just wanted to add for the record, and it's not something that the city manager would know, but prior to us making the decisions that were made, and again, hard decisions, but there was an extensive study session done by Director Moback and his staff about, going forward. So it has been done in the past, and maybe we need a refresher course, but definitely when the time arises. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Hardy.
I will just state that I agreed at the time with Councilmember Chahal, and we fought very hard, but we were outvoted, and we were in the minority, and I'd love to have the policy discussion as the city manager has mentioned, but I'm afraid we're going to have to stick with the agreement that we have at this point. Thank you.
Thank you. Director Mobeck?
I'm good for right now.
So we have a motion and a second. Vice Mayor Park, you've spoken at least 3 or 4 times. Do you have something new to add?
I do. Well, I have a question because this will help focus my vote. So I heard speculation by Councilmember Jane on why the pricing would be different, but I want to be very clear. I want to clarify. I heard you say that the cost to pick up is the same. It's the sizes that make it the difference in costs. Is that true or not true?
So what I mentioned was the tariff rate for Mission Trails waste systems is different based on the size of the cart.
Okay, and where can we find that information?
I have it right here.
Okay.
So 20 gallons are $8.46, 32 gallons are $11.32, 64 gallons are $22.39, and 96 gallons are $33.33. That's per the contract. And we did a rate study with council and went through all the information of how the rates are developed, and council approved that methodology. That was the study done by R3, and that is what we've moved forward with every year to develop the rates before you. So there's a lot to it. It's not simple, straight math just by looking at the sheet. It's actually a quite complex process to go through and break it down and develop the rates into the individual cart sizes, in the individual bin sizes. So you won't be able to get it just by looking at the sheets.
But I will say that the numbers that you just gave us for 20, 32, 64, and 96 do look fairly linear.
Councilmember Becker?
A really quick question for you, Craig. Well, how long was the contract again, and what till, I think it was 11 years, or I want to find out what?
15 years was the direction from council. We looked at different options, and 15 years what we ended up with.
Thank you.
All right, City Clerk, we have a motion by Councilmember Hardy, Councilmember Jane, second by Councilmember Hardy for staff recommendation. Please register your vote. And that passes 4-3. Okay. All right. We're going on now to item number 7, public hearing on a resolution amending rate schedules for electric service for all classes of customers. City Manager?
Thank you, Mayor Gilmore, members of the council and the public. We have another item consistent with California State Constitution, Article 13, this time Section C instead of D. Staff is proposing a 5% mid-year rate increase on all Silicon Valley Power customers. This is primarily due to the extraordinary natural gas prices that not only Silicon Valley Power, but all of California and other parts of the country endured during December 22 and January of 23. It is important to note that Silicon Valley Power does not take any rate adjustments lightly, and staff did look at and seriously analyze deferring the rates until 2024. However, the need to cover operating deficits this year, as well as maintain healthy reserves in the enterprise, do take paramount. And so we are here with a recommendation for a 5% mid-year rate increase, and tonight's presentation will be presented by Manuel Padilla, the city's Chief Electric Utility Officer.
Great. Thank you, City Manager. Good evening again, Mayor, members of the City Council. Manuel Pineda, Chief Electric Utility Officer. I do have a presentation for you tonight, and as you know, I've been keeping you very updated on what's been going on with the rates, the gas prices, with multiple emails and multiple presentations as well. So some of it will be repetitive, so I apologize in advance, but I do think it's very important for me to be able to go through it tonight as well. So from a public outreach perspective, we did the same outreach that we do for our regular rate increases. Of course, instead of doing it in our September, October, November timeframe, we did it in a March, April, May timeframe. So what is the need for the increase? And I think it's very important to start with that perspective. And as the city manager mentioned, and I'll just add some additional highlights to that, this is our first mid-year increase since 2006. So obviously that tells you we don't take that very lightly. And when we look at this, it's really driven by the historic surge that occurred in gas prices. And kind of what you see here is a different table from what you've seen in the past. This table actually goes from 2010 all the way looking out to the future to 2025. And you can see how we had pretty stable prices throughout, a couple of bumps here and there. We do have a small bump also during the Ukraine war. But then you see that just jump up significantly, I mean, incredibly. When we looked at December and January of this past months. It started increasing before that. You can see it's going to continue to increase. We expect it's going to be higher, but that was a historic spike that we saw. Prices will continue to be higher in future years. That's what we're seeing, and we are putting that into our future budgets. And when we did our regular January increase, there were a lot of factors associated with that. If you remember, we had an inflation rate that was also historic in many ways, although not as historic as these gas prices, which is kind of once in a lifetime so far. There were also tax increases that occurred. Our renewable energy contracts are increasing by 15 to 20% from what we were buying before, but we did not anticipate something of this magnitude. Next couple of slides you've seen before, as I mentioned, but I do want to go through them. What we saw in the line in orange is what we had the previous year. The line is blue is what we saw this year. You can just see the significant gap on the prices we had the previous year to the prices we had this year. And what that meant is that gas prices went up to 500% more than we've seen before. And some of our power purchases, because while we have a lot of power purchase agreements, we produce our own power, we still have to go to the market to buy power. Some of those power purchases were 400% higher than what we have budgeted, because it was all driven by those natural gas prices. As I noted, I've been trying to keep you as updated as I can through multiple emails and multiple presentations, including the February 7th presentation. There was a follow-on after that let you know that our resource and production costs were about $75 million over budget. And we did take a number of budget actions to try to alleviate that deficit. So we have been actively tracking our budget, looking at options, and look at some cost-saving actions. And we did a number of things. We liquidated some natural gas positions that we have to a positive of $8 million, so that helped quite a bit. We had a lawsuit resolution that we were able to add to this year's budget. Initially, we were going to use that money differently, but we thought this was priority here to minimize that effect. We're deferring some capital projects, and once again, we're deferring, right? That means we still have to spend that money at some point, but not this year. And we're also selling some RECs, very conservatively, just RECs that we do have that we felt comfortable selling. That's going to bring about $1.5 million this year, probably about $7 to $8 million next year. Still working through that process. Of course, with the market prices, our energy costs to sell were actually higher, so we made more money than we expected there. And I have highlighted hydropower production, which, as you remember, I kept being very thankful for the rain. But while it's great that we have so much rain, in this case, it's maybe a little too much, so it hasn't had that benefit we expected, and I'll touch base on that. So our estimated deficit after everything we did is approximately $70 million. And while we had healthy cash balances, that's really what we used to balance the budget. So I do want to note, as the city manager mentioned, that this has been a statewide issue. So this is not an SVP issue. The CAISO, the California Independent System Operator, did an analysis, and they saw that just for the months of December and January in CAISO territory, we spent over $4 billion more than we expected, just for those 2 months. And then for the whole state, for those 2 months, we spent approximately $5 billion more than we anticipated. That's kind of what these historic gas prices did to energy prices in California. The CPUC is investigating those natural gas prices. I can't say what might or might not come out of that. We don't really know. And also, you might be aware, I think I mentioned it before, the governor did send a letter to FERC to investigate what occurred. We haven't heard any feedback or anything else on that item. Once again, statewide issue. We did a lot of research. Multiple utilities are having higher than typical increases is what we're seeing. Our research shows that it's ranging from 7.5% all the way to 30%. And I'm aware of one utility, one of our partners at NCPA, they're looking at 2 years in a row, 1 year at 16% and 1 year at 14%, just to be able to account for what's occurred with the energy markets. Also, because we always do our comparison with PG&E, PG&E has increased about 27% in the last year and a half. So from a budget consideration perspective, as I mentioned, we don't take this lightly. Coming at you mid-year, and we haven't been here since 2006, but we are really focused on maintaining our 2 key reserves at the required minimums, and that's really what we're trying to achieve. Not exceeding, but just keeping them at the bare minimums. In addition to that, we have a value that we have, which is cash in hands, that affects our bond ratings, and even with this rate increase, that will be below where we want to be. So this increase, this 5%, I do want to note and highlight for you, and I mentioned this at the last presentation as well, does not solve the budget issue that was caused. What we're looking at right now for next year's budget is 7% in January 2024 and a 7% in January 2025. And those are just estimates at this point. We are tracking this on a regular basis to see kind of what those numbers might be or might not be. We are estimating that to recover that significant loss of our cash fund balances is going to take about a 3 to 4 year recovery period. So this was a significant issue. And as I mentioned, we are tracking the budget continuously. I'll keep you updated as I have, and we'll let you know if any additional actions will be needed. Hydropower, we were pretty excited about all the rain. And, like I said, it's great for the state, so I'm not going to complain about it. But certainly it has not had the effect on prices that we thought it would have. There's been so much solar and so much hydro that in some cases, actually, prices have been at zero, which actually doesn't help us as well because we have existing contracts. So we are tracking to see what that's going to mean. So from a tracking perspective, we're meeting and reviewing regularly. We look at a number of things. We'll look at our production costs, our resource costs, our actual cost to date, and we also have a 10-year model that we use to not just look at this year and next year, but also the future years. And although we look at 10 years, really my focus in the next 3 to 4 years and understand where we're going to be to kind of get those reserves and that cash on hand where it needs to be. I also want to note that we are adding to our budget tracking system. This is a process we started in 2021, but we put it on hold because we had a lot of other priorities, and really it's been our growth plan that's taken a lot of our priorities. But we are going to be upgrading with visualization software that's going to help us a little better track our systems and add to what we already have. And we're looking at having that fully implemented by the end of 2023. So I always do the monthly bill comparisons for you, and I understand that there's feedback sometimes that it doesn't really matter what somebody else charges or doesn't charge, but I think it is important to note when we get to the comparison with other retailers because we're all being affected by the same things. So starting off with the bill comparison of what this 5% means. So for a residential customer, a low user, this 5% will mean a little bit over $2 more a month. For the average user, it's almost $3 a month, short by a cent. And for a high user, about $7.25. From a commercial industrial change, from a small business, we're looking at about $11 a month. From a large commercial, small industrial, about $4,000. And from a large industrial, about $14,000. Now, if you get into our larger customers, our largest customers, this 5% will be, for some of them, will be in the hundreds of thousands of dollars a month more in additional fees that they'll have to pay. So how are we doing with PG&E? It's the comparison we always provide for you, and I'm going to focus on the column that's next to last. How much are we lower? So you can see that even with this proposed rate increase, we continue to be significantly lower than PG&E, ranging from about 38% for large industrial to 58% lower for residential. And you can see the range, actually 35% for small commercial. You can see the ranges throughout. I'm not going to read all the numbers for you. I did add one additional slide that you normally don't see for our rate presentations, which is additional comparison to PG&E. And just wanted to give you a perspective where we've been over the last few years. And I know, I think we were doing a presentation at Santa Clara University, and we had a difference on kind of what the number was, because the number between us and PG&E has changed over the last few years. So the first table, you have what our increase has been between 2016 and 2023. That's the first column. And what PG&E rates increase has been between 2016 and 23. So if you look at our residential increase between those years, we have done 31%. And then PG&E has done 71%. So that just gives you a perspective. Once again, not going to read all the numbers for you. And then the next table lets you know where we're at in comparison to PG&E. So in 2016 for residential, we were 46% below PG&E. And in 2023 for residential, we're 58% below PG&E. So even with a lot of the factors that have been affecting the state, staff has done a great job at trying to keep those gaps. But we do have an issue now with what's happened with those historic gas prices that we have to address. So I want to acknowledge once again, so there's no surprises, that the SVP budgeted rate increases will be higher over the next 3 years than you have seen in the past. I think for some of those years, we average about 2% a year. We will need to be higher, but you can tell how well we've done, and there'll be some catch-up that's going to have to happen, although I don't know what PG&E will be doing over the next few years as well. The increases kind of continue every year. We haven't seen a slowdown to those. So while we know that those increases are, not that much for some of our residential customers, I know $2 a month for the lower users, about $3 a month. Any increase is significant for whoever's getting that increase. So what we're proposing for your consideration, right? You can give me whatever feedback you have on this, but this is what we're proposing to do, is to do a residential climate credit. So what we would do is for every residential customer, we would do a $30 credit that would cover a lot of this 5% increase, depending on your usage. It could be 10 months, 12 months. If you're a high user, it'll be a lot less than that. This is funded by our greenhouse gas reduction program per the cap and trade regulation, and it is a permitted use for residential customers. It's actually something PG&E does as well. So staff is proposing to move forward with that to alleviate some of that 5% increase that we'll have mid-year that is unexpected for a lot of our customers. And this is a slide that I've shown you before, but I think it is important to highlight during rate increases. I do want to remind you that as part of the California Average Rate Assistance Program, SVP received $1.3 million. And with that $1.3 million, we provided support to almost 8,000 residential customers to an average amount of $164. It's the average. Some people received a lot less than that. Some people received a lot more than that. But that gives you a perspective, and I do want to acknowledge the staff who worked on that, because it took a lot of hours to be able to work through that process. In addition to that, if you remember when we were here in December actually, for the January increase, we also increased our rate assistance programs for people who qualified, is income qualified. Our FRAP was increased an additional 10% from 25 to 35%. And then we also started the LIHEAP program, which if you're even a lower income level and you qualify, which you can get up to a 40% rate increase. So we're actively trying to minimize these costs that are happening, especially for people who can afford it the least. Lastly, I do want to note, I always do this, especially for our commercial and industrial customers. We have them for residential as well, but a lot more for commercial and industrial. We do have all our energy efficient rebates and programs that are still available, and we'll encourage people to take advantage of that. So with that, we're recommending adopting a resolution for amending the rate schedules for electric services to increase the electric service rates and charges in each rate schedule by 5%, effective July 1st, 2023. And obviously, I'm here for questions and comments or anything else you need, but I also do want to acknowledge the SVP staff who's here today. I didn't do that at the beginning. We have 3 of our assistant directors in person. We have Kathleen Hughes, we have Alan Curatori, we have Deanna Hilbrand, and I know last time I checked, Chris Carwick, who's our assistant director of operations, is joining us on Zoom as well. So I just want to acknowledge that they were here providing support on the presentation tonight. So that concludes my presentation. Available for any questions.
Thank you, Director Pineda, and thank you to the staff that's here. It's nice to see all of you. Let's start with questions from the council. Councilmember Becker.
Thank you, Mayor. It's more of a comment. I'm really glad to see this residential climate credit, the proposed $30 household electric meter credit. I'm really glad to see that because that's going to actually help a lot of our residents. But first, I want to say thank you to Manuel for the presentation, and thank you to the staff for everything you've done in putting this together.
All right, Councilmember Chahal.
Thank you, Mayor. And thank you, Mr. Pineda, for presentation. And I just have one question, like keeping in view like the great spike we saw in the recent months after the Ukraine war about the pricing of the gas. I know it's not like historically it has never happened in the past, but are we trying to take any remedial measures for such spikes by hedging our bets, getting into that field basically, so that we don't have such surprises of a $70 million hike versus maybe if we hedged it, we might have spent $1 million, $2 million, or whatever the case may be. At least look into those prospects and for future planning. That's my question.
Okay, I don't see any other council questions, Director Pineda, so Councilmember Jane.
Thank you, Manuel. You talked about renewable rates cost of acquiring renewable energy going up 10-15%. Normally, renewable rates have been going down for wind and solar. Can you sort of explain why they're going up? Is it supply chain, or is it just supply and demand that so many utilities are trying to get access to those renewable assets?
And that's it. Well, thank you.
So regarding the hedging, so yes, so we already hedge for gas, and we hedge for gas on our power plants. So actually, that was one of the things that helped our budget, that we had those hedges, and we were able to act on those hedges, which kept our prices lower. The part where we can hedge on gas is for power that we have to buy on the market, right? So during that time period, we had to buy about 200 megawatts on the market. So the gas prices raise those market prices for all power, and then when you go to the market, you get those. But for our own plants, we hedge, and we're always looking to hedge as much as we can that's reasonable at the right cost. I will note the one thing we have been doing, and I know I mentioned this before to the council, is that we've been a lot more aggressive on trying to get into power purchase agreements. And just kind of looking at it real quick, I think over the last couple of years, we have entered into about 640 megawatts of new generation by 2025. So that's very significant, and an additional 50 megawatts by 2027. We had a big loss when the Viento Loco project did not go through. We lost almost 200 megawatts there that were going to be available. So we've been a lot more aggressive. And then the more contracts we have in place, the less we're affected by market fluctuations, because we don't have to buy from the open market as much. We just buy per the cost of our contracts. So that's really what we're doing. But we are hedging on gas for our plants, and we're also entering into power purchase agreements. Staff has done a great job at being much more aggressive the last couple of years. And I got the latest numbers today, and you have almost 650 megawatts by 2025, which is huge. And then Councilmember Jane, the cost of renewable contracts. Yeah, there's just a lot more competition out there. And some of them are more expensive, especially if you're looking at projects that have storage in them. Now, you know, when you were a few years back, now you're competing against all the CCAs as well. So there's just much more competition. It just drives the price up. And obviously, some of it also has to do with the cost to build those projects, to what the cost of those projects used to be. But really what we've seen is that they're increasing 15 to 20% more than if you go back a few years ago and what we were paying for them.
Is that it? Thank you.
Can I follow-up question?
Go ahead.
Thank you. So when we say we were sufficient enough to use captive gas at a lower hedged prices, right? Whereas we had to buy the higher priced gas-based power from outside. So my question is, how much of our power are we basically have a long-term contract? Let's say we need 1,000 megawatt, right? How much are we planning that out of that 1,000 we will plan for sure long-term contract for at least next 1 year or 2 year up to 750? We'll keep 250 megawatt as an open. How much planning are we doing on that basically? Because depending on, if we change that factor, we may be in a better position to hedge against such utilities. Like if we need 1,000 watts and we make a contract for 900, we are only left with 10% of the fluctuation basically. So that my question is, how much do we buy long-term contracts as for our requirements?
Yeah, so the the amount of energy we need, of course, varies depending on the time of the year and kind of what's available at that time. So it's not a straight one-to-one, right? Because, if, like, for example, the last few years, our hydro contracts really haven't produced where we wanted to produce. So this year, they're going to produce more. Our goal would be to have enough, because we need to meet our renewable energy requirements as well, is to have enough contracts in place to be able to meet our needs, all our needs. However, that's not realistic because we know at some points you will have to buy depending on what plants are available. Solar's only certain times of the day, hydro's not happen throughout the year, but our goal is to maximize that. And I'll have to get you the number based on the new contracts where we'll be in the next few years. But yeah, we want to minimize the exposure to the market as much as we can. On the natural gas hedges, I do want to note that we're not fully hedged for all our needs. We're partially hedged because we have to take advantage of when the prices are right and then how much is available for us to buy. And it also depends how much gas we're going to burn, right? Sometimes our plants are running because the market is right for them to run. Sometimes it's not. So it's a balance of both those needs, is how much gas is available to hedge and how much do we think we're going to be running the plant for those periods. So we do buy some gas from the market as well, but we hedge as much as we can where it makes financial sense.
Okay. And from that perspective, if we buy a little bit extra gas, hypothetically, I'm just assuming, can we sell that gas in the market, that hedging part of the gas in the market, if it is exceeding our requirements, basically?
So we are not hedged beyond what our needs are. So I'll just say that right now. So we always we typically always have to buy gas in the market as well. We don't try to, and just want to separate, we don't want to get into speculating the market. That's not a business we want to be into. It brings back, I think, really bad memories to people who went through the energy crisis in the early 2000s, right? SVP has done that in the past. It's been at least a couple of decades since the Enron days when SVP stopped doing that. But as an example, you did notice in one of my slides that we did act on some of those hedges and put them back in the market because the market was so good. And then we able to get an extra about $8 million based on those. So depending on the situation, we will sell some hedges, we will buy hedges, but we don't normally will speculate on the market. It's not something that I think we would want to start as a utility.
Thank you.
All right, thank you. I'm going to now go to the public. We have some public members. Kurt, if you'd like to come forward, please. Welcome back.
Thanks. Good evening, Mayor. I have Marguerite on the phone that she was going to give me her
Yes,
time.
she is on the line.
Yeah, could I bolt that into? I don't know. Thank you. So at first I'd like to make, I'll wait here.
Wait till she sets that up.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. I'd like to make an observation on the last agenda item. The public speaks for 2 minutes on the agenda item, and 3 or 4 council members took probably about 45 to 50 minutes off topic, did not focus on the actual agenda item at hand, and that burned close to an hour of public's time. Everything was legitimate, but is not the place to discuss. The city manager pointed out, and yet the conversation continued. And I would ask that the council just reflect on that a little bit, on how their time is being spent, governing versus trying to be an activist on the dais and know the time and the place. And I would ask that the city staff, city manager, step in more aggressively when things like that happen that are procedural, when the council is overstepping. I know that's maybe not my place to say. I'm just saying, as a member of the public that sits in this audience often, I see things get off the rails a little bit. The mayor tries to rein them in. It doesn't work as effectively, and so it would be great to see if there was a little support. On to the topic at hand. As I mentioned before, this is going to be a common thread. Small businesses are getting crushed. The gas things that the director or the chief, whatever the role is, for the utility company is absolutely spot on. I'm representing, as general manager of Slice of New York, we run our ovens on gas. Our $800 gas bill went to over $3,000 2 months in a row because of this. And so that is very, very real. But what is also very, very real is rate increases are permanent. They don't happen for a month or two and then get reduced when gas prices have drastically come down, which they have done after that January, February timeframe, because it's about a 30-day lag. So I would challenge the need for a rate increase, and especially seeing that 7% over in the distance. Silicon Valley Power is doing a great job. It's great that they run their gas turbines, and that's not the best. It's not green, but it's better than coal. But we all have felt this. I don't think it's fair that the utility wants to then use that as an excuse, this one peak or a point in time, and use that as a reason to drive rates up permanently. And that's what I'm hearing. And if you look at those charts on slide 10 and 11, you look at the small business commercial as the first line of the commercial one. Each one of those percentages is the lowest savings and the highest expense. And we continue, the people that are using those electric rates the most, those large commercial industries, the data centers that are coming here, they come in here because of the rates. That's great. We'll charge them just a little bit more or a little bit more of their share, because they're the ones that are driving up the requirements for your turbines to run a little bit harder or a little bit hotter. It's not my little pizza shop that's doing that. It's these data centers and other commercial places. And it doesn't seem like they're feeling the hit as much as we are. And if you look at those numbers, it's reflected in the percentages of the increases and how it's being allocated. I looked at the percentage, it looks like it's about 5% on that slide I saw, but I look at the percentage on how small businesses and retail is being treated, and they're getting the short end of the stick. And so before you just run and increase rates, if you want to do an assessment, great. I hear a solution is give a credit to residential. Well, that's great. What about your small businesses? Your small businesses are getting killed. I don't know how to say that any clearer. We are getting killed. And stuff like this is just adding onto the pile. And the new tax rate, new business license rate, there's nothing coming our way. And if you want to drive small business into this city, you are not succeeding because you are killing us. So please help. Thank you.
Thank you. Please come forward.
My name is John Haggerty. I have two observations, both kind of on a macro level. First one is pretty straightforward. Drill, baby, drill, especially with respect to natural gas, which isn't dirty. I wanted to compliment the excellent presentation, and I think the company is being very well run. But my second macro observation is these inflation increases are getting too regular. They're getting kind of automatic in our thinking. We have civil servant salaries going up. We have the park fees going up that you agreed to about a month ago. Tonight, the waste disposal, and now the electric bills. So there's inflation that's all over the place. But as Mr. Vartan just said, it's interesting that we both had the same thing. It's one thing to raise prices, but if the market can't really absorb it, the price increases may have all sorts of rational justifications, but if the market cannot absorb it, we're going to have a problem. And there's three storm clouds that are out there that we all read about in the papers, and one is tech job losses. That affects Silicon Valley. 2, people leaving California. So that's also going to affect values and so forth. And then in the newspapers, we read about the whole office sector of our economy due to remote work and pandemic and all. It might be on the eve of a crash. And likewise, the construction business. So the economy, as Mr. Vartan was saying on the small business level, can't absorb this, even if it's all very reasonable. So that's why I get back to drill, baby, drill. We have to do things beyond the box. And like Councilmember Shahal was saying, to resolve the disposal problem, this inflation is so large that we're going to have to rectify things in ways outside, thinking outside the box. So thank you very much.
Thank you. So we have Edward. Go ahead, Edward.
Yeah, this is Edward. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay, great. Yeah, just want to say that the previous speaker is right. We've got drill, baby, drill. The previous administration, I mean, our economy was booming. Gas prices were low. And now things are a real mess. The thing also with our economy, I don't know why this related project, there's been like 4 or 5 delays. I know the COVID was the first excuse why there was a delay, but that is no longer the case since Senator Dr. Rand Paul had proved that Fauci had funded the Wuhan lab to create this mess. I don't know why he's not in prison for killing millions of people. This is crazy what's going on. But the thing is that we got to get our economy going. And during the COVID, the big box stores were open, but small business, like Mr. Vartan was saying, is getting destroyed and is still getting destroyed. So I myself, I don't trust the voting system. I don't know how many of you saw 2,000 Mules, the documentary, but it's crazy what's going on. Biden had trouble getting 20 people to his meetings during his campaign, and Trump had thousands. It's like that alone should tell you there was something funny about our election. And I just wanted to say that I hope this related project gets done soon, because we got the Super Bowl, we got the soccer matches coming up. That's going to really help our economy if we finally get this going. Again, we've got to do something to change this. It's just crazy what's going on. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you, Edward. I don't see any other public comment. Manuel, I'm wondering if you could speak to the issue about small businesses, and is there any credit that we can give to small businesses that are taking the big hits with all the fee increases? What can we do to help them?
Yes, so a couple of items. I just want to note that on the gas prices. So certainly I think that, as I noted on the presentation, because we do take rate increases, especially mid-year rate increases, very seriously, that we did, it was a historic event, and we did try to balance it as much as we could by taking some actions. But it was a significant hit, not just for us, but across the state. And we used significant cash resources to be able to cover that during that period of time. Unlike PG&E, right, who if I do have a table I could show you, they basically raised their gas prices every month as the gas prices went up. They were able to do that through the increases as they were happening. We did not. We're coming back now. We're able to carry that, but now we do have to address that deficit that we entered into. Being respectful of kind of the Santa Clara and our history, I'm trying to spread that out over a number of years instead of coming back to you with, a 15% increase or a 20% increase or even a 30% increase like we've seen, and also gives us an opportunity to watch the market. So we're very respectful that any increase, even though I still have to say we're still we have the lowest utility rates of any utility with more than 10,000 customers. We are very respectful that any increase will affect our residents and customers. With regards to small businesses, certainly I think the example I showed you is that the small businesses will have, I think the rate was for the average about $11 a month. We could certainly we do have the ability to do a credit with businesses. Our preference, because we do have so many rebates and so many programs, is to take advantage of that first to see if we can help in that direction. But if the council wanted to consider a rebate for small businesses, we could look at that. We looked at, I believe, the C1 rate. And we have about 6,000 or 7,000 customers in that rate. So if we wanted to do, $30 similar to the residential, that gives you a perspective about spending, a significant amount of money, but it's something we could do as well if the council is interested in. If we wanted too much residential increase for a small business. Just to give you a perspective, though, and let me just read this real quick. So our C1 rate, typically what we're looking at is customers like 7-Eleven type stores, small shops, HOAs. Those are the sort of businesses we're talking about. We have actually 6,300 approximately C1 customers. So if you wanted to do a $50 rebate, that we would do the math. That's about $300,000. If we wanted to do a $30 rebate on that, it'd be approximately $200,000. Something we could do. We are eligible to do that for the C1 customers. But once again, our preference would be to offer our programs for rebates and to do other things that would save energy savings in the long term as well. But if the council would like us to, we could explore doing something for our C1 customers.
If we wanted to do something for the C1 customers, could we do it at this meeting or just give direction at this meeting? What would we do?
Yeah, if you provide direction to us, like the other credit is something staff was going to do. We're not asking you to approve that credit. As you know, we've done those before. We have the ability to do that. We could do that here as well.
So, Madam Mayor, our recommendation, I think the city manager concurs, given kind of the relationship with a lot of these things, that if you want to do something like that, you refer it back to staff and it be brought back.
That makes sense, because I want to do something like that. And I think it's unique right now that coming out of the pandemic, I'm seeing our small businesses fall by the wayside. And I feel like we're at a crisis mode now that we need to do whatever we can to help to keep our small businesses in the community. And even if it's a one-time thing for us to do, it does also show good faith on our part that we value them and we want to keep them in our community because we need them. We need them to survive, for our community to survive. So I'd be interested in referring that C1 program for small businesses back to city staff to come back with a program for that. All right, other Councilmember Jane.
So we're raising the rates 5%, and we took a $75 million hit on the gas prices. How long will it take to build up that reserve?
Assuming our assumptions are correct, we're looking at approximately a 3 to 4 year period to be able to get our reserves and our cash on hand where we would like it to be. Could be longer than that. We're going to keep tracking it on a month-to-month basis and actually more regular than that. And if there's further actions that we have to take along the way, we will have to take those further actions. But right now we're looking at likely a 3 to 4 recovery period. And that's why I wanted to note that we're looking at higher than typical rate increases over the next 2 years. So it's not a surprise for council and our residents and businesses.
So the idea is that even though gas prices have come down, we still have to build up that reserve, right?
That's correct. And because we had to carry those costs during that period, and that the spike was the big period, but as you can imagine, they started to build up a little bit beforehand, and they're going to continue out this year. We are budgeting for higher prices in our next year's budget. We're assuming those power costs are going to be higher than what we see in the previous years. But I do expect it to be at least a 3 to 4 year period for recovery, unless something significant changes, right? And of course, I can account if there were to be another historic spike. Hopefully, because we call it historic, it doesn't happen again. But if something like that were to happen again, we probably have to take some pretty immediate action to resolve it. We're also watching what's going to happen with the hydro. Like I said, I was very hopeful that the hydropower would help us a lot. It hasn't yet. It actually, there's been a little too much water and too much solar where the prices have gone a little too low. But we'll see what happens with the rest of the year, especially with some of our WAPA contracts, and if those ever get going as well. We have about 150 megawatts there that would be helpful. So a lot of, my way of saying there's a lot of variables. We'll track it, but it is a 3 to 4 year recovery period at least that we're seeing.
Thank you. Councilmember Becker.
Thank you, Mayor. So I wanted to get some confirmation on some of the numbers that you did bring up about the for C1. You said it was, I think it's 300,000. It's for $50. It's 300,000 for $30. It's 200,000. And what would it be for, let's say, 100? Let's just say $100, because my question would be: is a $50 help for a business going to help immensely versus kind of like, I know $30 would help something like my household or my neighbors or something like that. I know that will help in that respect, because I really don't know how small businesses' electric rates are,
So
or
what
what
we
their
could,
bills are.
yeah, so certainly, I think what we can do is being referred back, right? We can bring you different options as to what those numbers would be. Just to give you a general context, we're talking about 6,300 customers. So depending on that amount, right, you multiply that amount times approximately, and these are approximate now, 6,300. But since it's being referred back, we can bring different options as to kind of what that would be and what the options could be.
I'd like to see the option.
Great, thank you, thank you.
Is
I
that
do
a
too.
motion?
Yeah. So that, well, first off, I think we have to make a motion to close the public hearing. Correct?
I don't think it is that kind of public hearing. It is, all right.
Okay. So I'll make a motion to close the public hearing.
Second.
Okay, motion second to close public hearing.
It's not taking, so I'm just going to do this manually.
Okay. Roll call vote.
So this is to close the public hearing. Motion was made by,
Councilmember Becker, second by Councilmember Hardy. To close the public hearing.
I'm just going to go down the Councilmember Becker,
Yes.
Councilmember Hardy,
Yes.
Councilmember Jane,
Yes.
Councilmember Shahal,
Yes.
Councilmember Watanabe. Yes. Vice Mayor Park,
Yes.
and Mayor Gilmore.
Yes, and that passes unanimously. Councilmember Becker?
All right, so we're bringing this back. I guess this is the consensus. So I would like to make a motion to bring this back, to also include, I saw the city attorney, oh, I thought you had a comment.
It's staff recommendation.
Yeah, but,
Okay.
Madam Mayor,
on the
Councilman
rate.
Brego, it would be staff's recommendation
Plus,
that you could
in
add the
addition.
Plus the
referral to
caveat.
bring back the C1 rate credit.
Okay, I'll do a motion to do staff's recommendation and include to bring back for staff about C1 and small businesses help. Did I say that correctly?
Small business options.
Yes, thank you, Mayor.
Okay.
I'll second that.
That's a motion by Councilmember Becker, second by Councilmember Hardy. Thank you for that. Vice Mayor Park?
So I just wanted to note that Mayor Gilmore was asking for a discount for small businesses at the behest of her special advisor, and somehow I'm just not comfortable with that. I do agree that maybe we should be looking at discounts. You know, we've given some to, it's in the report here for residential. But I just don't see. I see that the increases are 5% across the board. I mean, whether it's low, average, or high residential users, small business, large commercial, small industrial versus large industrial, all have the same rate of increase. I don't see how the big businesses aren't feeling the hit the same as other users. I mean, I think that the thinking is people at the lower end don't have as many resources, so we should preserve the people at the lower end. And I 100% agree with that. I don't know that I liked the way that it came about, but I don't have a problem with the results. But I think that the way that it came about is something that I really have to think about going forward. Meaning we've got people who are coming in with titles that say, I am the special advisor to the mayor for small businesses. And at some point, I don't know how that doesn't constitute lobbying when it comes into city council chambers. I mean, it's a question. At the same time, I do agree that doing something for the small businesses would not be a bad thing. But again, I looked at the observations from Mr. Haggerty, I listened to the thinking, I guess, by Mr. Vartan. And I don't see the reasoning, but I do agree with the results. So I think I will agree with the referral. But again, I do want people to think about how this came about. Thank you.
Vice Mayor Park, I just want to tell you that Kurt Vartan is my advisor on worker co-ops. There's a difference there, and I'm not going to address your petty and ignorant comments about me, so I'm going to move on. Councilmember Becker, you're on? All right. Councilmember Chahal.
Thank you, Mayor. As a point of clarification, although this was not an agenda we passed, we are making a resolution over here, basically.
Madam Mayor, Councilmember Chahal, the action is to approve staff's recommendation and make a referral back to staff. And so that would certainly be in order as a related matter.
Okay, so going back, in case of the solid waste thing, I could have made a motion that we want to bring staff back with as a policy matter. That's I'm thinking, I'm conflicting that. I think at that time it was told, okay, just let the staff knows about it, they will bring it. Could I have made a motion that the staff should bring back as a policy matter discussion about the solid waste? And that would have been appropriate? Because
Madam Mayor, if I might. Yeah,
It's not on this subject. But
yeah, I understand, but just a
policy matter.
point of referral like that could be made. I think you, in effect, got what you were looking for with an evaluation being developed in kind of due course as a priority-setting matter. And so I think you, if it wasn't the form you asked, I think you got what you were looking for. It just wasn't a formal referral.
Okay.
Thank you, Madam Mayor.
The city manager said to bring it to, he was going to bring it to goal setting. That's what I understood about his issue. So
Yeah, I'm only clarifying this thing for future. Like if we can add a referral matter as a formal agenda item, formal referral during a discussion for anything related to a subject, that's a way to go. I just want to clarify, because next time I would have made that resolution, basically.
Yeah, I certainly wouldn't prevent you from doing that. Sometimes it's done combined with action on staff's recommendation. Sometimes it's better to do it separately. But what's being done on this particular item is perfectly appropriate and customary for me.
So from that point of view, the discussion we were having was valid too, basically. If you're trying to
can we move
discuss.
on? That's now you're going.
I'm not going, Mayor, let's not pick and choose. I just want to clarify.
Excuse me. We're not on that topic of the garbage. We're here on the electric rates.
And I know that.
Thank you,
Okay,
Mayor and Council.
All right. City Clerk? Vice Mayor Park?
Because I was called out by name, I'd like to respond, which is I don't think it really matters what specific business your special advisor is part of. I think that the fact that they are their special advisor, they do make requests, and you are the person, not the council, that responds to it is, again, a little concerning to me. And I don't think that it's ignorant. I think it's basic. I'd like to call for the vote. Thank you.
City Clerk? Do we need a roll call vote, or are you able to?
It's going to work, except who was the second on this?
It was
Thank you.
motion by Councilmember Becker, second by Councilmember Hardy. Staff recommendation with a referral for C1 businesses to bring back options to the council. Oh, please register your vote. And that passes unanimously. Thank you. And thank you to Silicon Valley Power staff for staying so late and everything. City Manager, you look like you're going somewhere? Oh, all right. You both can't leave right now. All right. Does the staff want a break? Okay, they want to get through it. Yes, let's go, please. Thank you. I'm not used to this, so okay, good. There you go. All right, so next item we have is Santa Clara Stadium Authority General Business Report on status of obtaining FIFA World Cup 2026 documents at Levi Stadium and potential action on terms for an information sharing agreement and guiding principles for FIFA World Cup 2026 events. Executive Director.
Thank you. Good evening, Mayor, members of the council, members of the public, both here and at home. Javon Grogan, City Manager and Executive Director for the Stadium Authority. I will be joined in this presentation by my illustrious colleague, Glenn Googans, your City Attorney, as well
Stadium Authority Attorney. Got to get used to that.
Stadium Authority Attorney. Okay, so it is my honor to present this very important item to you tonight. We are here to provide a report on the status of obtaining FIFA World Cup 2026 documents at Levi Stadium and potential action on terms for a information sharing agreement and guiding principles for the FIFA World Cup in 2026. So the agenda for this presentation is we will provide a background. It is a high-level background that will cover the last several years. Your Stadium Authority Council will provide some updates on recent efforts to obtain documents related to the 26 World Cup. I will then provide a discussion on staff's document assessment as well as our event preparations. We will next talk about draft guiding principles for the 26 World Cup events and next steps. Just want to mention tonight that the report that we're providing you only covers World Cup 2026. Staff will provide a separate report under separate cover at a later time about Super Bowl 60, which we all know was officially awarded yesterday. And so clearly all eyes will be on Santa Clara in 2026, and we have a lot of work to do. And so we certainly know that the work we do from today is critically important to the success of these major events and the benefits, both tangible and intangible, that Santa Clara and the region will enjoy. With regard to background, Mayor and Council, some of this will be a repeat for you and certainly some of the information that you already know. However, in preparing today's presentation, we really wanted to step through the structure of FIFA, World Cup, Bay Area Host Committee, NFL events and non-NFL events, really just as a more general background for the discussions that we're going to have. And so let's really begin with basics. And so the World Cup is an international soccer competition, soccer as we call it in the U.S., between men's national teams of FIFA. It is the most widely viewed single sporting event in the world, and it's held every 4 years. In June of 2018, a joint bid was selected that included 3 countries, Canada, Mexico, and the United States, to host the 2026 World Cup. Note, 4 years later, in June of 22, FIFA announced the 16 regions that will host this joint World Cup, 2 locations in Canada, 3 in Mexico, and 11 in the United States. And really quickly, that is Atlanta, Boston, Dallas, Houston, Kansas City, Los Angeles, Miami, New York, New Jersey, one area, Philadelphia, Santa Clara and the Bay Area, and Seattle. The World Cup in 26 is scheduled to take place from June 8th through July 2nd. It is important to note, and we'll talk about this a little bit later, that while those are the months that the World Cup will take place, there's a significant amount of staging, pre-event, and also post-event. And so we know that Santa Clara, but also the Levi Stadium will be impacted, not just beginning in June, but actually several weeks, if not months prior. A little delay, so I want to back up. Next, it's also important to note that the exact schedule will not be announced until late summer or early fall of 2023 this year. And so we are all eagerly awaiting the exact schedule because that is critical to our timing and our planning, and we'll talk a little bit about that. Now let's talk a little bit about host cities and host regions, because not every area is one city. So host regions are responsible for the following: providing a stadium for the games. We know here that will be Levi Stadium. Additional facilities for team training and base camps, and services to include various items, including security for competition locations and other locations where Fan Fest or other events will occur, as well as host cities are required for providing and securing a location for Fan Fest. And so Glenn, your stadium council, general counsel, will talk about the host city agreement and really what that entails. It's also important to note that what we most care about here is what events will occur in Santa Clara. We certainly know that a number of events will occur across the Bay Area, in San Francisco, in San Jose, but we also expect that there will be other facilities utilized in Santa Clara, and we really need to understand that, as you know very well. Also important to note that host duties can be administered by a local government or by a local association formed for that specific purpose. And we know that here in the Bay Area, there is a group called the Bay Area Host Committee that has been formed and has been utilized in past events. We also have researched and understand that 8 of the 11 cities or host regions in the US plan to have a local association or host organization be the actual official host for that area. And that's an important distinction because it's actually that entity, not the city of Santa Clara, that signs the FIFA agreement and that is duly responsible. However, as we'll talk about in the documents, we need those documents to truly understand what commitments that are being made that we may be asked for. And so we will go through a detailed review in just a little bit. Also worth noting that the host city's relationship with their respective host venue can vary and take on a unique nature. And essentially what we're saying is that it's a negotiated agreement. And so when we talk about the Bay Area Host Committee, as I mentioned, they are the signature and the designated host for our area. And they have signed what's called a host city agreement. And they will serve as the official host for the entire Bay Area. This group is a nonprofit 501c6 organization created to bring major sporting and world-class events to the Bay Area to drive economic vitality, community-wide engagement, civic pride, and global recognition to not only Santa Clara, but the larger area. It's also important to note that this entity has the ability to acquire sponsorships and various revenue streams that us as a city or a stadium authority do not have. The Bay Area Host Committee will partner with local jurisdictions, one of them being the city of Santa Clara, to procure services for the 2026 events. Additionally, within your packet, you have a letter from the Bay Area Host Committee where they provided an articulation address to the mayor expressing their intent for the relationship with the city of Santa Clara. A little bit more background. So general responsibilities of the Santa Clara Stadium Authority. So the council and members of the public know very well that in June of 2010, Santa Clara voters passed Measure J. Measure J prohibits expenditure of city funds to cover stadium-related operational and maintenance expenses. This extends to events like FIFA as well as Super Bowl. Additionally, it's important to note that the Stadium Authority is a separate legal entity from the city that is responsible for non-NFL events. However, as per our current agreements, on behalf of the Stadium Authority, the stadium manager, a separate company related to the 49ers, manages and operates Levi Stadium and is responsible for booking, marketing, and executing non-NFL events such as concerts or other non-NFL sporting events. We'll come back to this, but FIFA is, per our agreement, a non-NFL event. Also important to note, and this is our normal everyday structure, The city is responsible for planning and providing public safety and resources for all major events that occur at Levi Stadium, but we are reimbursed for such events by the Stadium Authority for non-NFL events and the 49ers for NFL events. Super Bowl is an NFL event, and we'll talk about that in our separate presentation. Alternative structure. So I know the city council and the mayor was certainly on the council the last time that a Super Bowl was held. With a Super Bowl or any large event, there are options. We do not have to follow the normal structure where we look at FIFA and say, you know, this is a non-NFL event and we're going to treat it such. The FIFA World Cup could be operated as a non-NFL event under the existing structure. And what this would mean is under this model, the Stadium Authority would be financially responsible for costs associated with the execution of that event at the stadium. Alternatively, we can look at, and we are looking at, a structure where the World Cup responsibilities can be assigned and assumed by the Bay Area Host Committee via a negotiated process. This is similar to what occurred for Super Bowl 50, but most importantly with the 2019 college football playoffs and national championship games that were planned and implemented in partnership with the Bay Area Host Committee. And so it's important to note that the city has received a proposal for a assignment and assumption agreement with regard to Super Bowl 26, World Cup 26, and we are currently evaluating that, and we'll talk about that in a little bit. Highlight of efforts to obtain documents for World Cup 26. And so as the council knows, this has been a very long process. If we go back to September and October of 21, letters were sent to the Stadium Authority manager requesting information related to potential and/or known obligations and commitments of the Stadium Authority and the city associated with Levi Stadium being the host venue for FIFA 26. In December, the interim city manager as well as the interim city attorney requested copies of documents related to the 26 World Cup from the stadium manager. That's quite a big gap, and we're providing a high-level summary, but it's important to note that your city manager and your last permanent city manager and permanent city attorney were in transition during that time. And we do certainly know that conversations were had with the parties, but a lot of those conversations were related to settling other litigation matters. And so what we know is that we have not made significant progress up until the more recent efforts on obtaining the important documents that the city needs. In January of 23, the city and the Stadium Authority received a confidential copy of the stadium agreement. Your general counsel will go into this in detail about what that agreement says and why we received a confidential copy and where we are in receiving a redacted copy that can be fully analyzed. In February of 23, the interim city attorney requested additional documents as well as a meeting to discuss World Cup matters. That meeting was scheduled for April 19th in response to that February request. You held a very important meeting on April 4th. The mayor requested or submitted a written petition requesting that an item be placed on a future city council agenda to subpoena or compel the production of records for a full or complete set of World Cup 2026 documents from the stadium manager, the Bay Area Host Committee, or other San Francisco 49er entity as appropriate. I had an opportunity to rewatch that meeting today, and I just want to thank the council for actually saying, you know, let's have that in the second meeting in May and not the first meeting when the new city manager starts. And as Glenn will talk about, we've actually made significant progress. And I think we're at a point where, as you'll hear a little bit later, we're not recommending subpoenaing the documents because we've developed a path forward that we believe will allow us to acquire the necessary documents. And so at that April 4th meeting, the City Council directed staff to return with a report after the April 19th meeting that was scheduled on World Cup 2016 event proponents, including status and options to obtain the documents needed. And so I will now turn the presentation over to your General Counsel to provide a summary of recent efforts to obtain those documents.
Thank you, Executive Director, City Manager, Madam Mayor, Council, Glenn Googans, your illustrious Stadium Authority Council.
We're actually sitting as a Stadium Authority Board right now, I think. I believe we are. Yes, we are.
Concurrent, Mayor.
Yes.
I think you're concurrent. This next segment of the report presents staff's most recent efforts to obtain the World Cup 2026 documents. And really gives you an idea of where we are now. I think we have made progress. We've got this in segments. Picking up on the narrative from the April 19th meeting described to you back at your April 4th council meeting. The April 19th meeting really turned out to be, we think, an important milestone to advance the city and Stadium Authority's interests in getting the information that we need. It was an all-hands meeting involving both business and legal representatives from the 4 key event stakeholders. This includes FIFA for the first time in the room, with us, actually not in the room, virtual, 9 time zones away in Switzerland. But representatives from the 49ers, from FIFA, your staff for the Stadium Authority, and the Bay Area Host Committee were all present and very engaged. This meeting was important, I think, because it really gave the city and really gave me, right, as a new entrant into these discussions, an opportunity to state clearly and emphatically the city's Stadium's authority need and rights to the relevant World Cup event documents, and your action on April 4th really helped emphasize this point. To our pleasant surprise, it was not as hard of a sell as we thought. FIFA, as an organization, clearly is not accustomed to California sunshine, laws and the free flow of information and documents. It's not a thing that they are commonly engaged in. And yet they appreciated, as did our other stakeholders, where we were coming from and the obvious need for us to have, if we're going to be an active supporter of this event, to get all the information we need, not just documents, but information in general, in order to help us evaluate our relationship to the event. And there were 2 real positive takeaways, I think, from that meeting. First of all, a legal working group was formed in recognition of some of the complexities of the information that was being shared in order to further evaluate terms and conditions upon which that relationship could be brokered. Secondly, and I think really more importantly, and this concept was developed at our initial meeting and really, I think, refined by a couple of meetings of the lawyers group. There was a consensus regarding, the documents and their ultimate availability. Amongst all parties, it was recognized that the city and the Stadium Authority was entitled to and would receive access to all the agreements and implementing documents that have impact on the city and Stadium Authority revenues, costs, and responsibilities. Behind here in my PowerPoint. I was caught up, but I'm behind, but you all be behind. That would impact city and Stadium Authority revenues, costs, and responsibilities related to the World Cup 2026 event, particularly activities held at Levi Stadium, and in and around Santa Clara. Parties also acknowledged, in light of the fact that we're a public agency with special responsibilities, not just internally to ourselves and to you, but to the public, that records that we'd be obtaining possession of
would in fact be public records, potentially with some redactions, in them, and subject to disclosure on the California Public Records Act. There is also a consensus among staff that some of these documents may contain proprietary or other privileged information. For example, certain financial information, particularly when some of the decisions on who was going to get what events was pending, and certainly, as we're accustomed, venue security details on how the event was going to be implemented, and that this information would need to be kept confidential and not shared publicly. And so, I guess the final bit of consensus on this was the best way to address a lot of these issues, to get us what we needed, but to protect confidential information, was to enter into a formal agreement. And it's been called information sharing, sometimes event cooperation agreement, but really doesn't have event cooperation aspects in it so much as it does cooperative elements in order for us to get the information that we need. The agreement was designed in principle to balance these interests of getting us what we need and addressing confidentiality interests. And at a minimum, the document was agreed to include some key terms, and I'm going to talk about those generally and then go into some of the specifics of those. First of all, there would need to be a timing and process for obtaining information necessary for the city and stadium authority to evaluate what its appropriate role and relationship was, with this event. City manager, executive director identified a couple of those models for you. We don't know what the best model will be until we understand all the different revenues and costs that might be involved. There could be a version of this being a non-NFL event. There, more likely than not, will be a version of us engaging with Barry, a host committee, on terms for them to assume substantial amount of the responsibilities. We expect some backfill for other stakeholders in order to make sure that the city and the stadium authority can be made whole. So we would need to have the timing and the process for obtaining the information to understand the economics of the deal worked out. We also need the timing and the process worked out for obtaining information necessary for Santa Clara Police Department and other public safety stakeholders to develop the assessment of risk and the planning requirements needed to secure the necessary public health and safety resources. You all have experience with these major events. The police are at the center of that, making the threat assessment and coordinating activities. But there's going to be federal resources deployed, for this event. There's going to be state, resources, multi-jurisdictional, regional, resources. A lot of people need the information, necessary and to develop this plan in a reasonable period of time. The final element of it was, again, to address FIFA's and others' concerns about confidentiality, including some concerns we have about confidentiality, is that the documents that we would be obtaining would be categorized into certain groups that would have varying levels of access and disclosure depending upon the nature of the agreement. We've referred to these different categories as Category 1, 2, and 3 documents, and I'm going to run through this quickly with you because I want you to have a sense of kind of how we're curating these documents and this information. Category 1 documents are documents that will be provided to us that we will actually possess with unlimited ability to distribute those documents, including availability to the public. These generally are event-related agreements that the stadium manager has either entered into on our behalf or to which it will be proposed that the city and or stadium authority would expect it to be parties. These sample documents include a lot of the bid proposal documents, most of which have already been made public, that describe the different levels of responsibilities for the stadium. But really the seminal core agreement here is the stadium agreement between the city manager and the United States Soccer Federation. The United States Soccer Federation is a member of FIFA. They are the original party to the stadium agreement that was submitted back in 2017 as part of the bid
proposal. That's how old, that agreement is. It is expected that their role in this is going to be replaced by a FIFA entity that's going to be created specially to manage the event in the United States and the other countries. There's also, we've learned, an addendum to the stadium agreement. The stadium agreement, while it has a substantial amount of provisions regarding all sorts of elements of how the stadium will need to be operated, and the improvements that will be required, and the safety and security that will be necessary, and the management of all the different commercial aspects of the event. That was really a substantially generic agreement that was everyone who was submitting was expected to enter into. The addendum to the stadium agreement is the one that's going to have the details that have been developed that are specific to the separate venues. And we'll talk about those a little bit more here in the next slide. Stadium agreement, again, outlines the use and operations at the stadium for the World Cup 2026 event, including the obligations of the stadium manager and FIFA's requirements for the stadium physical improvements, rental fee terms, and FIFA's retention of all related commercial and sponsorship rights to the event. I will tell you, it is a very FIFA-friendly agreement. FIFA's dictating all of the terms. They are requiring that, other than the rental fee that's going to be paid, all of the costs will be borne by the stadium authority. And that if those terms and conditions change as the event approaches, the parties to the stadium agreement need to adjust and continue to bear those costs. So very, very heavily weighted towards FIFA, essentially the same terms dictated to all the folks who want to participate in the World Cup event. This agreement, as was mentioned, is in our possession. How it was provided to us with a confidentiality requirement, which was included in the agreement itself. And we've agreed to honor that and respect that as a basis for developing a relationship where we can get really everything that we need and be able to share everything appropriately. The addendum to the stadium agreement, the addendum to the stadium agreement that I mentioned, that will have the much more specific terms in it that are specific to our particular stadium and circumstances, we don't have yet. But the basic of the agreement are that we will obtain access to, if not possession of, this addendum after the execution of the information sharing and event cooperation agreement that we're laying out the terms for here. Category 2 documents are expected to be available for review by the city and the stadium authority, if not possession, but with more limited distribution and access. In general, these are the event-related agreements with theoretical and probably very real impacts on city and stadium authority responsibilities, revenues, or costs, but to which none of the city or stadium authority or stadium manager are parties. In other words, not our agreements. Agreements that, for example, the Bay Area Host Committee or other parties that are stakeholders in this might be expected to enter into on behalf of FIFA. They might include in them elements of responsibility and performance that the city is expected to provide, but those parties need to obtain that support and services on behalf of FIFA, and we are not actually bound by those agreements, not directly. The main key agreement here that fits into this category is the host city agreement. It's the agreement, again, that the Bay Area Host Committee, as part of the submittal, entered into a substantially, I think, generic agreement. A lot of the other involved parties that were performing host city services at the other venues enter into a substantially similar agreement.
And that includes a number of key provisions, again, regarding the services that the host committee is going to provide, not just within the city of Santa Clara where the venue is, but really throughout the region. Again, it's a regional agreement with a lot of related responsibilities that wouldn't be responsibilities imposed by the city. There is also no addendum to this kind of generic form host city agreement that we obviously need to have and expect to get a copy of. We believe we'll get a copy of upon the finalization of the sharing agreement that these are terms of. Finally, there's Category 3 documents. These are documents that relate to all the other activities that will be related to the hosting of the World Cup event, here, but really don't have a direct bearing on our actual obligations and responsibilities. Samples of these types of agreements are airport agreements, hotel agreements, training site, agreements, all the different things that go, with the staging of a World Cup event, fan festivals, again, things that are expected to occur, throughout the region. We hope some of them, in the city of Santa Clara, but that we're not party to and don't bear directly on our responsibilities. We're expecting to work with the Bay Area Host Committee to prepare a comprehensive list of what these agreements are. We want to know what they are. We want access to them to the extent we think they have potential impacts on responsibilities that we might have, but they won't be shared in the same way Category 1 documents that we'll possess, Category 2 documents that we'll at least have access to and be able to analyze and report back to you on. They're going to be in a separate category of information that won't be as widely shared. So we don't have all the documents. And I'm not want to stand here and tell you that we do. But I feel a heck of a lot better about where we're at than I did 45 days ago when I was here talking to you and you were legitimately frustrated, with kind of where we were at and the lack of progress. We do have possession of or drafts of a number of these key documents. We also have a better understanding after the review of what we have and the other information as part of the application submittal of what all the other documents and information are, and that we need and when we can expect to get those. Maybe most importantly, what we have is a path forward to the possession and access to the rest of these documents that we have in the near term. We already have substantial agreement on a term sheet for what that information and share agreement will say. We've provided a draft of what we expect that information sharing agreement to be, a formal draft of the agreement to them. We also have back from our stakeholder colleagues on this event, their proposed redactions to the stadium agreement. So we have it. And it will soon, once we work through those and push back a little bit on things that we think ought to be shared publicly, have an agreement that will be shared not only with us internally for analysis, but with the public. So I feel a lot more comfortable with where we're at. Obviously, we've got work to do to finalize that agreement. If there ends up being a hiccup in getting to that final agreement, we'll be back and ask for your authority and support to take more aggressive actions. But we really do think with the communications that we've had so far with the group and the progress we've made towards reaching a final agreement that we're in a good place and comfortable recommending to you, and I'll turn it back over now to my illustrious colleague, comfortable taking the next steps that we've outlined to finalize these agreements and adopt some guiding principles for how we approach the event generally going forward.
Thank you.
Thank you, Glenn. I have a few more items before we close this out. And so I think it's plain and simple to say we're not where we need to be. and many of you have expressed frustrations about where we have been and the fact that the Stadium Authority and the city has not had the required documents to fully assess this event. And so as your council mentioned, we do have some documents in a confidential form. You know, candidly, those are with your city attorney and your authority counsel's office. And so your key business partners, myself included, have not yet seen these documents. And so we are eagerly awaiting the meeting tonight and hopefully authorization to move forward with signing the information sharing agreement. Because while the attorney's office is reviewing the documents that they do have for potential impact on authority and city revenues, resource needs, and other benefits or impact, we really need to do a full assessment with the entire city and stadium authority team. And when we talk about risks, we're talking about financial risks, risk to resources, both staff or personnel that we may need to contract for, as well as the impact to our existing partners and vendors. And so it's a very complicated, very detailed analysis that we really need to undertake. And as mentioned before, a key point is the information that FIFA is anticipated to release late summer, early fall, which is the exact number of matches and the rounds that will be held here in Santa Clara, because that is critically important to the full risk assessment. So when we talk about staff event preparations, I want to note that we are defining the process and the organization structure for the Stadium Authority as well as the city for pre-event planning, including management and legal resources. We have a small but mighty team here, and we're going to need to flex that team. We have a lot of work to do between now and February of 26 and June, July of 26. And so we're currently evaluating the organization structure and how we organize ourselves to do that. Next, we are actively in partnership, and I can report very positive conversations with the Bay Area Host Committee in establishing a partnership, and as your legal counsel mentioned, truly for the first time, an agreement that the city and authorities should have access to all of the documents, and we have a right to that, in no small part to the conversations and actions that this council and board has taken. Staff is reviewing all of the action plans and post-event reports from Super Bowl 50, as well as the 2019 College Bowl. I've been a part of those conversations, doing a full debrief and lessons learned, and making sure that based on the documents that we have in our possession and Santa Clara's prior experiences, that we can begin from that point. Your public safety staff are also evaluating their resource needs and reaching out to federal and state partners. We are initiating outreach to our transit and transportation partners, knowing that that is a very significant impact on our community and our neighborhoods. And the last bullet here is a repeat, just because it is so important with knowing exactly what events and how many will be held here in the city of Santa Clara. And at this point, we do not know if there will be 3 or 7 or 10 matches. And so we're eagerly awaiting that information. Draft guiding principles, which is the last major section of this presentation. And so through the staff report that is in front of you, staff is recommending that the board adopt guiding principles for World Cup 2026. And what these guiding principles are, they're actually a take on the guiding principles that the board and the city council adopted for Super Bowl 50. And they're proposed to be principles that will be essentially your guidance to all city and stadium authority staff or representatives that work with FIFA, the Bay Area Host Committee, stadium management, or other parties to negotiate the terms and conditions of the events that will be held at Levi Stadium or other events in the city. These principles that we'll talk about are not listed in any order of priority. Each is intended to be critically important to the success and viability of the proposed 2026 World Cup. And so if we begin with the draft guiding principles, number 1 is professionally oversee the FIFA World Cup 2026 events in a manner that positively highlights the city of Santa Clara and celebrates the rich diversity of Santa Clara's neighborhoods. 2 is obtain reimbursement of City of Santa Clara event cost, including pre-planning and post-event expenses. Important to note that there may be some stadium authority expenses that we incur to ensure that we're protecting the stadium authority as we negotiate these agreements and do the work that we need to do. But certainly ensure that we obtain all reimbursement for city cost as per Measure J. Ensure direct benefits to the Santa Clara community and Santa Clara businesses. Extremely important and I think plainly said. 4, plan and provide for communication and engagement with residential neighborhoods adjacent to Levi Stadium and other venues that will be utilized for large events. And certainly the board and the council have had significant conversations around protecting the residential neighborhoods near Levi Stadium. Number 5, ensure specific benefits to and involvement of Santa Clara youth and adult soccer programs. Not stated here, but most notably, the youth and adults that use the city soccer field right next to Levi Stadium. You're having an international world-class event come to your town. And it's important that our community receives benefits and can have some involvement, even if they cannot afford to go to the game. 6, seek revenue generating utilization of the Santa Clara Convention Center and other event and recreation spaces, including college and school facilities within the city of Santa Clara without any impact on the general fund. 7, seek mitigation of city and stadium authority financial risk and liabilities. 8, engage in a transparent communication and pre-planning efforts with periodic progress reports to the City Council and Authority Board, including reports published on the city's website to promote engagement and awareness for residential neighborhoods adjacent to the stadium and the city as a whole. And so with that, those are the guiding principles that staff has developed for your consideration. Next steps, as shown, are to, as your council mentioned, negotiate and execute an information sharing and event cooperation agreement, which is expected to provide staff with immediate access to the Category 1 and Category 2 documents that we discussed here tonight. 2, evaluate the possibility of entering into an assignment and assumption agreement or similar agreement for hosting the World Cup or holding the games under the existing non-NFL model, and that's what we said earlier. We are currently actively analyzing the possibility of an assignment assumption agreement or utilizing the current structure. There are pros and cons of each. Number 3, work with all parties to identify the additional documents included in Category 3. There are a lot of next steps, I'm sorry. Continue to meet with all involved parties on a regular basis to stay informed on World Cup 2026 event planning and operations and ensure that the city and state authority participation aligns with your guiding principles as proposed tonight or as modified. And lastly, 5, provide an update to the council and the board in the fall of this year on these efforts after the anticipated FIFA release of the schedule. So that brings us to our very last slide, which are 2 recommendations for you tonight. One is to adopt the City of Santa Clara and the Stadium Authority Board guiding principles for World Cup 2026. And then 2, direct the city manager, executive director, and the city attorney, stadium authority council to negotiate and execute an information sharing and event cooperation agreement with the Bay Area Host Committee, the United States Soccer Federation, FIFA, 49ers Management Company, to facilitate the information sharing on substantially the terms presented tonight and with final approval from the attorney. Thank you very much. We're here to answer any questions.
Thank you very much for that extensive report from both of you. It was very helpful to revisit what has happened in the past and what we're looking at as a path forward. So questions now, Authority Member Becker.
Thank you, Mayor. Sorry about that. Getting to the page I wanted to be on here. More of, not many questions, but more about takeaways from what you guys presented. And first off, I have to thank both of you for really taking a major shot at this and really kind of getting us to where we need to be, especially where we were 45 days ago, as the city attorney said. So as I said, my takeaways, I'm really impressed, especially because as the city attorney mentioned, was about sunshine laws, and that FIFA, I guess, doesn't know about those too much. And I'm glad that we're showing FIFA to how it's done. I think that's really kind of I think it's going to set a precedent. Maybe FIFA might adapt to something like that, fingers crossed. And again, back to my concerns, I've said in the past, the World Cup and the Super Bowl, and I'm worried about the costs that are going to be incurred on Santa Clara, that I hope there are no costs, and that we do follow Measure J while also making an economic impact and providing civic pride for our community. As I said, the world's going to be here. I've said many times, the world's going to be here in 2026. The one thing that I do love that you guys did put in your report, which is the draft guiding principles for the World Cup 2026 events here in Santa Clara. And that does go a lot to, this is our stadium. This is the city of Santa Clara Stadium. This isn't the 49er Stadium. This isn't anybody else's. This is ours. And, in 2016, when we had the Super Bowl here, I remember any event that was going on, my friends and I, we drove all the way to San Francisco just to go to an event. And I said, where's the benefit in that when you have just everything being focused in the city of San Francisco? Unlike it being a Super Bowl, this is a World Cup and a non-NFL event. And so what I'm so glad to see is that we are going to have this event here, and it shouldn't just be SF based, because I remember when we were selling the pitch for this, it was the entire Bay Area. So I would love to see Santa Clara be kind of the meat and potatoes of this whole entire World Cup, because it's in our backyard, and I think we should have that benefit. Again, the guiding principles of these, I do like the fact that you do seek revenue generating utilization of the Santa Clara Convention Center. That's a big one. That's the thing I was thinking about before, and I didn't know if we can actually do that. So I'm really glad you put this in there, as well as including the use of recreation spaces, including colleges and school facilities. Yeah, we got a college right around the corner, which is Mission College, probably one of the most diverse colleges around. I think that would be key to have that some kind of events revolving around not only Mission College, but also Santa Clara University. And I'm glad you do mention definitely the seek mitigation of city and stadium authority financial risk and the liabilities. I want to make sure this is clean cut. I don't want to have any issues moving forward. I want to make sure the taxpayers of Santa Clara are covered, especially when we went out on this venture. Moving forward on the, as I said, the world's going to be here in 2026, a little off there, 2026. There's a lot of things that I'm thinking about too, which I would love to know what Great America and their plans are, if they're still going to hopefully be around. That would be a key to know what they're doing, because I'd like them to be a part of this whole giant festivities that we have going. I know people would want to be there. And I think Councilmember Park mentioned it earlier, and I reiterated it, what he was talking about, which was the economic development marketing meetings. I want to see those get going again, because we are about 3 years out, and a lot of these events were basically created during those. I remember, if I recall, I think Debbie Davis was the chair back then when a lot of these events were going on, and she was on the Economic Development Marketing Committee. I was really impressed at what they did then. I think we could take that a little bit of a step further, like big events like pep rallies and stuff like that. So I'm really impressed at what is on here, and what you guys went out and did in getting us all this information in such a short time span. I mean, I'm impressed, and I thank the city manager and the city attorney for working really hard and collaboratively on trying to get this information that we've been waiting for a while. Moving forward, I don't have any further questions, but I'm willing to make a motion right now to basically go with what our city attorney and our city manager are recommending, and that's because I trust their guidance on this. So I'm willing to make the motion to accept and adopt the Santa Clara City Council guiding principles for the World Cup of 2026, and 2, direct the city manager and executive director of the city attorney, city authority council to negotiate and execute an information sharing and event cooperation agreement with the Bay Area Host Committee, United States Soccer Federation, FIFA, and the 49ers Stadium Management Company, LLC, to facilitate the sharing of information on substantially the terms presented in a final form approved by the city attorney. And in that motion, if there's any friendly amendments, if you guys want to throw any out there, I will be open to those.
I'd like to second that, and I'm just angry he got to make the motion first. I was going to.
I'm going to have some changes to that, so be prepared. Authority Member Jane.
Yeah, it wasn't clear to me. It sounds like we have two paths to go. One is to treat this as a non-NFL event, in which case we share in the concessions and we share in the ticket sales and all of that, versus we just get paid a certain amount to rent the stadium for us. So I didn't know at what point the council would have to make that decision. I know we need a lot more information before that happens, but it's kind of surprising that FIFA didn't know about California sunshine laws. And since Los Angeles is basically in the same predicament, are we working with Los Angeles to make sure that, you know, we're not doing duplicate work? And then I'm curious about, you know, you guys are already spending a lot of time on this. It sounds like we might have to hire some staff. Do we get reimbursed for all those costs at the end of the event, or do we get it reimbursed along the way? And presumably you guys are already accounting for the hours that you're spending in some sort of database so that we can get reimbursed in some way for that. Thank you.
Thank you. Authority Member Chahal.
Thank you, Mayor. So, first of all, thank you, both of you, for moving forward and getting this report. Basically, I know this is not complete, but at least we started a dialogue and in a process of getting the details. But I have some requests, like in addition to what you have mentioned, the guiding principle as well as the information sharing, event cooperation agreement. So one important thing which I would like to include, whatever you sign, is the financial liability assignment, whether it's with the Bay Area Host Committee or whosoever takes care. Because I know Measure J protects the city, but I want to protect the stadium authority, basically. So whatever way we can do this to protect the stadium authority, not incurring any expenses for this event, like by assignment, by whatever means, that has to be clearly defined, basically. From the time frame point of view, do we have detailed information? If we not, then we need to have that from planning point of view, like planning from our public safety, planning from other aspects where the event will be held. That's important, like get a timeline factor from them. Like, is it, if we get that information by, say, mid-2023, is it good enough for us to plan by 2026 even? Or historically, do we have example like, oh, okay, we can get it by end of 2023, you'll still be good. But that timeline, whatever it is, we need to have that perspective of timeline. What should be the cutoff time for us to have every information for our planning? And within the planning, what are we planning, basically? Are there any events or extra fests, whatever? So we need to have that information. Councilman Jan mentioned about the revenue sharing point of view. We need some clarification whether that comes in category 1, category 2, or category 3, whatever. If there are confidential agreements on that, but we as a stadium authority member, we would like to find out how the stadium authority will make money out of this event. And I give credit to both of you to have that information sharing agreement at least, so that we don't break any confidential information or we don't jeopardize the business contracts, but at least the stadium authority should be updated with those details. Like, we don't want to be in losses. And to be very frank, the agreement we have with the management company that they can hold any loss-making event, I would like that to be revised. Like, they should not be able to hold any loss-making event to stadium authority without the permission of the stadium authority, basically. So when can we make that change into the contract? We need to work on it. I know that's a different topic, but the reason I'm pointing that out is because we don't want to make any loss of stadium authority as well as city for Measure J on this one. Other jurisdiction, like, it would be a good idea to contact other jurisdictions. Like, there are, I think, 10 cities in the United States, and maybe the state laws are different for other states, but at least we have LA, which Councilmember Jain mentioned. We don't reinvent the wheel if they are in a position where they have done all this homework and how they are getting the information. Or maybe they are looking at us, how we got the information, but the coordination part of it, let's coordinate with different jurisdiction, and it doesn't hurt to contact other jurisdictions across, out of California, so that we have a better handle on that. So those are my comments for the time being, and I will see if I have other comments coming back, comments or questions I will. Thank you. But I appreciate the pace with which you both as leaders moved forward on this thing and brought forward this information. Thank you for that.
Thank you. Authority Member Watanabe.
Thank you, guys. I know it's late, early, but I do have a lot of questions, and we received a lot of information here, and I guess I just start off with is, who are all the stakeholders? There was a lot of talk about stakeholders. I'd like to know who the stakeholders are at this point, and will there be more? Regarding the security for competition locations, obviously there's going to have to be a lot of coordination between our local, state, and federal law enforcement putting this together. But what I'd like to know is, I understand again that we are, looking to protect the city because of Measure J, but however, will there be caps on any of the public safety costs? And who is going to control those costs? The other thing is, I seem to recall from the Super Bowl 50 that in order to keep track of especially employee costs, like at all levels, fire, police, city staff, that there were codes set up into the system so that people's time could be tracked, so that the proper billing was done, so that for the city to be reimbursed for any staff time, any departmental time. That was very important in terms of being reimbursed. Okay, so it sounds like there are a lot of agreements that need to be looked at and prepared regarding the assignment and assumption agreement. Will the stadium authority be able to see that document before it's signed off on, and who is going to be signing these documents on behalf of the city as well? Just to clarify that. The other thing is the information sharing and event cooperation agreement. We definitely need to be seeing these documents before they are finalized, to make sure and ensure that the city is protected and that all the i's are dotted and the t's are crossed to protect the city. I appreciate the guidelines, especially looking to protect the neighborhoods, especially those adjacent to Levi Stadium. That is definitely going to be key in protecting the neighborhoods, and also just having events available for the community. For Super Bowl 50, there were some events, but the city paid for those events, and were never reimbursed. And we just need we need to make sure that our general fund is protected. Because I got to say that hearing the presentation that you made, and it was very thorough. However, I found myself getting very nervous as well, because we're talking about a World Cup, 3, 7, 10 games. And from what I understand, a World Cup, just one World Cup game is the equivalent of a Super Bowl. And we're already looking at it. So, and now apparently we're going to be hosting a Super Bowl as well in the same year. And I have, as much as I love sports, I have concerns about the impact this is going to have on our city, which is all the more reason why we need to be involved in the negotiations, making sure that the city is protected, and that the city gets its fair share. There was a comment that City Attorney that you made regarding FIFA, like the local agencies. The local agencies, have play a role. Like 8 out of the 11 cities will be overseen by like Bay Area host type committees, I guess. But then eventually FIFA is going to then take over that committee. And that gave me a lot of concern, because that means that if we don't have everything locked down and taken care of, then FIFA is just going to just do whatever they want to do, and Santa Clara would have possibly no protections anymore. And and obviously public safety is a big concern. I've expressed it before regarding some recent changes made at the stadium, staffing changes, and who is overseeing public safety right now, and the role that they are going to be playing with our public safety, with our police department, with our fire department, the community at large. After reading some of the stories about the person that's going to be overseeing these, the security, I am not as excited about the World Cup as I was before, because I have grave concerns about what really is possibly going on, and we have council members here that have already met this person, Francine Hughes, and we have no idea what conversations have been held, which is why we had a civil grand jury report prepared, because of the relationships with members of this council, with members of the 49ers. And now we have the same thing happening again, and we're walking into some significant events. And I don't think that there have been any lessons learned as a result of that grand jury report. And going forward, I don't know what's going to happen as a result. So I'm giving you a lot, but like I said, I have big concerns. Thank you.
Thank you. Authority Member Hardy.
I'm sorry, I didn't turn on my light.
Okay. Showing Vice Chair Park.
So I just have a couple comments, which is I noticed that there are small changes to the presentation that was given to me by staff and the one that was presented, not in a material way. I'm going to hold you to specific document titles or documents, but the changes are kind of minor. That makes me wonder why they were made at all, to be honest. But what are the drop-dead milestones and dates that we have to meet to prepare for FIFA? I think my question is, how much time do we have to finalize our processes, understanding that we will be working on all of these things throughout? I've got a number of concerns. First of all, when we look at Category 2 documents, it says generally, and I'm taking this as the generally bullet point, generally event-related agreements with theoretical potential impacts on city, SCSA, responsibilities, revenues, or costs, but to which none of the city, SCSA, or stadium manager are parties. Sample was host city agreement. I could understand that this would be signed and maybe held by FIFA, but this does not seem to be in the same category as the generally bullet point, to which none of city or SCSA or stadium manager are parties. It seems to be, I don't know if I understand the Category 2 definition well, or if I misunderstand the type of document a city host agreement would be. We also have, at some point, I know that one of the issues with events is we don't want to tell the world what we're charging some performers or what we're charging for certain events, because that would make us a little bit less competitive. People would know exactly what we're offering or exactly what our costs would be, and this is something that we generally don't want to advertise if we want to be competitive with different events. And I would think that this would be true of cities and city committees and stadiums, other stadiums as well. How would we preserve that information, or how would anybody preserve that information? We're a slightly different case because we're run by the city. Other stadiums could be private entities, so it's a little bit easier to do that. But how would we be protected in those cases? I don't know that the guiding principles are in a point that I can support them. When I look at them, I think that some of the guiding principles seem to be aspirational in nature. Some of them seem to be directive. They seem to say lots of different things, but I don't know what happens if guidelines aren't met. These are guidelines, that's what it says, but then it seems like there are specific requirements there. What determines consequences? Do we just not host FIFA 2026 if we can't achieve these guidelines? Because they don't seem to be guidelines. We have items such as obtain reimbursement, ensure specific benefits, versus, in the same document, seek and engage. To be honest, I look at 3 and 5, and I can see that we can push them as essentially the same. One simply lists recipients, and this could be specified much more generally without, and just list the known or desired parties. I feel that if we were to create guidelines, it would say things such as, if we take the last bullet point, we would say things such as communication should be transparent. Reports should be published and made available. And maybe there's a schedule that says, every so often, every milestone, every something. We would have something that says recover costs. But then that would go through a determination of what costs can be recovered. But with what we're doing in the draft guiding principles is we're basically stating what should be recovered without determination. And only specific events. I see obtain reimbursement of City of Santa Clara event costs, including pre-planning and post-event expenses. But, I think that it should be our guiding principle, or, it should be that we will recover costs where we can. But, I don't know that explicitly stating some of these things is in the same spirit as the guiding principle. It seems to be more directive. And I'm sure that we have something, I just feel that if we spent a little bit more time on this document and we actually looked at it in terms of the guiding principle versus, something that's more directive versus something that lays out, this is what, these are deal breakers, or this cannot be done. I just feel if we spent a little bit more time on this document, I would feel much more comfortable. But with the document the way it is, I just see a lot of inconsistencies and gaps, and in some cases overlaps that make me feel that we haven't that this document isn't quite ready for prime time. And I hope that when we talk about getting ready for prime time, that we have something in the stadium area that can capture some of the revenue from the visitors that we get. Because right now we've got an entertainment district, and I feel that the benefit of people coming to events in Levi's Stadium is to the cities of Milpitas and Sunnyvale and San Jose, as the people, the visitors come, go to our stadium, we incur all the cleanup costs, and then they all go to, bars and restaurants and other things, not very far away, but not in the city of Santa Clara. So I hope that we have things like that. But at this point, I don't know that I would support the draft guiding principles as written. I do agree that we should have some guidelines. I do agree that we should have some principles, but I don't know that these are them. Thank you.
Thank you. First of all, I want to thank our staff for attempting to get the documents. I think you did the best you could with who you were dealing with, so thank you for that. This meeting I look at, I know everyone has given their opinion on what happens after we get the documents and when we're going to be looking at that assignment or assumption agreement or whatever form it takes in terms of how we operate after we know what the full picture is. And I think that there's going to be plenty of things that we have to talk about. The time to get the documents was last year or the year before, so we're really starting very, very late. And when you hear all the authority board members talk about the things that they're concerned about, that's just the tip of the iceberg. There's going to be a lot of things we're going to have to delve into, and that's why we should have had these documents a couple of years ago. It's a shame that we have to go through these 3 tiers to get these documents. They should have just been handed to us. And our city and our stadium authority has the ability to keep things confidential, so that's not an excuse. I mean, we have confidential items everywhere in the city that are not subject to public records requests and other things, especially when we're negotiating things. So with that being said, I wanted to talk about, first of all, the Bay Area, the National College Championship game and the last Super Bowl, because we were told that those were money-losing events. And because they're money-losing events for the Stadium Authority, we were able to develop these alternate agreements. For instance, the national championship, had we not had that alternate agreement, would have cost us somewhere between $12 and $15 million out of the Stadium Authority, which we couldn't afford. And our managers are supposed to give us, fiscally and market reasonable events. So that was not a market reasonable event for the Stadium Authority. It's my understanding that both Super Bowl and World Cup are also going to be money-losing events for the Stadium Authority. And so that then gives us the opportunity to enter into these alternate agreements. And I think that's the only thing that makes this something that we're going to have to do. So I see us doing that once we have the documents. I think that for me, my questions are, and they may not be able to be answered tonight, but I need to know fundamentally, and I think Authority Member Watanabe touched on this, is who are the stakeholders? I'd like to see an org chart of who is the Bay Area Host Committee Board of Directors, the real Board of Directors. Who is the stadium manager that is negotiating on behalf of the Stadium Authority? And we know what we are in terms of us being the Stadium Authority and the City of Santa Clara. Because one of the big issues that has come up in the last couple of years was that we had, for instance, Al Guido, who works for our stadium, he's our stadium manager, fills out a Form 700, is was negotiating with the Bay Area Host Committee, of which he is on the board of directors of the Bay Area Host Committee. So you can't be on two sides of a contract. So I have very grave concerns about the potential conflicts of interest that are happening, because if we have someone who is on the Bay Area Host Committee board of directors negotiating for our stadium authority, then we need to know that, because that has to stop. We have to make sure that if we don't have any stadium managers that are negotiating for the stadium authority that don't have conflicts, that we know that we then are dealing directly with the Bay Area Host Committee only. So I'd like to see an org chart of who signed these agreements and who signed, because I want to make sure and be assured that nobody can sign or authorize anything to happen on behalf of the city of Santa Clara. Or if they were authorizing on behalf of the stadium authority, that they didn't have a clear conflict of interest. Because I think that's really important for us to know who we dealing with, who is on these organizations, and make it transparent to the public. I looked at the guiding principles are a good thing. So once we do get the documents, assuming we get the documents, who knows when we'll get these documents, I want to make sure that the board has them available to look at. I want to look at all these documents because we're going to be responsible ultimately for the risks and liabilities, and I want to make sure financially that we're not responsible for any of this, and our public is not responsible for any of this. So I want to make sure that we have those documents available to us, whether it's publicly, whether it's confidentially, whatever forms stadium authority attorney that you deem appropriate. But I believe this board needs to be involved, every step of the way. I like the guiding principles. I wanted to add when Authority Member Becker made the motion, I forget who seconded it, but I wanted to just add something to item number 2, which says obtain reimbursement of City of Santa Clara event costs, including pre-planning and post-event expenses. I wanted to make sure that we added that obtain reimbursement of all event costs, and then include public safety in there as well as pre-event and post-event. So it's very clear. And then I was really looking at all of these guiding principles, and based upon all of the things that have happened recently with the city, with the grand jury report, with the questioning of board members and the associations with the 49ers and the potential conflicts of interest and other things, I came up with a number 9 that I'm hoping this board will consider. I'd like that we pledge that and this could be wordsmithed maybe better by the city attorney, we pledge that the Santa Clara City Council and Stadium Authority Board and city staff follow the law by acting ethically and transparently, and do everything in our power to ensure other parties do so as well. So I thought that was something that should be added to this because it ties in with, especially with the organizations we're working with. I think it's important that we make this statement to our community that we're going to do our best to follow the law, act ethically and transparently, and make sure that our partners do the same. I agree with Authority Member Chahal that I want to not only protect the city, but the stadium authority from these financial risks. And have the Bay Area Host Committee, whoever they are, find out exactly who they are, that they pay for everything. So I know those discussions will come later. But right now, I asked the city stadium authority attorney earlier, I wanted to make sure the cooperation agreement just meant the document retrieval. And it didn't have anything to do with the operations of the World Cup going forward. So that's all I wanted to add, those 2 things to our guiding principles. Get information on an org chart on who's who, find out who signed these documents, and make sure that that everything that's happened so far is clear of conflicts of interest. And also, and I've asked this already, I'm going to ask it again, I want to see what happened ultimately with the last assignment agreement that the Stadium Authority entered into with the National Football Championship, because that's going to give us a very good indication if the Bay Area Host Committee did what they were supposed to do by giving us the final profit and loss statement, the supporting materials, and the audit, and that they paid us what they should have paid us as reimbursement for that event. I want to make sure that that has happened, because we don't want to make the same mistake twice if they haven't followed through on what they said they were going to do last time. And I think that's it for now for me. So I think it's time to go to the public. Oh, Authority Member Hardy, did you have something else you wanted to say?
I had a comment on some of your suggestions. I don't understand why we have to say all instead of the costs, because that is obvious or more than implied. But for your number 9, support my having to answer for someone else's behavior. There is no way anyone can be held to do that, and I could not sign up for that. I cannot make certain someone else is behaving
lawfully.
I cannot do that. I do not have those kind of powers. The only person I can control is myself.
I just want to clarify, I'm asking them to follow the law, act ethically and transparently, and do everything in our power to ensure that the other parties do so as well. And when I say costs, I mean all costs. So if you don't intend to say all costs, then just say costs. I want to make it very clear that it's all costs. All right, Authority Member Park.
Yeah, I just want to say that, make it very clear, this is one of the problems that you have with mixing guidelines and policy and things like that. I mean, it's one of the problems. I mean, I think you've got to keep them separate, which is I feel that the guidelines should be more aspirational. They should be at a high level. They're intended to be somewhat sloppy. Well, I shouldn't say sloppy. They're not intended to be precise, because they're saying this is the way that we should act. Then there is another level that says, well, this is what happens if you don't act this way. I don't think that those are the same types of documents. I think that those are slightly different types of documents. My problem with number 9 is a little bit different, which is that what was stated is actually just an overlay of existing laws and existing rules. And I think that that's not necessary. And to put that in a guiding principles document just seems out of place. And this is why I feel we need to think about this, not just in terms of these are all the things that we would like put into one bucket, but these are how we separate aspirations with things that have consequences, with rules that we should follow versus policies. I think that we need to be very clear about those kinds of things. And if we are clear about those and we have that as the basis for making these lists, then the lists will be clearer, and I feel like I could support them more. But I don't know that any of the changes that we have that were suggested fit here. I do understand why we would want to do like all costs, but I think that as a guiding principle, it should be we should recover costs, wherever possible. That is a guiding principle. But to lay out all the possible places even before any, or to even list out sample places where we cover costs before any of the documents are written or any of the agreements are known, doesn't make sense to me. Thank you.
I just have to say there's a difference with saying all costs and costs wherever possible. That's a huge difference. So I wanted to point that out. And I believe my number 9 is quite aspirational, and I think it just fits with the goals and the beliefs of our city and our Stadium Authority Board. And especially based on what's been happening lately, I think it sends a clear message to our community that we want to follow the law, we want to be ethical, and we want to be transparent. But certainly if you don't want to be that, then don't put it in. But I think it really sends a good message that we have those thoughts in mind as we move forward with both this, and I assume we're going to do something similar for the Super Bowl. All right, so I'm going to go to the public now. Kirk, come forward, please.
Good evening, board. Boy, there's a lot to unpack in that.
Yeah.
Boy, a whole 2 minutes to do it. Boy, I'm just amazed that people on this dais, especially ones that have been intermingled with violating the law, are digging their heels in to not say something as simple as, I will follow the law, I will be ethical, and I will be transparent. How hard is that for you to commit to? All of you, especially given what has happened recently with the DA. I mean, you have an indictment sitting on this council. I mean, what? It's just amazing. And to hear the concern about how long and how complicated all this is, your city attorney a year and a half ago highlighted this. Your city manager a year and a half ago highlighted this. And what did you do? You fired them both. Both of them, before you had anybody. And thank God these guys are here now, because they're picking up the pieces and moving forward the best they can. But you're a year and a half late right now. And who owns that? This council majority owns that. The voting bloc owns that, because you made the decision to do that before you had anybody to pick up the pieces. And now you're scrambling. And I heard, I don't know, about 45 minutes worth of questions. 45 minutes. And oh, wait, we don't even have the documents. And we don't even know when we're going to get the documents. It was supposed to be February. Councilmember Jane said that, made the motion, agreed to it. We all agreed to it. And I also heard FIFA gets to call the shots. Whatever FIFA wants, they're going to do. And what are you going to do? Other than kick the can down the road, wait a little longer. Let's see what happens. Let's cross our fingers. Let's hope. It's like the mayor came up with an idea, subpoena the documents. I know that's ugly, but you know what? It's going to get results, and people are going to pay attention. I'm just confused.
Thank you. Yes, please come forward. Welcome.
Thank you. John Haggerty. My first point is about, throughout the presentation, there was this reference to stadium manager, and only at the end did I realize we're talking about the 49ers. So they are one of the parties too, besides FIFA and the Soccer Association. It's a cast of thousands, but the 49ers are there, and they may be a good target for a deposition subpoena to find out what's going on. I don't see how that would confuse things, and I think it would answer questions beyond just this particular matter. With respect to the guiding principles, I would like to add very clearly that one of the principles is that we make a profit out of this, not just get reimbursed for cost, not just revenue utilization or some phrase like that. Let's just be very clear, we want to make a profit out of this. One game, 60,000 people, I don't know, do they pay $500 a ticket? That's $30 million plus advertising. So I don't know why there shouldn't be a profit in this. Okay. Now, and it's not, what we want is terms. We want profits, not just security arrangement information. We want to know how we're going to make a profit out of this. Now, and I also want whatever information sharing protocols we develop in this matter be used in the future, so that we don't have to have correspondence all the time. Okay. Now, the third thing is, I don't see why the host city agreement should only be available on a eyes-only basis. If you have a high school dropout and he buys a car, by law, he's entitled to have a copy of the contract. I don't know why we can't have possession of what's called the host city agreement. We're only supposed to be able to look at it in a secret room. This is the contract. And we have public information, right to public information. How can the public input on a contract that only a few people can see? We end up falling back on these standardized terms because the public can't contribute any of their input on it. So I don't like that. And what we need to focus on, not so much as an agreement about documents, but about the agreement itself at the end of the day, if there is even to be one. Thank you.
Thank you. Edward, go ahead, Edward.
Yeah, I just want to say that it does make me wonder. I know that the York family, they don't want the mayor to be, they don't want Lisa Gilmore to be mayor. And then I know the NFL owners, they stick together. Isn't Related owned by Miami Dolphins owner? So I'm wondering about all these delays, these groundbreaking delays. Are they trying to set up the mayor for failure in the future for a future election that will be coming up? Because you look at the history of the ownership of the Niners and the mayor, there's always conflict. And you wonder, do they purposely want the city to fail and then blame the mayor in the future for the failure? So, yeah, I do have questions about that. I mean, you look at the actions. Why so many delays? I mean, I know the COVID was the first excuse, why there was a delay with the Related project, but now there's like 3 or 4 other delays after that. And what are the excuses for these delays? Because I know the restaurants, the retail, if that was done, the phase 1 and 2 completed before all these events that are coming up, the soccer events, the Super Bowl event, we could probably profit from that. The city could profit from that, from the business aspect of this. So yeah, it does make me wonder, are they purposely trying to get the city to fail? Thank you very much. Appreciate it.
Thank you, Edward. I don't see anyone else. City Clerk, to you. Executive Director and Stadium Attorney, I don't know if you want to answer any questions before or make any comments.
I think absolutely.
Almost 1 o'clock in the morning. I just looked at the time. Can't believe it. All right.
It's still early. Yeah. A lot of questions. Candidly, I don't think that we can answer all of them right now, but Glenn and I will tag team a number of items. So the Economic Development Subcommittee was mentioned here. It was also mentioned earlier tonight. I had it in my notes to bring it up, and I neglected to do so. With regard to the Economic Development Subcommittee and these major events that we're talking about, I really want to carve out the two. Because I think that the interest in these major events and what happens around them is actually an interest of all 7. And I wouldn't want to put that into a subcommittee. And certainly with reactivating that Economic Development Committee, I know that there's a significant interest in that. I am currently working with staff to do an assessment on when we can reactivate a number of the committees, and I would like to do that systematically and thoughtfully. So just know that I recognize that there's an interest in doing so. I am certainly committed to doing so. I think just give us a little time to figure out exactly how and when. But specific to these events, I think that we should really be talking to the board as a whole. There has been a lot of talk about recovering all costs, all possible cost, stadium authority cost, or city cost, a la general fund cost. I think there's an important threshold understanding that is important to restate. Based on the cities and the authorities' current agreements, the stadium authority will incur costs for a non-NFL event. It may not be possible for us to shed all possible costs from the stadium authority for a non-NFL event, be it the FIFA World Cup or any other event. And so I really do think at a threshold, we should understand that the stadium authority, we own a stadium, our contract says that our stadium manager can go out and bid on non-NFL events. They did so, and we will incur costs. I think what has been stated is we do not want this to be an albatross around the stadium authority, and if it can be a money-making event, that would be wonderful. I think the history is that these events are not money-making events for the authority or the entity, and so we should just understand that. Let's be aspirational, but let's also understand what we're talking about when we talk about these mega events with significant cost. But certainly your staff and your council understands that we absolutely must uphold the letter and the intent of Measure J and ensure that there are no city general fund costs, and we want to minimize any authority cost and recover as much as we can. I think that there were questions raised around having a cap on public safety costs or who is in control of public safety costs. I'd love to stand here today and say this person or that entity is in control of public safety costs. It's not one person. It's not me as your authority director. It's a combination of your police department, and we have an elected chief, me as both the executive director for the stadium authority and the city manager, as well as our federal partners that will dictate the costs that are incurred, and depending on the SEER rating, will reimburse a number of that cost. And so what the total public safety costs or cap is, we have a lot of work to get there. I do not think that we will ever, for an event like this, be able to set a hard cap or have very hard controls. I think the agreements around the SEER rating and reimbursements is the best we can do and ensure that those public safety costs, not just police, right, protecting public health, fire, EMS are also reimbursed. There were a number of questions around reaching out and learning from others and partnering with others, and I just want to let you know that certainly both myself and Glenn are reaching out to our colleagues in other cities, whether it's other city managers or other directors of stadiums and other city attorneys. And it's important to know that everyone, while they may have had more cooperation and have seen documents, everyone is really where we are, and they want to know how many events will be held in their town and when. And so we are really waiting on that information, and that will drive the answer to a lot of questions that have been raised tonight. With regard to the guiding principles, they were meant to be both aspirational and directive. And I respect that, maybe the board says we just want them aspirational. I think the best way to think about them is that it is your guidance that you're giving to the people that report to you. And you can treat it as a living and breathing document. You as the board and sitting as the city council will have the final review on the agreements that come before you. And those guiding principles is the guidance that you're given to us as we're working with the various partners to negotiate them and bring them to you. With respect to the information sharing / event cooperation agreement, Glenn will talk about that, but what was envisioned there is for us to get authority tonight to enter into more of a event information sharing agreement, not really event cooperation. That's a longer title that I think when the staff report was as it was aspirational. And it didn't actually mean what I think a reasonable person can read into it. And so I think we should just talk about that as an agreement that there have been terms presented to you tonight. And if you're more or less in agreement with that, we're asking for your authority to direct staff to finalize that and enter into that agreement so we can get the documents that I think we all collectively recognize that we need to begin a earnest assessment of the full impacts to the city. Flipping through my notes. I think there was a question on certainly a org chart of all of the involved parties. We will certainly provide that to you to the best of our ability, working with the various partners, as well as identifying who signed all the documents and if there are any conflicts of interest. So I do think that is noted. There was a comment, I believe this one was by the mayor, for ensuring that the audit provisions within the 2019 college championship assignment and assumption agreement are fully lived up to. And so know that work is still ongoing, and we do intend to bring that before you. And so you will receive that. Who is on the board of the Bay Area Host Committee and who is the official stadium manager? We will certainly bring that information back to you, as well as a full list of all the stakeholders. Glenn, can I turn it over to you for legal items?
I'll do a few. Yeah. Thank you. Spinning through a couple of these, I know Member Jane and others were interested in the process for choosing the model of our involvement and whether that will come back to you. The answer is absolutely yes on that coming back to you. and the process for going about choosing the model will require us to get some additional information. We are believing, Madam Mayor, as you indicated, you thought was likely, from a existing stadium authority relationship structure. Events like this have lost money, in the past. That's what makes alternative structures attractive. But we don't want to assume that until we have all the information about the revenue, streams and what we might potentially benefit from, and the opportunity costs, right, that might be imposed on the stadium for the time period where, this event is monopolizing it. So we need to know more, about the economics of it before we can choose the structure, but rest assured, anything like that will come back to you. There was a number of questions about timeframes. When are we getting the documents? How are we designing, our model, for analyzing the security, needs, and a couple of bits of information for you on that. The way the information sharing agreement is set up, that as soon as we finalize that agreement, and that's why we're hoping you'll delegate authority to us to do it within the parameters we've outlined, we will immediately get access to the any existing Category 1 and Category 2 documents. Those are going to have a lot of the information that we need, particularly the addenda to the stadium agreement and the host city agreement, because that fleshes out the details, of what the responsibilities are. And so the sooner we get that in place, the better, and we're supposed to get access to those immediately. Appreciate your comment, Mayor, about you all wanting access to that. That will be one of the principles we introduce into the information sharing agreement, that in fact you will get access to it. Not necessarily possession, of it to have and distribute, but certainly access to all the key documents and possession of some. The other key bit of information that we got confirmed today that is imminent is the updated version of the host event obligations and requirements. Those were built into the original bid submittal, obligations. They've been working on more refined versions of those since 2017. We're supposed to get that information the end of June 2023. That's going to be very helpful for analyzing a lot of the security requirements and developing a timeline for how we make sure that all of the resources are identified, then a plan's developed, and that we're ready come 2026 in order to be able to perform the way we need to in order to provide that information. So that's on timing. Confirming we're working with other jurisdictions, particularly one that are analogous to us. City of Los Angeles is a little bit different. In fact, their host city agreement, I think the mayor got a copy of, we got a copy of.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's online. The reason why it's online is it was the City of Los Angeles in that case that was the host city. In order to consider approval of that, they would have need to have, under California law, have that document, be publicly available. In our instance, it was the Bay Area Host Committee. That's the host city, if you will. It's really the regional host that signed that agreement. That's why it's not readily available in the same way that the Los Angeles agreement, was available. Who are the stakeholders, and where will there be more? The key stakeholders now, Member Watanabe and others of you who are interested in this, are the Bay Area Host Committee, and appreciate the interest in having org chart, identifying who's on that. FIFA, the USA Soccer, although kind of a passive, participant at this point, we really think FIFA and the FIFA subsidiary that they're forming is actively, serving their role. Manco, our stadium manager on our behalf, and, the City and Stadium Authority, all of you. Those are key stakeholders. Obviously, if there's others that are involved with major contracts, I think Levi's, corporation is one, because we have, our promotional, agreement with them. Their current rights, regarding signage and promotional at the stadium are going to need to be negotiated, and taken into account in this. I'm certain there'll be others, and we'll, of course, identify, those for you and engage them, as we go along. We had hoped that, I know there was an interest in wanting the information sharing agreement, one of you indicated to come back to you. All major, agreements are going to come back to you, certainly that have financial consequences to you. We are hoping you delegate authority to us on the terms that we've described to be able to do that. We think that's the quickest, best way to get you the documents. And so we would revert back to staff's recommendation that you delegate that authority to us, at least with respect to that, with the understanding that material, agreements that affect stadium authority or city, responsibilities, of course, would come back to you. Going through here, a lot of them were answered. I think that's what I've got. Mayor, wanting to, with maybe a couple things from what the mayor commented on, appreciate sensitivity to conflict of interest, issues. We know that's been an issue in the past, with some of the relationships. We certainly need to understand that and engage the right people and make sure that to the extent we can control that, that we do. I did want to comment a little bit on, Mayor, your proposed guiding principle number 9. In terms of us and how we conduct ourselves, I think that's easy. The idea that we would engage, in a transparent, ethical, and appropriate way with making as much information as we can, public is certainly appropriate. Much harder for us to deliver that with respect to the parties we're dealing with. Contracts, of course, will have compliance with laws provisions. They can include the provisions to encourage transparency and sharing of information, but actual requirements that we might impose on others, to comply with ethical standards and the laws. Challenging, I get the idea.
We expect them to follow the law.
Yeah, you'd expect. Yeah, expect
our partners to do so as well, because based on a lot of their past practices of all the people we're dealing with, I think it's important that we say that we expect them to act ethically, transparently, ethically, and to follow the law.
Yeah, expectation might be an easier way to, if the group wants to include something like that, that phrasing of it, Mayor, would be better for me in that it wouldn't get us in any kind of actual sense.
Yeah, we wouldn't want people to follow the law.
Yeah,
right?
we do want them to, but we don't want.
I'm actually surprised that this is even an issue.
Yeah, honestly. No, but you understand the nuance to my point. By forcing other people to do that, again, we can include compliance with law provisions in our contracts, and we do. Appreciate that. And then I think I'll turn it back over to Jovan, because he's figured out the gaps I've missed and will now plug them.
No, I think we've both done a pretty good job in closing this out. I just want to say that there's no critical timing on adopting the guiding principles, and so if the board feels that you're not ready, feel free to hold off on that. I do think that it's worth the board considering adopting some of those guiding principles if there are ones that you can agree with and that are comfortable with, because time is of the essence, and while we can bring this item back, we certainly look forward to sitting down with representatives from the Bay Area Host Committee and other partners and begin negotiating a number of these items expeditiously. And it wasn't mentioned explicitly tonight, but I have heard in other conversations that the city spent significant sums of money the last time, for example, Super Bowl 50 was held hosting local events. We don't have to make that decision this time. And so what I'm hearing collectively from the board is we do not want to incur any general fund expense. And I do believe that there are ways that we can have community events and local recognition that may be low cost but high benefit. And we intend to start to have those conversations with the organizers and the Bay Area Host Committee. And so feel free to engage in a discussion about moving forward any of the guiding principles or direct staff to push that to a later date.
Thank you. Authority Member Becker.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. I have a request for you, Mayor. Do you happen to have your item number 9 that I can look at and read?
So I had 2 items. One that I had all event costs, including public safety, to be added into number 2. And then item 9, with a new sort of language, pledge that the Santa Clara City Council and Stadium Authority Board and city staff follow the law by acting ethically and transparently and do everything in our power, it's so late, to add ethically, by acting ethically and transparently, and
So that's all.
with the expectation that our other parties will do the same.
Okay, well, do you have a copy of that? You have
Did you
it?
get that,
Or-
City
well,
Clerk?
so I
She
could-
got it.
Well, so I could read it myself.
Can you
Does
read it
anyone have a
back,
copy
City
of that?
Clerk?
Or what I
It's on an envelope written, so,
Could I read it? I mean, either way, I mean, I'd just like to read it myself. Show me what spot and I'll just read
okay, okay, apparently, okay, with the expectation that other partners will do the same. Okay, so here. Pledge that the Santa Clara City Council, Stadium Authority Board, and city staff follow the law by acting ethically and transparently with the expectation that our other partners will do the same. And then there's one.
Okay, so thank you, Mayor, for providing that for me. So I'm going to say, because I know that I'm probably not going to get a majority on this council to support number 9, and I do believe in the spirit of number 9 that you are prescribing.
Why would you think others wouldn't do that, may I ask? Just because Karen is next to you telling you she won't?
Well, I think I probably wouldn't get a second on that. But so what I'm going to say is, I'm first off on item number 2, I do want to look at all event costs, but I do agree with the city manager when he was mentioning that we don't know that officially yet, I don't think. So I would like to.
But isn't this our aspirations? Can I say some things? I'm sorry to interrupt you. I'm really sorry. When we did the agreement with the college championship, that covered all costs for our city as well as the Stadium Authority. It covered all the costs. So that's the kind of agreement that I'm aspiring to, that we would do for World Cup. So when I say all costs, I mean all costs.
Okay.
That would be what we would aspire to.
Okay, I mean, I don't think that should be a problem to put in there. I think the city attorney said the word best. I think it's expectations is the word you said? Quickly?
That was-
that was the other one. Oh, sorry, my apologies. I got my notes
I have
mixed up here.
expectations in the
Oh,
number
and there
two.
too? Okay. Okay, so then I'm going to say for all possible costs, for basically all costs, all possible costs, to me, it's the same thing, tomato, tomato, because I see it as whatever the costs we're going to get, I'm expecting somebody to take care of those. I don't want our city paying for that. As for number 9, I know that I'll probably have some pushback. I already heard that from a couple council members up here already. But in the spirit of that, because I think Councilmember Hardy said it too, she doesn't want to be responsible for that. So I feel the same thing, because I'm responsible for myself. And that responsibility, and I think it is an expectation that should be included, that we have that expectation. But I'm going to say it right here, right now, that I, myself, Anthony Becker, the council member of the city of Santa Clara, I am pledging to everyone here tonight at this hour of this late hour that I pledge that the city of Santa Clara, Stadium Authority Board, and the city staff follow the law, acting ethically, transparently, and with the expectation that our what was it? Our other parties will do the same. So you heard it here tonight. I'm taking that pledge right now.
So that's not in the motion?
That won't be in the motion just
Can I
because.
have my envelope back, please?
That won't be in the motion just because I know people won't accept it. So I'm making that pledge here tonight.
Then I'm going to ask for a friendly amendment. Not a friendly amendment. I'm going to ask for an alternate motion that we take the staff recommendation, the guiding principles. We add number 2 that include all event costs, including public safety. We add a number 9. We pledge that the Santa Clara City Council and Stadium Authority and city staff follow the law by acting ethically and transparently with the expectation that our other partners will do the same. Can I get a second to that? Anyone?
Second.
Thank you. So I have a motion and a second with a substitute motion. Did I do that right? Stadium Authority Attorney.
You did, Mayor, with the cumbersome aspect of Robert's rules that requires kind of 2 actions,
The vote
right?
first
right.
to accept it, and then the second vote to actually vote on the motion.
That's right.
So there is a vote to accept my motion, and I have Authority Member Chahal and Park. Is that on my motion?
On your motion, as
Yes.
well as some other comments, Mayor.
Okay,
We were talking
this
about
is
those.
first just on the motion of accepting that motion to vote on the motion a second time.
Okay. So basically what Mayor is asking is very generic as per the law. And I know Councilmember raised an issue that we are not responsible, we cannot force anybody else to do that, but I don't think that is the point. Because what we are trying to set up a guideline for the staff to, I know Mayor included the board and the council members into it, but I think these guidelines were more for the staff to proceed further and come up with a plan down the line. But when we will be part of it, I know at that time, these guidelines are for, as of now, I think these guidelines are for the staff and to finalize these deals. I don't have objection to that, but even if the mayor put into those things, because we have to do this thing every day anyway. Any part of the contract, as council mentioned, has to follow the law. So, but if you want to be specific, I'll support it. That's not a problem. That's easy. But for every contract, if we have to specify some normal contractual things, it will make the contract even longer. I can add 5 more things. Oh, they follow this law, follow this law, follow the. If a state law is there or our city law is there, I don't think we have to pinpoint everything. But from political point of view, yes, we will support it, and we can include it. Right? That's not a problem at all. And other comment which I want to can I make a other comment other than on this motion, or I'll come back?
Attorney, should we just stick to this and then?
Then I can come.
It might be helpful to act on the substitute and then additional comments on the substitution motion in the first place, and then additional comments could be made on when you take action on the motion itself.
Okay.
I'll come back.
I'll come back to you then.
General comments, right.
Vice Chair Park.
I just want to ask, like, the motion is the changes specify the mayor plus the number 2, because, I mean, I think it'd be easier if we split them and we voted on number 2 first.
They're both together.
Yeah, but I'm saying that maybe, it may be useful to split them into 2 separate motions, past the one that that seems the most timely. Like, we don't have, the adoption of the guidelines is not timely, but I think that directing the city manager, executive director, and city stadium attorney, stadium authority to negotiate and execute information sharing event cooperation agreement would be the timely thing. And voting on that, which I don't think anyone seems to be against, may be a good thing, and then splitting off any discussion on guiding principles till after that. Just a thought.
It's
Thank you.
1:22 in the morning, so I'm hoping that we can,
I can do this all day.
some of us have jobs and need to get up in the morning, so.
I have a job and I have to get up
And there's
in the
no
morning as well.
public that is watching us at this hour of the night. So I have my motion on the floor with the second, whether or not to include, please don't pass notes now, please don't. With a motion and a second, whether or not to include this substitute motion. City Clerk, Authority Member Clerk.
This is a motion to move forward with a substitute motion.
And the substitute, yeah, whether or not we will discuss and vote on the substitute motion. Please register your vote. And that passes. Thank you very much. Okay, so now we go to the actual motion, right? And there's comments now on, this is the main motion, right? So there is comments now on the main motion. Authority Member Chahal, you wanted to make comment?
On the motion we just passed.
On the motion, which is to use staff recommendation, guiding principles with the additions of the guiding principles, giving staff authority to sign the, or to do the sharing, we called it a cooperation agreement, a sharing, information sharing agreement, whatever staff recommendation is. With those two additions to the guiding principles.
Thank you. And I wanted to make some comments on the revenue sharing, first of all. We do have to emphasize about revenue, some stream of revenue sharing. If, as negotiator, you are trying to make an agreement with them on that front, so that would be great to have. That would be my first priority. And second is neutral, although that's a way down second, that we don't make any money, but we don't lose any money, the second. And the other aspect is because these events will bring so much economic activity within the city for our businesses, for hotels and other stuff. We should also explore, I don't know who will do that, whether somebody will form a committee, city manager, executive director will form a committee. If there are some tremendous economic activity to be brought forward with our businesses, indirectly city will get that revenue, sales tax revenue, food and beverages, taxes, whatever revenue, we will get that revenue. But if there is a committee which can form locally about those local business so that they have a stake into it to bring the activities into the Santa Clara. If we are thinking that, oh, we don't want to play around it because we don't want to lose any money, but we should look at that option, that the local businesses, local hotels, and I know we have our own, what the district committee is, but I'm going even beyond that. If we can form something like that so that they can attract that, and they can fill up the gap. If the city has to cooperate with them, fine with them. If they can raise some funds to attract these activities and reimburse, if city wants to do something and reimburse city, we should look into that option also, basically. So that's my suggestion, how we can do revenue sharing as well as revenue generating activities, increasing that activity on this. Those are my comments.
Thank you. Vice Chair Park.
So I want to make some comments based on the feedback that we received from the city manager and the city attorney. I mean, to be honest, it's not that we don't want to host local events. I think that Mr. Haggerty said it best. It's just we want to make a profit. Profit does not mean that we have to recover all costs for every event. And this is something we 100% want our marketing teams, the DMO, and other people to look at because not all revenue is direct. We need to look at what the effect is on the city. We want the city to have a positive event overall. I mean, it's like when we look at Measure J and the general funds issue. I mean, I think that was poorly written. There's some messiness because of the original agreement. People had this idea without thinking that salaries get paid through general fund. I mean, instead of saying that you can't use any general fund money, it's that you cannot have a net loss in our general fund from events, because it's possible that we will have to use the general fund to pay out some of the things that only what the general fund was intended to pay out. Right? I understand the intent of you cannot use general fund monies, but I don't think that that was the most useful thing in principle. I think the most useful thing in principle is to say that, you know, the monies get paid out the way they get paid out, but we should not make a loss. We should not be at a loss after the events. And that's but again, I even pointed this out, sitting right there when when we were discussing this many years ago. I just feel like the guiding principles, I understand what the principles are for. I feel like these are not the kinds of things that we want to put mishmash into a document by admitting to us that, well, there are a little bit of this, a little bit of that, and doesn't make me feel like, doesn't give me the confidence that I need to make me feel like this is the document that I would like to use as the basis for agreements going forward or for events going forward. I mean, I hear all these things, we should have had documents years ago. Well, we didn't have a bid years ago. I think that FIFA would look at us even funnier if we had asked for documents years ago. I also find it very intriguing, as somebody who's in computer security, that the people who are usually doing the bad things are usually prescribing the things that they want done. It's interesting that some people want to specify things that other people take for granted. I think that's, again, that's interesting, but that's anecdotal. It's based on my experience. So yeah, I don't know that I can support the guiding principles as they are. I agree that we need guiding principles. I don't know that what we started with was a good basis, and I don't know that any of the changes make it better. And so I will not be supporting this motion. Thank you.
Thank you. So, City Clerk, we have a motion and a second.
Yes, and I'd like to read that back into the record.
Could you read it, please?
So it's staff recommendation and add to guiding principle number 2, a clause to attain reimbursement of all event costs, including public safety, pre and post event cost, and a new guiding principle number 9 to pledge that the Santa Clara City Council and Stadium Authority Board and city staff will follow the law, act ethically and transparently with the expectation that other parties do the same. Is that correct?
Yes, that's it. Thank you. When you're ready. First of all, I want to thank everyone. It's 1:30 in the morning. Thank you all for all your hard work and dedication to the city. All right, please register your vote. And it passes 6-1. Thank you very much. Thank you, staff, so much for everything you've done, and good luck getting those documents. We look forward to reading them. Thank you. All right, so our next item on the agenda is, okay, we did the written petition. Reports of members and special committees. Does anyone have a short report or no report? Vice Mayor Park.
So I did attend the Silicon Valley Office of Protocol Spring reception featuring the United States Assistant Secretary of State for Diplomatic Security, which was Ambassador Gentry Smith and his staff. And they do talk about security for events, including international diplomatic events. And they do have opinions about global events such as FIFA. And I think that It was a great event. We got to meet Ivan Lin, Grammy-winning pianist. And I think that having resources like the Office of Protocol nearby could augment our thinking about security, about events like Super Bowl and even FIFA. And I would encourage staff to reach out to their office. I have contacts. I got contact information as well. I know Bill, Chief of Staff. I thought it was a great event. And that's it. Thank you.
Is there anyone else? No, I don't see anyone. City Manager, Executive Director? No.
No report this morning.
All right, thank you. That leads us to our adjournment, and Vice Mayor Park, you have an adjournment that you wanted to read.
I do. So I want to make a note that my father, Kenneth Park, died on the morning of the 26th of April, 2023, shortly after the first meeting on the Benton and Lawrence housing site. He was 96 years old, and I kind of want to make a slight digression there because he's 96 years old. He was very old. His passing didn't come as a surprise. It's not that we didn't want him to live forever. It's that it didn't come as a surprise. I had arranged several observances for him every single year, starting 16 years ago from his 80th birthday, because I didn't know if he was going to make it to 85. And then I didn't know if he'd make it to 90, and then 91, 92, 93, up until this year. I didn't know. We went to China, we went to Taiwan, we went to Korea and Japan multiple times. He got to experience his children's marriages and see his grandchildren, and lived old enough to have relationships with all of his grandchildren. I thought that was very special to me. He got to see his family back in Korea and his surviving friends in Japan. So yes, I'm sad that he's gone, but I'm happy to have had the opportunity to see him go happy, fulfilled, and only wanting more time. I mean, it's been kind of a pleasure when you're saying goodbye and you can take your time and enjoy the moments as they come. But my father, he passed away, was 96 years old. And although there have been historic differences between Korean and Japanese people in past generations, I actually never gave a second thought to the fact that he had a lot of really close Japanese friends. In fact, most of the friends that I knew that he had, the lifelong friends that he had, were Japanese. And I later learned why that was so. I learned that their closeness was due to their service together, because my father was old enough that he actually fought in World War II. He is a World War II veteran. But he fought for Japan. You know, as was the fate of every able Korean person during that time, male or female. He was a 13-year-old boy in charge of Japanese child soldiers, even younger than himself. And the ones that survived looked up to my father as a big brother, even to this day, because he was the person that was charged with making sure that they were all good to go. He was still a teenager when the war ended, and he was able to find work on a boat that would eventually take him back home to Korea, a whole Korea. The next few decades were spent trying to get his footing in a new world that proved just as tumultuous for one of 7 brothers as it was for the rest of the world, and especially Korea, which very soon became 2 separate nations. He was well into his midlife in his 40s, at the beginning of his second life, when he married my mother, and they both moved to the United States almost immediately. Speaking little English, they found stability in retail sales, setting up several moderately successful businesses in downtown LA, including the garment district. But the greatest successes were in the raising of their 2 children, a son, myself, and a daughter, my sister, who gave my father a life he never thought he would have, because in those days, 40, 45 was really old, and he essentially thought his life was over, which is why, if your life is over anyway, why not go to America where you don't speak the language to try as hard as you could. My father taught me more than I can remember. I remember him starting out as incredibly dumb when I was very young, to becoming really incredibly, remarkably, surprisingly wise as I grew older. He didn't change. I think it was me. And his guidance is one of the reasons I'm here on council. Kenneth Park, my father, survived by his wife, my mother, his son, me, his daughter, my sister, and a number of lifelong friends in Japan. and we will miss him. Thank you.
I'm very sorry for your loss, Vice Mayor Park. So I'd like to ask the council that there be a motion that we adjourn in memory of Kenneth Park, father of Vice Mayor Kevin Park.
So move.
Second.
So we have a motion and a second to adjourn in his honor. Please register your vote. And that passes unanimously, and this meeting is adjourned. Everyone drive home safely.